Hello everyone, in today's video we're going to be creating a messaging application using React on the front end, and we're going to be using Node.js on the back end. I'm just going to give you a quick rundown of what the application looks like. So when you first log in, you're going to see the welcome page. We can also switch to dark mode. So this is what it looks like on the dark mode. Okay, I'll go back to light. So if you have friends who are online, you are going to see them here. And you can click on each of these friends here. So for example, I'll click on A-Train, and you're going to see the chats between yourself and A-Train. And you're also going to see if the user is online or if the user was active. So here you see the last seen status. I can click on this user, and here it's going to show the information about the user. You see the name, the email, and the status of the user. You can unfriend, delete chat. So you can click here to close this tab, and you see the online users. You can toggle between this online users and the user profile. Okay, and here you can click on Frenchie. You can see the last seen of the user. So this is the last seen of the user, last seen today at this time. And we can click a starlight. So this user is online, so you won't be able to see the last seen. And here you also see the what time the message was sent. So here it says the last message was sent at this time, and you'll see the time of whatever message is sent. So this is 2 a.m. in the morning. This is today at this time. Okay, so let's see what we can do. So we can send messages. I'll send this message to Butch. Actually, no, I'll send this message to A-Train. So this is A-Train. So I'll say, oi. And let's see if A-Train is receiving the message. So as you can see now, this is A-Train. So we have the message, it says oi. I can reply with emojis. I'll send any emojis I want, send the message, and let's go back to Butch. So here's the reply from A-Train. Okay, so we can send anything random here. I'll just say random. I'll say what, maybe. Okay, and I can add emojis next to it. I'll just add anything here and send. Okay, and when I go back, you'll see the messages, the replies. Okay, and if I click on the profile, of this user, you'll see the information about this user. You can update your bio. Okay, I can get rid of this, and I'll say update profile, and you see here, user updated successfully. Okay, I can click the online friends as well from any point. Okay, and it will switch between the users depending on which user is active. Okay, we can view the profile. So we also have the archived section, and we have the friend requests. So before we do friend requests, we also have search. We can search for users here. Let me search for A-Train. We're already friends, so you will see here the icon is going to be displayed accordingly if we're friends or not. So I can click. It says already a friend. So Starlight, we're already a friend. So for the search here, it's going to return any user with whatever characters we enter here. For example, Frenchie, it will return Frenchie. So we are already friends as well. So I'm going to show you a friend request functionality in a minute. So I'll log in as another user. So here I'm going to log out. Okay, so log out. I'll log in as Starlight. Actually, yeah, I'll log in as Starlight. I'll put a password. Log in. Oops, let me see the password. Oh, actually, for some reason, there was a typo, so it's Starlight instead of Starlight. So I'll update the name here to Starlight. So update. So the name will be Starlight now. So I'm already friends with Billy Butcher. Let me search for A-Train. So this is A-Train. We can search for Frenchie. So Frenchie. So if we are not friends, you see this add button here because we're not friends. So A-Train, let's add a friend request. So I'll add a friend request. Okay, so friend request sent successfully. So if I log out and let's log in as A-Train now. Okay, so now we are A train. You can see we have a friend request here. Okay, so friend request. For some reason, I forgot to update this search result state here. Anyway, it's going to be reset when you copy the repo on GitHub. So it's going to, I'm just going to push, it's only one line anyway, so it's just resetting the state. Okay, it should reset every time we start a new, whenever a new user is logged in, or whenever you log in. So this should be empty, by the way, so I forgot to reset that anyway. So it's not that difficult to do. So here we are going to accept this friend request, accept, and when I go to inbox, it's going to create a chat between A-Train and Starlight. Now, as you can see now, Starlight is added to the chats here. I can send a message to Starlight. Actually, I'll just reset this. This is distracting here. Refresh. So I'll send a message to Starlight. Hello. Okay. So I send a message to Starlight. Hello. And if I go to Starlight, you're going to see the message from A-Train. Okay. So I'm on dark mode, right? If I log in as Starlight, it's going to be different because depending on whatever setting Starlight has. So this is dark. I can refresh. It's going to stay dark because this information is saved in the database. So no matter where you log in, it's going to be dark depending on the user. So if I log out, and we're going to log in as Starlight now. There's a typo. So this is the email. Okay, so this is Starlight. As you can see, the theme is light. Okay, so the theme is light. And also, there's a message from A-Train. I can send friend requests to other users like Frenchy. Okay, send friend requests. So whenever Frenchy logs in, there's going to be a friend request from Starlight. Okay, we can chat with our friends. We can click to view the profile of the friend. We can search for any user here. I think that's pretty much it for the demonstration of this application. If you need to add any more features, by the end of the video, you have enough knowledge to add whatever features you want to add. If you have any questions, you can let me know in the comment section. Also, let me know what you want to see next, whatever projects you want to see next. Just let me know down in the comment section. And yeah, I'll see you in the video. Okay, so for application, everything is going to be rendered on the main page. Let me show you what I mean. I'll create a shape here. Okay. I'll add a line, something like this, perhaps. Okay. We'll move it around, so maybe something like this. Okay. I'll just adjust this a little bit. Okay, let me check if it's not overflowing. Okay. So something like this. So this will be like our sidebar. And here we can have something like a profile like this. I'm just going to hold shift. So maybe something like this. I'll duplicate this, make it a bit smaller. And you can put like a name here. Okay, so we have the profile. And we're going to have some buttons here. So we're going to use these buttons to route between pages. Not pages, but views. I'll show you what it means. Okay, and here I'll do some buttons in here. So here we're going to have 3 buttons. So we're going to have the inbox, the main inbox, and then here we're going to have archives, and we're going to have friends, actually friend requests. Okay, I'm just going to align this center. Oops, the wrong one. change order. Okay, and I'll center this. So these are the buttons we're going to use to route. I'm just going to group these, Ctrl G, and I'll duplicate this. And down here, we're going to have some buttons to change the theme. Okay, for this one, I'll decrease the size. So something like this. Okay, and I'll get rid of one of these buttons as well. Okay, so it's centered. Okay, so here we're just going to change the themes with these buttons here from light to dark. And here is a profile. When we click a profile, we want to show the information of the user here. Okay, so here, so this will be like the sidebar, which we're going to show the users in here. So here is the main content. So here we're going to show the text of the user, or we can click the profile information and then it's going to change to show the profile of the user depending on what we click on. So if we click the friend requests, here it will show the friend requests. If we click inbox, it will show the list of users in the inbox, and here it's going to show the online users. Let's here, so this is the body. So this is the texting body, and it's going to have a header at the top, which is going to show some information of the user, like a name, like the last seen status. Okay, so something like this. I'll center this. Okay, so here, I'll make sure it's aligned with the profile. Okay, so something like this. And this should be, I'll just name it chat header. Chat header, like so. And we're going to have another shape here. Okay. Perfect. I will decrease the width of this chat header. Okay, so something like this. And down here, we are going to have another shape. So this is going to be the input. So this is where the user is going to put the input, like sending emojis or showing, I mean, just sending the emojis or sending the message. That's the input here. I'll just say text input or chat input. You can name this whatever you want. Okay, so when you click profile, this will disappear and the user details will appear on this screen here. Okay, I've just named this message body / user profile. So the user profile will show here, and I'll make sure this is aligned. Okay, perfect. So text input, the body or the profile will show here depending on if we click this user profile. Okay, and we're going to have a list of users here. It might be friend requests or messages. So I'm going to create a user item here. So maybe something like this will do. Okay, now we have the user item. User item. So here at the top, we can have a text saying messages. Messages. So here we're going to show a list of messages. Okay, so messages or search, because we're also going to show some search results. Okay, so depending if whether we're searching, we're going to show the components here conditionally. Okay, oops, wrong one. I need to duplicate this item. Control D, Control D. Okay, so we have the user item. Let's distribute this. Send, distribute vertically. All right. So we have 3 user items. These are just dummy user items. So we have the user item. These are a list of users. And if users are online, we're also going to show the users who are online. We're going to use the same component. Okay, so something like this. Okay, so this okay, so this component here, when we click a user profile up here, we're going to be able to open the user details here, like status, the image of the user and stuff. So that's what we're going to show here. If we close that, we're going to see the online users. So here, let's add a text. Copy this. So here, it should be online users. Okay, so here we're going to show the online users or user profile. Okay, so here, when we click this, so this is the chat header, user details, click, it will show the user profile, or it will show the online users. If there's no users online, it won't show anything here. Yeah, so this is the main idea of the application. We're not going to route to any pages. Everything is just going to be shown on one screen. We're just going to switch around whatever content we're going to show on the screen. And here we can change the theme. Here we can change the views, what we're going to show, as well as clicking on this profile image or on this profile image. We're going to change whatever we're going to see on the screen. That's pretty much it. Now let's start building the project. All right, so now navigate to the folder where you want to work in. I've already done the authentication system, so you can go to GitHub and copy the authentication system code, and then we start from there. Or you can watch this video if you want to see how that's done. In this case, just go to my website and then go to lessons, and then it's going to be the first video. Click that and then go to the GitHub. We're going to download this code. All right, and open the file you downloaded. Where is it? All right, and we're going to extract everything. All right, it's already been extracted, by the way. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to close this. Let's open up the file, and we're going to go to the backend. We're going to copy everything in the backend, and let's create a new folder here. You can name this backend or server. That's entirely up to you. And I will copy, Control A, copy and paste. So this is the authentication system. That's going to be our building block. So let's cd into server, and we're going to npm install the dependencies. So we should have authentication in place already, but let's try to run this. Npm start All right, so seems like nothing's working because we need the environment variables. If you remember from the authentication section, we need environment variables.env, and we need the port and the URL to the MongoDB connection to your database. In this case, we're going to be using port 5000. So this URL is not going to work for you because this is my private URL, by the way, and I'm going to change this password. So even if you try to copy my URL, it won't work. I'll always auto-generate the password every time I make a video. So it's going to be different. Okay, so we have the secret, the client URL, which is going to be 3000, and then the port, which is going to be 5000. So now let's try to rerun this project. npm start. Okay, so now you see it's connected to the database. Okay, so how do we know if this is working? Let's open up Postman. We're going to use Postman to test our API endpoints. Let's try to create a user. It's going to be localhost 5000, and then the URL is going to be register. So register, we're going to register this user. It says user already exists. Okay. We're going to log in because I think I've already created this database. We're going to log in. So if we log in, as you can see, now we are logging in. Okay, so perfect. So it's working with the logging, the user authentication system. So this port is going to be 5000. Okay, so now we need the messages. So in the controllers, actually models with the authentication, and then we need the messages model. So for the messages, we're going to start with, let's start with the message schema, or you can name it message model. That's entirely up to you, .js. Okay, so we have that. We are going to start with importing mongoose like this, and then we're going to say const message schema. We're going to create a new schema. So in here, we're going to have a sender. So the sender object is going to have the type. So the type, oops, I missed. So sender, so the type is going to reference the ID of a user. Okay, ref is going to be user. That's going to be the type, and then it's going to be required. Okay, so the sender is going to reference the sender, the user. Okay, whoever sent the message, and then we're going to have the receiver, which is also going to reference the user who is receiving the message, and then we're going to have the content, which is going to be the actual message. So the type is going to be string, and then it's going to have a required field, which is going to be true. All right, and then we're going to have the chat ID, which is going to reference the chat. So the type is going to be type of. The type is going to be mongoose. We're going to reference the ID of chat. We're going to create a chat model. Okay, so each message is going to have a chat ID. Okay, and then it's going to have the content, which is going to be the actual message, and then the receiver and the sender. Okay, and we also want the status if this message is going to be sent, delivered, or read. This is going to be an enum, a type of enum. So status type. So this type is going to be actually a string, type string, and then enum. So it's remembering stuff I've done in the previous project, by the way. That's why it's really, it knows like exactly what I want to input here. And then the default is going to be send. Okay, so we have the status. The default status is going to be sent, when you send the message. And then we're going to activate the timestamps, like, when the message was created and when the message was updated. Okay, and now we're just going to export default, the name of the table is going to be message. The name of the document, message. So you can treat a document as some sort of a table. Okay, the document is message, and we've exported this. I don't know why I've imported this. Okay, so now we need the chat.js. We're going to do the same thing. We're going to import mongoose like that, and then we are going to create a const chat schema. We're going to create a new schema. Okay, like that. All right, let's export this. Export default chat. Okay, so now we have the chat document. We are going to have a few properties. We're going to have participants who is participating in a chat. Okay, so participants is going to be a type of an array, which is going to have some objects here of the participants. So the first one is going to be type. It's going to reference the user. Okay. All right, so we have the type of user ID, how many participants we have in this array. And then we are going to also have the messages array. And then it's going to reference the message document. Okay, so the type is going to be the ID of the message, and then it's going to reference the message document. Okay, and then here we're going to say last modified. Okay, last modified. We're going to check when the message was last modified. I mean the chat. Okay, and then we're just going to put the current date. Okay, and I'm just going to add the timestamps as well here. Timestamps to true. Okay, so now we have the chat schema. We need to, okay, let's try to go into the routes. Routes. We've already set the routes, by the way, in the server. So here we are mapping the route directory. We're mapping every file in there. Okay, we've already done this in the authentication section. So now we are going to, let's go to the messages in the routes. Let's create a new one. Messages routes.js. So something like this. Okay, so now we have the messages. We're going to import express from express like this. Okay, and then we're going to do const router, go to express.router like this. All right, we still, what is undefined? Router.use. Okay, so now it should, yeah, the error should go away. Okay, because we're not exporting, because we should export, by the way. That's why we don't see, that's why we keep seeing this error. So let's try to export this router here. So export default router. Okay, so we shouldn't see the error now because we're exporting this router. All right, so now let's start with creating a new chat. We are going to have router dot post. So how are we going to create the chats? A new chat. We're going to have the chats like this, and then it's going to take in a function here. Okay, we need to create a how do I name? Should I name this? Let's go to the controllers and create a new folder, messages. Okay, messages, and then here we're going to have messages.js. Actually, let's controller.js. You can name this whatever you want. Okay, messages controller.js like this. Okay, so here we're going to do export. Let's see, async handler. I'm just going to copy this. Export. We need to import async handler. Okay, and this one is going to be called create chat, like that. All right, so we have the create chat. So we are just going to try catch in here. Let's create a new chat. So to create a new chat, we're going to require the sender ID and the receiver ID. Okay, so I'm just gonna say const new chat equal to new. We're going to need the chat document to create a new chat. Okay, and then here we're going to get, we need to create the new chat, we need the participants. So we are going to send in the request body. We're going to send the sender ID here, body, and then we're going to do sender ID. Oh my days, sender ID, like this, send ID, and then we're going to do request body receive ID, like this. Okay, perfect. And we have this should be new chat, like that. Okay, and const chat equal to await new chat dot save. Let's cut this and move it here. All right, so we're going to save this new chat, and then we're going to, let's do a response here. Okay, so the response is the chat as JSON. Okay, and here we're just going to response status 500. And now we have the create chat, which we need to use messages. Oops. Messages. Okay, so here, copy this, and then we're going to have create chat, like that. All right, and we have the chat. We can create a chat. Let's see. What error is this? Imported. Failed to load. Messages controller. Okay. What am I importing here? Okay, so chat. Okay. Controller.js. Okay, so now, yeah, don't make sure you put .js at the end. So let's try to create a new chat. So go to Postman. So to create a new chat, let's go back here. Duplicate. You can name this whatever you want. Rename to create chat. I'm just going to copy this URL. Let's go to create chat. So to create a chat, this is a post. We are going to need, the send ID. So this is just going to be some random ID just to check if it's working. And then we're going to need the receiver ID. This is, yeah, you can put anything. It's just to test if it's working. So it's chats, and then let's send. Okay, participants. Let's see. Chat validation failed. Cast to receiver ID. Let me double check. Create chat. Okay, requested body. Send ID. Receive ID. Okay, let's go back to Postman. Let's just check if this is correct. Sender ID. Okay, let's see the requested body, cog requested body. Let's try to see here. What do we have? Okay, we do have the send ID and the receive ID. So why do we have this issue here? Participants, type string. Okay, so let's go back to models, messages, chat, participants. Okay, so the type is going to be a user ID. Let's try to copy a user ID. Copy this user ID here and go back. Oops, why did not copy? Control C. All right. Send. Okay, perfect. So now we've created a chat with participants. This is just the same ID just to test if it's working. These are the participants. So this is a chat between these two users. So we don't have any messages yet. So each chat is going to also have an ID. The last modified, the created and updated date. This is the chat. Perfect. So the chat is working. Let's get all chats for a user. So each user is going to have chats between different users. So we're going to fetch whatever the current user, whatever chats this user have. So let's go to the messages. And then here, let's do export const get all user chats, like that. Okay, so in the user chats, we're just going to do try catch. So in here, we're going to do const chat. So here we're going to await, and then we're going to find chat.find. We're going to find any whatever chat which this user is a participant in. Okay, so make sure you import. I'm not sure if it's been imported. Oh yeah, chat has already been imported. Okay, so we're going to find whatever chats this user is a participant in. Okay, so we're going to check whatever chat this user is a participant in. We want to return that data. Okay, so here I'm going to request the params.user ID. Okay, perfect. And now so in the params, we're going to send the user ID. So if I go back to Postman, in the params here, we're going to send in the user ID. Oops, the current logged in user ID, and then we're going to fetch whatever chats this user is a participant in. Okay, I'm just going to comment this. I'll say find all chats where the user is a participant in. Okay, like that. Perfect. So I'm also going to sort these charts depending on whatever is recently modified. So I want the recently modified chart to be at the top. Okay. So the recently modified chart, I want it to be at the top. We're going to use the last modified property, last modified to -1. Okay, because I want the recently modified to be at the top. And then here we're going to say response or status JSON. We're going to return the JSON data. Here I can also put my own console message here. All right, let's try to get all user chats, but we need to go to the routes. Routes, messages. By the way, you can protect this. Remember with the protect middleware, protect. I don't know if it's protect. Let's go to miss. So protect. Yeah, so protect, it's coming from auth middleware. So we need to import protect. All right, so now we have protect. So we cannot fetch these charts until unless if we're logged in. Okay, and then here we have router, the post. Actually, this is a get request. We're going to get the charts and then the user ID. We're going to send in the user ID and then get all the charts the user is a participant in. Like that. All right. So make sure you import, and let's try to go to Postman. So this user has this ID here. Okay, I'm going to try to fetch. You know what? I'll create a new duplicate. You know, I'm not going to bother doing that. Charts, and then I'm just going to paste in the user ID, and then this is a get request. Hopefully, we should see get. As you can see now, we have the chart. Now, currently, we have only one chart, but we can create more. Let's try to post. This is just a random ID. Let's do A3. Oops. Send, create. So there's another chart. As you can see here with A4. Let's do A6, A5. Okay, so this is just random. And let's try to get whatever this user ID here, whatever charts this user is a participant in. Let's try to get. This is a get request. Get. As you can see now, we have a few charts this user is a participant in. Okay. All right. So we can only access this when we're logged in. Actually, I want to also protect. Oh yeah, the charts are already protected as well. So now we have that. Let's move on to messages. We want to be able to create a message. Messages. We want to send a message. So router, for us to create a message, it's a post. It's going to be create message. So for us to create a message, let's go to, I'm going to close the others. Message, export const create message. All right. Here, try catch. So to create a message, we're going to say const new message, and then we're going to do new the message document. We're going to create an instance from the message document like this. So here we're going to do request the message. It's going to take all of the properties that are coming from the request.body object. Okay. So for example, if I send like a content, it's going to be here. Whatever I'm sending from the request.body, we're going to create an instance of the message and put this into the message variable, new message variable. Okay. So here we're going to say const message, go to await message, new message dot save. We're going to save the message, and then actually I'm going to update the last modified date of the chart. And here I'm just going to say await, and then we're going to do chart, and then we're going to do find by ID, and update. Okay, so here it's going to take in the request, request.body dot chat ID, and then in here we're just going to say last modified date dot now. Okay, we're updating the property to so what we're doing is when we're creating a new message, when we're creating a new message, we're going to update the last modified property to whenever a new message is created. So we want the current, so when we send a message, right, we want the latest chat item to be at the top. That's why we're updating this last modified field here. So the last modified, the whatever is the latest last modified item is going to be at the top. That's why every time a new message is created, we are updating this property, and then it will go at the top because this is the last modified. Okay, that's why we're updating this property in here whenever we create a message. So it's always going to be at the top. And then here we're just going to do response to status.json, and then we're going to show the message. And here we're going to do cog, and then here we're just going to do a status. All right, so now let's try to see if this message, if you can create a new message. Let's go to Postman. All right, so Postman, in here is the message. This is a post. By the way, it's taking anything that is in the requested body. So send. Seems like okay, because I know we are not importing this message function. Okay, go back to Postman and let's send message. Send. Okay, what is the issue? Messages. Oh, it's messages, not message. So this should be message. Okay, let's send. Okay, message is not defined. Message is not defined. Okay, let's see why message is not defined. Okay, are we importing this message? Oh, wait. Okay, we're not importing message, so we need to make sure we import message. I thought there was auto import, but no. Import message. Models, messages. Let's see. It's message schema.js. Okay. Perfect. We have the message schema now. Let's try to post again. Create a new message. Okay. We don't have the chat ID. Because we need the chat ID of each message. Let's do chat ID. Chats. Do we have a get request for this one? Okay, so we can get a chat from the user, this user ID. Okay, so let's get this chat ID here. Okay, and we need the chat ID for us to create a message. Chat ID, message. Let's do post. This is a post. Chat ID. Okay, content. So we need content. Test message. Let me check what else we need. Content. Message schema. Message. Chat ID is required. Content required. So we need the receiver and the sender. Receiver and sender. I'm just gonna edit this. Okay, and let's send. Okay, perfect. So now we have the message, chat ID, content, status, we have the receiver and the sender. All right, so now we can create a message. Let's also get a message. Let's do the get message, create message, export const get chat message, which is should be chat messages. Yep. And here try catch. And here what we're going to do, we also might want to limit how many messages we want to get in each particular chat. Okay. So normally, for example, on WhatsApp, it loads only a few messages, like 20 messages. And then as you scroll up, it's going to fetch more messages. All right. What we'll do, I'm just going to put a rate limit here and do a pagination. So we're going to do const, and then we're going to have limit, wrong spelling, limit. And then we are also going to have the offset because we want like a pagination. And then const, we have the limit number. So the limit number is going to be the pass int. We're going to do 10. Okay. And then we're going to actually, and then the default, I'm going to set it to 20 messages. Okay, we're going to limit it to 20 messages. That's the default limit number. And then we're going to have the offset number, const offset number. Okay. If you want to go to the next page, how many messages do you want to fetch? All right. Perfect. So we have the limit offset. Here I'm going to do const messages equal to await, and then here we're going to do message.find. So what we're going to do, we're going to find message based on the chat ID. So chat ID. So we're going to find the message in the chat ID. We're going to do request.params.chat ID because we're going to send the chat ID in the params. All right. So we also want to sort these messages based on the creation date. Dot sort. Oops. Okay, so we're going to sort the newest at the top, and then the limit. We're going to apply the limit, and also we're also going to skip the messages. We're going to, it's like a pagination. This is the offset number. All right. And we are just going to do a response here. All right. And here we're just going to do an error. All right. So for now, I'm just going to comment these out. The offset. Okay. We are not going to limit. We're not going to do the pagination yet. That's why I'm just commenting these out. All right. For now, let's see if we can get the messages based on the chat ID. So if I go to here, so this is the chat ID, and the message is test message. Let's see if we can get this message. So the endpoint, let's go here. So here we need to do an endpoint. This get messages. So this is a chat ID slash chat ID like this. So that's the params. And then this is get messages like that. And let's save. All right, so let's go back to Postman messages, paste in the chat ID, get, send. Okay, so messages, seems like there's an issue. I'm going to save again, open the get chat messages. Get chat messages. Okay. Messages await. This this is a get request, by the way. Get, and let's do get. Perfect. As you can see now with the test message. Okay, so it's getting the messages based on the chat ID. All right. So now we can get all of the messages for that particular chat. The other thing that we need is going to be the get. We need to get the user by the ID. Okay. So get user by ID. Let me check if the get user here. So we have get user. Okay, we need a separate get user. So this one is, we need a get user by ID. All right. All right. So let's name this get user by ID. Const get user by, oh, not const. It's a router dot. So this is a get request. We're going to get user, and then we're going to put in the user ID here, user ID, and then get user by ID. All right. This one, actually, I'm just going to put in the messages. Get user by ID. Export const get user by ID, like that. All right. And then try catch. So here I'm just going to say const user equal to await user, import user. I'm going to get the user and exclude the password. I don't want to return the password field. So we're deselecting the password field. We're going to get the user based on the params and then user ID. Okay. Actually, I'll just name it shorter like this, ID. ID, the params, ID, like that. Okay, and get user by ID, that. Okay, let's go back to get user by ID. So the user, we're going to find the user based on the ID and return the input fields of the user, the fields of the user without the password. And then here we're just going to check if not user. Okay, user not found. Otherwise, we're just going to return the JSON data. And then here, error. And this should be it. I was planning to do the read receipts if a message is received to showcase if the message is read by the user. But that requires a lot of time. I don't want to make this video very long. But I mean, by the end of the video, you're going to have the knowledge how to do it. You can use the sockets to do that. So by the end of the video, you have the knowledge. Let's try to get the user by the ID. User, let's request. So I'll copy this ID here. Let's try to get user. Oops. User by ID. And this is a get request, so send. Okay, so now it's working. It's getting the user ID, the user by ID, I mean, without a password field. Okay, so that's for the messages. That's for the messages. And now we need to go to the server. We need to set up the socket. Okay, I think I'll just install the package and then I will do the rest of the setup after we do the front end. Well, it makes sense to kind of see what we're doing with the sockets instead of doing the sockets now in the server file and then go to the front end later. So it's easier just going back and forth, going to the server and then going to the front end and doing that. I think what I will do now is just to install the package, the socket.io package. Socket.io. So the package name that we're going to be using for real-time messaging is socket.io. Okay, like this. Just go and copy the installation and then here npmi import install socket.io. Okay, and also I think for the user, I'm also going to tweak a few. Let's go to the auth user model. I'm just going to modify some stuff here. So we have the bio row of the user. And then here I'm going to add a new field here. It's going to be friends. Friends. Oh, friends is going to be an array. Okay. So friends is going to be an array of users. It's going to take in an object, which is going to be type. It's going to reference the user object. So the type, each friend is going to be an ID of a user. Okay. And it's going to reference the user document. And then we're going to have friend request. Friend request. Okay, so friend request, it's also going to reference a user document like that. All right, and we also have the last scene property. So this is going to be a type of a date, the current date, like that. So last scene. Actually, I want the theme to be saved. So if you log into your account on a different device or on a different browser, I want the theme to be the same. So theme. So if you save your theme on a different device, if you log into a different device, it's also going to stay the same. So the type here is going to be type string, and then the default theme is going to be light. Okay. So the default theme is going to be the light theme, and then it's verified. We've done this in the authentication section. So now let's save these new properties. Let's run again. npm start. So when we get the user, hopefully we see the new properties. Go to the postman and get the user. Okay, perfect. So now, as you can see now, we have the new properties, we have the last scene, we have the theme, friends, etc. Okay, so now we have new properties. Let me check if we need to add more properties. So we have the name property. Okay, so for the photo, it's going to be the default photo. You can put any default photo you want here. In this case, it's just going to be my GitHub profile picture. All right, so that's what we need for now here. We don't need to change anything else. Okay, I'll see you in the server section. I mean, on the client section. This is it for the server section. I'll see you in the setup of the client. Okay, so let's create the client folder. I'm just going to get rid of this. I don't know why I have this folder. Let's, oops, we're going to create a client folder, new folder, client. And in this case, we're also going to start with the authentication. So I'm just going to copy from the stuff from the authentication section. I'll copy everything here and I'll paste it in the client. All right, so now we should have the basic authentication. Let's open the new terminal. We're going to cd into client, and then we're going to run npm I, install everything. Okay, so in the tailwind config, actually, let's run this first, npm run dev. And let's go to localhost 3000. All right, so it should take us to the login page. but it doesn't seem to be okay. So now we won't be able to go to the home page because we're not logged in. So we can only access the home page only if we are logged in. So now let's try to log in. Let's go to Postman. If you remember, we've created a user. Okay, I'm just waiting for it to load. All right, so this is the user we created earlier. I'm just going to copy, paste, and then it's going to be test. Oops, I'm sorry. I need to put my phone on mute. All right, so now I'm going to copy this pass and paste, login. Okay, so nothing happens. It seems we get an error. Let's go to the console. Okay, so error, login. Okay, so I think I know what this error is coming from. So let's go to the user context. So our server is localhost 5000, not 3000. Okay, 5000. And now let's retry this. Okay, test 1 2 3 4. I think it's pass. User not found. Okay, so this is pass. User not found. Oh, wrong email. So this should be Walter, like this. Boom, and we have the login. Okay, so now we have the login. I'm going to get rid of everything in the page app, and then in the page we're going to get rid of everything in here. We need the use redirect, and I will get rid of this user context for now and get rid of everything here. Get rid of everything. The main, we also need to get rid of the main and redefine this main. Okay, so we should see it as empty now. Perfect. Let's go to the global. In here, we are just going to paste in some styles for the login page. So if I go back to the login, here slash login, oops, I need to put a background for the login. Actually, it should be in the body. So here, body, we're going to set a height of 100 VH. Okay, so height 100 VH, and I'm going to set a default font size of 14 pixels, and I'm going to set a background image. I'm just going to create these images in Figma. Just copy this. I'll paste in some images in the public folder. I'm just going to replace. So these background images, I've created them in Figma, and we're going to set a background here. Background. We're going to do URL. We're going to look for public. It's going to be glass PG, like this. Actually, yep, that's the background. This one, the glass PG. All right, so now that's our background for the main page. For this body on dark mode, I want this image to be different. So .dark, and then we're going to look for the body, and then color. The color for the text we're going to set to hash F9 F9 F9, and we're going to change this background image if we're on the dark mode. URL. So this one is going to be BG Blur purple, like this. So if I inspect here, HTML, if I set the class equal to dark, as you can see now the background changes because it's dark mode. All right. What else do we need here? So that's what we need for now. Let's start with the main body. So I'll go back to the page. I think I'll wrap this in a div, and then we have main. Okay, so I'll start with giving it a position. Let's relative, and then we're going to set px px, we're going to set that to 10 rem. That's padding left and right. And then we're going to do py, we're going to set that to 10. And then we're going to set the height to full. Height full, which is 100%. And as for the main, we're going to set flex, display flex, and then we're going to set backdrop blur SM, like that. And then BG, the background is going to be white, BG white, and then the opacity is going to be around 65%. And then on dark mode, we're going to set a different background color for the dark mode. I'm just going to paste in a color here. It's going to be this dark color for dark. So dark mode, we're setting the BG to this color and the opacity is set to 90%. And then we're going to set border, actually not border collapse, border 2, and then we're going to set the border to white. Okay, so we're going to have a border of 2 and it's set the color to white. Also on dark mode, the border is going to be different. I'm going to go to the next line. Okay, and the border, I'm going to set it to this color here. And the opacity is 65%. And then we're going to set a shadow, SM, and then we're going to set overflow hidden, like that. So let's save. Okay, nothing happens yet. Okay, let's save. So height full. So height is set to 100 VH. The body, we should be able to see the full height here. Let me inspect. Okay, relative height should be full here. Okay. Just set the height full here. Okay, so we are missing also the border radius, so we need it to be rounded. So I'm going to set the rounded 3XL, like that. Okay, so by the way, this is a dark mode, so we need to put to light mode. Let's go to Tailwind CSS, Tailwind config. So we need to set up this config file for the Tailwind. So let's do here, dark mode, and then we're going to do a class. We're going to toggle a class for us to apply the dark mode. Let's save. As you can see now, it's white. Perfect. And it's got this glassy looking effect. All right, so we are going to go back to the page. I'm going to close the others. Put it here. Okay, so in the page we have the sidebar and we have the main. So I'll go back in the main. Oh, where is this coming from? Okay, so here we have sidebar, and then here we have the main content. So for the main content, it's going to fill up the entire remaining space because this is a flex. So here we're going to do class, and then we're going to set flex to 1, and it's also going to have a display of flex. Okay, the contents within the main content. All right, and for the sidebar, I'm going to create a component. Okay, and in the components, we are going to have a sidebar component. New, this is going to be sidebar. So we have the sidebar component, and we're going to do a sidebar.tsx, and we're going to use client, and we're going to create a functional component, and we're going to render the sidebar in here. Sidebar, like that, and hopefully we should be able to see a sidebar component. And I'll go into the sidebar. Now let's just do some basic styling. Here for the width, I'm going to set the width to 25 frame. You can set this to whatever you want. Flex, it's the display flex, and we're going to do a border radius 2, border, oops, we're going to do a border right, actually border right 2. We're going to set a border right, and then I want to set the border to white. And then for the dark mode, if you remember the border color we have with the opacity of 60%, on dark mode, I'm going to have a different background color, a border color, I mean. So this is the sidebar, and this is the content where we're going to display the messages and stuff. Okay. So for this sidebar, we are going to, since it's a flex, we're going to also have a mini sidebar within the sidebar. So we have div here, and then we have another div in here, like so. All right, so this one, we are going to do class and then padding 4, p4, and then we're going to flex column, and then we're going to justify between, like so. Okay, so we should have 2 items here. So we have this one here and this one, and I'm going to set item center, and then I'm also going to set the border, this one here, basically the same thing here. So the border white and the dark one as well. Copy, paste. All right, and let's save. We should be able to see a border here, as you can see here, but it doesn't look nice because we haven't also put some content within this mini sidebar. This one, class, and then we're going to set p to 4, and we're also going to do pb4, and then we're going to do flex 1, like that. All right, so that's our sidebar. I'm thinking what to start with. Let's start with, what component should we start with? I'm just thinking how to make this easier. Okay, let's just start with the sidebar and display the profile, actually. So for us to do that, we want to fetch the data. Okay, so we already have the user, const user, from the user context. Actually it's user context. We have the user object already. Okay, we also want update user coming from the user context. So let's see what we have in this user object. User, what is this error? Don't know why we have this error. Let me go to the browser. Okay, it's set to use client. Okay, all right, so why do we have this error? Oh, put this in here. All right, so the user object should show us something. Let's refresh and go to the console. Okay, so this is the user object. As you can see, we have the bio, friend requests, friends. All right, I'm going to get this user object. We also want to get the photo, const. We're going to get the photo, and we're going to get friend requests, which is empty at the moment. This friend request object is empty. It's an array, but it's empty. I'm also going to create, you know what, we can do this in the utilities folder, but I'll do it here instead. So const, we're going to do nav buttons. So we're going to have some nav buttons for navigation. and this is going to be an array. It's going to have an object, so we're going to have an ID. We're going to set that to 0, and then we're going to have a name. So the name is going to be, so this one we're going to name it all charts, and we're going to have an icon. The icon is going to be an inbox icon. So if we go to layout, we're importing font awesome. Okay, so make sure you have font awesome loaded. And if we go to, do we have the utility folder? Components, verify. Okay, we need to create a utils folder. So here we're going to do utils. And then here we're going to do icons.tsx, like this. TSX, that's for the icons. And we're going to export const inbox. So you go to font awesome, and look for whatever icon you want to use. And in this case, I'm going to search inbox. So you copy this, and then we're going to export const inbox, and then make sure you change this to class name. And then here we're going to be able to use this inbox icon. So make sure you import from the icons coming from the utils. We're importing inbox. All right, so we have the inbox. We also want the archive. So I'll just paste in the rest of the icons in the icons here. So these are some of the icons we're going to be using. So I just paste in the rest of them that we're exporting each icon, and then here we're just importing the icon. All right, so let's create the rest of the array items. All right, we have ID, name. We also want, maybe we might want a slug here. Oops, slug. We can name this charts, maybe something like this. And then we are going to have another item. So this one is going to be archived, something like that. And then we're going to be using the archive icon like that, and archived, something like that. All right, and finally we ID. This is no request. Actually, yeah, this is request. We're going to be using the group icon. Okay, and we're going to say notification. We're going to set that to true. You're going to see what this does later. All right, so we have the nav buttons. Perfect. By the way, you could have put this in the utils. You can create a util function. A util file where you can save these nav buttons. All right, let's start with this here. All right, so here we're going to have a div, and then we're going to give it a class name. This is going to be the profile, and we're going to do flex call, and then item center, and here we're just going to display an image, and then the source is going to be the photo. Okay, and aspect ratio, we're going to set that to aspect square. It's going to be a square, and then rounded full, and then we're going to do object cover, and then we're going to do border 2, actually border 2, and then we're going to set border white like that. And then for the dark mode, we're going to do that grayish border. Okay, and we're also going to set the cursor pointer And then well, I'm going to set the transition. Actually, let me go to the next line here, so it doesn't look like a lot. All right, here I'm going to set the cursor pointer, and then on hover, cursor pointer, and then we're going to hover. So for the hover, we are going to set the scale to 105, and then transition, transform, and then we're going to set the duration to 300, and then ease in, out, and then shadow, SM, and then we're going to select text like that. Okay, let's get rid of this. Let's save. What is this issue now? Aspect ratio. Okay, so photo doesn't seem to be working somehow. Okay, I think I know why. We need to go to the next config because we are using GitHub. We need to include that in the domains. So here we're going to do images, and then we're going to set the domains. I'm just going to paste in the domains in here. All right, so we should be able to, let's restart this. Let's refresh because okay, so there it is. There's the image. This is for the GitHub localhost edge store. Can't remember what this is. Now let's go back. I'm going to set this to 50. So we should be able to see a profile image here. Okay. Now we are going to set. This is enough for the image. We need to do the nav buttons. So with image. Okay, and we're going to have a div here, another div. So this is for this is going to allow us to change the theme. This is for the buttons. Okay, let's start with the buttons. Nav buttons.map. We're going to map, and then we're going to return a btn. And then here we're going to return a button like that. Okay. We're going to set key. We're going to set that to the btn btn.id. That's the unique key for the button. Okay, and here we're going to have btn.icon. Okay, and here we're going to check btn.notification, and then we're going to display a span like this, and then here we're going to say span. We're going to show how many friend requests we have. So here we're going to say friend request.length is less than 0. This is wrong. Let me do it by myself. Friend requests btn. Oh my days. span friend request.length. So this might be no actually, so let's check for no friend request.length. And then if this length is less than 0, and then we're just going to display friend request.length. Otherwise, we're just going to display 0 like this. So we should see 0 here because we don't have any friend requests. Okay, I'm just going to class and position absolute this class absolute, and I'm going to say top minus top 2, and I'm going to say right 0, and then width 4 and height 4, and then I'm going to set the BG. The BG is going to be like red color, so hash F00, something like this. And I'm going to set the text white, and then I'm just going to make this text very small. Text SM, and then we're going to round it full, and then we're going to do flex, item center, justify center. Okay, we should have a small circle somewhere. We need to set position relative here. That's why we don't see it, it's off screen. So text SM should be actually XS, extra small, and we need to set the position to relative on the parent. So here's the button. We need the class name, and we are going to do relative, and then we're going to set the padding to 1, and then flex, and then we're going to items center, and then the text, we're going to give it a color. I'm just pasting the color here for the dark mode. Okay, so text, this is the color here for the text, and then the dark mode. So there it is. Ooh, now, so let's go back. So here on the parent, we're going to do class. So we're going to set relative, so here, and then we're going to do py to 4, and then we're going to do flex column, item center, gap 8. We're going to set gap. Was the flex? We need a gap between each item, and then I'm just going to set the text to LG and border white and shadows SM. So we have on the dark mode, we're going to have this grayish border. We've been using this, and then the rounded, I want it to be 30 pixels, and then the shadow small on the dark mode. Okay, so now as you can see, now we have this border white, and then we have a gap of 8 between these icons. And here I'm going to do the same. We're going to display some icons. So I will collapse these nav buttons. Now let's do the icons. So here I'm just going to create 2 buttons. We're going to have button number 1, and then we're going to have button number 2. Okay, I'm also going to put like a divider here. So it's going to be a span. Let's start with the divider. I'm going to give it a class width full, and then I'm going to give it a height. I'm going to give it around 2 pixels. 2 pixels. You can use you can give it any height you want, so depending on what look you want to give it. And then we're going to give it a BG wide, and on dark mode I'm going to paste in that color we've been using, dark mode. So we should see a divider somewhere. We don't see it yet because we need to add some text on the button. Actually, in this case, I'm going to use an icon. So we're going to use the moon icon, and then we're going to use the sun icon. So you can import this from the icons. So we should be able to see 2 icons here. Perfect. So here I'm going to put a class name, and this is going to be, I'm going to give it a padding px, I'm going to give it a 2, and then py, I'm going to give it 1, and then the text, I'm going to give it a gray color. Okay, so something like this. So when I save, we should see this gray color. And then this is going to be a flex column, and then I'm going to give it a gap 2, and then text XL, extra large, and then border, we're going to set that to 2. Okay, so for the border, we're going to give the border white, and then that color we've been using, the gray color on dark mode, this one. All right, and we're going to put rounded to 30 pixels as well. Perfect. So let's see what we have. So there it is. Okay, so we just need to style these buttons. We need to give them some paddings. Okay, so let's start with the first button. Oops, this one. Let's do class name. And then here, we're going to be using actually template, class name. Let's use some template literals. And then we're going to check for the theme. We're going to say user. We have the user object already imported. And then .theme. So user.theme, if the theme equal to light, so by default it's going to be light, unless if you change it. And then we're going to, if it's light, I am going to display a gradient in here, gradient text. Okay, otherwise we're just going to display an empty string. We don't have this gradient text yet. Okay, this gradient text actually is going to be a string like this. Okay, like so. So we need to create this gradient text. Let's go to the utilities, tailwind styles, name it like this, and then this is going to be a tsx, and then we're going to export const gradient. This should be gradient text, export. All right, so this is going to be inline block, and then this is going to be a gradient from this color to this color, and then the text transparent, and then we're going to clip the text. But in this case, I'm going to be using different colors. I'm just going to paste the colors we're going to be using. Okay, so we're going to be using this purple color and then this color here. I think it's pink. And we need to import gradient text. Oh, it's not importing. Okay, I guess we have to do it manually. So here we're going to import gradient text. This should be coming from the tailwind styles. And we should see a gradient here. So by the way, these icons are the other way around. Okay, so the moon should be cut. Oops, what did I do? This should be moon, and then this should be the sun. Okay, so now let's finish styling up these buttons. All right, so this one we are going to do the same actually. I'm going to copy this class name, copy, and then this one we're going to put if it's dark. Okay, we're just going to put text white here. So the text white. All right, so if it's on dark mode, the text is going to be white. Perfect. So we don't need a lot of styles for this, but I think what I will do actually, I'll give this a width full. Okay, let's go up. Okay, so width, I'll give you a width of full. P4. So something like this, okay? But this one, we Need to check for the text size. It should be XL. So text XL. I don't know why it says text left here. It should, I was meant to put text XL. Okay, like that. Perfect. It's looking nice so far. I guess let me see what would be the next component we should work on. Okay, so in this video, we're going to work on the views. For example, when I click the archived, it's going to change. And also when I click on the friend request, it's going to change the data on the screen. Now let's go to the global context. Actually, we need to create a global context in the context folder. Global context.js. So in here, we're going to import React from React, and then we're going to create a global context. And then here we're going to export global provider, export const global provider, and then we're just going to return some a basic state in here. And then we want to be able to access the state in here. So we need to use the context. Export use global context, and then we need to return in here, return use context. Okay, so use global context like that. So I'm going to get rid of this, the state that we need the current view. By default, it's going to be all charts, current view. It's going to be all charts, like so, all charts. And then we need the other one that we need. It's called const show friend profile, like that. So by default, it's going to start at false because we don't want to show the friend profile on start. And then we need const. We actually need the show profile. So this is the user profile. You can name it user profile, by the way, if you want to. That's up to you. Okay, I'm going to create some functions in here. Const handle profile toggle, something like this. And then in here, it's going to take a parameter. It's called show. And then we're just going to return and then set show to whatever we pass in here. Const handle view change. It's going to also take in the view, and then we're going to set the current view to whatever view we pass in here. For example, the friend request view. And finally, const handle friend profile, like that. And then it's going to take in show, and we need to pass in the state values in here, all of them. Save. Perfect. Actually, probably we don't need the set handle. Okay, yeah, we don't have the set. Perfect. Now we actually need to wrap our entire application with this global context. We need to go to providers. Where's providers? Okay, here it is. So let's wrap our entire application with global provider. Oops. Let's save and make sure you import global provider. It should be coming from context / global context, like that. All right. So let's try to log in. The Walter, this one, pass 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, we've logged in. Perfect. Now let's go to page in app directory, and we need to const import current view. So the other properties that we want is show friend profile, and we also need the profile of the user, show profile. This is coming from global context. All right, let's console log these values. Let's see what we have. Let's check our console. All right, as you can see, we have all charts, false, false. Perfect. So we have the state. Now in here, so we have sidebar, and then we have this component, the main one. That's where we're going to display a lot of stuff in here. So flex, I'm going to create a div in here. So we have a div. We're going to have a class relative, and we want to flex 1 and border right to and then border white. I'm just going to paste in that gray color for the dark mode. All right, so we have that dark color. And I'm going to have another div underneath. This one, it's going to have a width of 30%, something like that. Perfect. So let's go inside in here. So I'm going to do some conditions. If not show profile, I am going to show a component, a header component, which we need to create. So we need to go to components and create a header component in there. Okay, for this one, I'm wondering if I should create another folder for that. Actually, I'll create a folder in the components called messages, and then I'll create a header in here, copy, and I'll also create another folder. So this should be head body. So header.tsx, we're going to export functional component header, save, and then here body, we're going to do the same, export. Okay, we have the body, and we also need another component. This one is called text area. Okay, let's create a new file in here. Text area.tsx, export, exo, and we probably need another component, but we're going to do that later on. Actually, not in the components, I'll create another folder. So this one is going to be called profile, and then inside profile folder, I'm going to create a new file, profile.tsx, and then we're going to export. All right, so now let's try to import header. All right, so now we have header, and we need to do the same thing. We need to import body. Okay, and I'm going to have a div in here. So this one is for the text area. So class name absolute absolute, and then we're going to do flex column. Actually, this one is widthful, and then we're going to do px for, and then py, pb, actually pb for, something like that, and then left 0, and then bottom 0. All right, and here we're going to show the text area. Okay, save. So as you can see here, we have the header, body, text area, like so. But we don't have anything yet because we have not implemented the click. Okay, so here is what it looks like. So we have the header, the body, and then we have the text area. All right. So now let's see what we can work on next. Let's do the profile. So after the text area, and then here we're just gonna say show profile. Show profile. If the show profile is true, we're going to display a div, and then we need to render the profile component in here. Profile component like that. The profile component is false because we don't see the profile because it's false. Okay, let's do some styles here. Class name, flex column, and we're going to items center, justify center, and then we're just gonna give the height to full. Height full, like that. Okay, so sidebar, we haven't implemented the sidebar yet. So now let's go to the sidebar and do the click. When we click, why is this background white? It's not white here. I don't know why this color is white. Let me double check. Page. I'm going to close the others. All right, so body. Okay, relative. So this should be border, by the way. Border, white. All right, so now it should look correct. Let's do the click. Let's go to the sidebar. All right, so we have the update user. I'm going to get rid of this theme. I'm going to collapse the nav buttons. Okay, so let's just import some stuff in here. Const, we need our charts. Actually, not our charts. We need show profile. We need show profile. I think it's easier if we just copy. Go to use global context. Okay, so we need the handle profile toggle. And just one moment, I'm just going to switch off something. There's a noise in the background. All right, I'm back. Okay. Friend requests. Oops, why do I have friend requests? Handle. Okay, I was importing show profile and the profile toggle. Let's save. Actually, we need the function handle view change as well, because when we click, we want to change the view. Handle view change. Okay, I'm going to change the name of this one. Profile. And the profile toggle. We have this one already. Okay, show profile. We have show profile. What we're missing is current view. Okay, perfect. I'm going to which button is it? Down here. Okay, so go to the buttons. These ones here. Okay, we need on click here. We're going to add an on click, and then we're going to take in a callback function. Okay, and then we're going to set. We need to create some state actually. So here, let's create a state. Active nav button. So here we're going to say const active nav use state. Let's do this state after the buttons. I'll cut these buttons. I'll put it at the top here. I'll collapse like so. So here we're going to select the first button. So nav buttons, we're going to select the first one, and then the ID. We're going to be using the ID to select. So the ID on initial render, the first button is an ID of 1, or whatever ID. If you're not using the index, whatever ID you're using, or you can use this lag. That's entirely up to you. Okay, we're just going to compare if this ID matches. So here we're just going to set active nav to button.id, which is going to be the index. Okay, so we're just setting that, and then we're going to do the handle view change. I can't remember the name. Handle view change. Did I import that? Handle view change. Okay, we need to import handle view change. Handle view change. And then here, if you remember, it takes in an argument. So we're going to pass in the flag of the button. And then handle profile toggle, we're just going to set that to false. All right. So let's see. Let's try to console whenever we click. Whatever button we click on, let's see what ID it has. So this one is 0, 1, 2, 1, 0. Okay. So whatever button we click on, that we're taking that ID and changing the state to whatever ID we click on. All right. So now what we're going to do here, we're going to need an index. I is going to be number, and index. Here we're going to use template literals. Okay. So we're going to check. Oops. We're going to check if active button index, active nav index, active nav, the current active nav ID, which is the index, equal to the same as the button index we click on. We're going to add a class. So the class we're going to add is called active nav axo, or you can just add the styles directly, by the way, if you want to. All right, so now we have the class active nav. We can style that. I prefer to style active classes using CSS. Active nav. Here we're going to just change the color to a purple color. So there it is. So when we click, as you can see, the color is changing. Okay, that's really good. So the next step, let's see what we should work on. Let's go back to the sidebar. Actually, now let's work on the next component, which is going to be the messages here. Let's start working from the messages and do the search here. Okay, let's collapse this for now. I'm just checking to see if we need anything in here. Okay, seems all right. I'll collapse this. Oh, I'm sorry. I'll collapse. I will also collapse this for now. I'm going to set the dark and light theme later. We can actually do it now, to be honest. Let's do that. Let's do it now. The light and dark theme. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to create a function here. Const. This should be light. Oops. Light theme equal to. So this is going to be a function, and we're just going to update user. Update user. So we have this user already. We're just going to change the theme to light, and then dark theme. We're just going to change the theme to dark. Because the user update, we're updating this in the database. So we have this update user already done in the authentication section. So this update user updates the user properties. In this case, we're only going to update the theme property. Okay, so on use effect, on initial render, use effect, on initial render, I want to, so this should be user theme. On initial render, I'm going to set a class of the current user theme. So for example, if the user is dark, if you set a dark theme, that's going to be your default theme when you log into another device or whatever. Or if it's light, on initial render of whatever device you log into, it's going to be that theme you set, because the data is saved in the database, so it's going to remember your information. So here we're just going to do document to document element, and then here we're going to do class name, and then we're just going to set that to the user theme like that. And let's go back here and let's do on click. On click, we're just gonna put the light theme when we click here, and when we click on the moon, it should be dark theme. Let's save. So let's see if it's working. Go back, click, there's an error. Either prevent default is not a function. Okay, let's see where that is coming from. Okay. That's weird. Okay. Light theme. Let's take in a callback function here. Light theme, and here we're going to take in a callback function. Let's save. Let's refresh this page. Let's click update user. Okay, so it looks like update user. It takes in an event object. Okay, so it seems like we need to update the update user. Okay, update user. Update user. Update user. Takes in the event. Okay, we don't need this. Get rid of the event. So let's see. Okay, can get rid of this one. Get rid of this. All right. Let's see. Click light mode. Oh, seems like saying it's updating, but it's not updating. Let me click. Okay, let's see if the HTML file is updated. So class light. Seems like it's not changing over there. Okay. Let's go back to the sidebar. Let's try to cog user.theme theme. Go to the console. Click light. Light. Okay. Seems like it's not updating. Go back to the console. Oops. User context. Update user. Okay. So here we need to actually pass in the data. This is get user. Wrong function. Update user. Okay. We are passing in the data with credentials. Okay. I don't see anything wrong in here. Okay. Let's cog data. Click. Okay. So dark. It's actually saying data to update is dark. I'm not sure if this is theme, if the property is theme. Let me double check. Let's go to source, models, auth, user model. It's actually theme. Yeah, it's correct. Okay, let's cog the response here. Boom. Row. Response. Okay, I think I know why it's not returning all of the properties. So what we need to do, we need to go back to the user controllers, auth. Let's try to check the user controller. Okay, so let's see. register user. Register user. So this are the properties that we have for registering the user. We actually need more properties. Okay, so here bio, we have already bio, theme, friend, requests, last seen. Okay, so theme, friend, request, last seen. What else did we miss? Name, email, photo. Okay, I'm just checking to see if we've missed anything. Okay, we need friends, like that. All right. All right. We'll copy this. I'm just checking to see anywhere we're using that. Okay, get rid. Do we have is verified here? Oh yeah, there it is. Okay, copy these properties. Oops. Let's see. Okay, we need to do the same here. Theme, request, last seen, like so. Okay. Looks like that's what we need to update for now. Let's see. Let's refresh this. Okay. Let's see data, theme, light. So let's check updates, user. Okay, so theme. User.theme. All right, so we should be getting the theme from the requested body. So now let's see. Let's try to update the theme. Okay, perfect. So now the theme is updating now because we're getting the theme from the requested body object. Okay, last seen. We don't need this last seen here. Don't need friends. All right, probably we don't need. Anyway, I'll remove stuff we don't need later. But anyways, I'll get rid of this as well. Okay, so now we can update. Okay, perfect. Now let's go back to the sidebar. I want to see why the gradient is not showing. Gradient text. If theme equal to light. Yep, then we should show gradient text. Which is not showing currently. I don't know why. Let me try to copy this gradient text. It's showing now. I don't know why it's not showing, but anyway, I'll just keep it like this. instead. Okay, so we have the gradient text. Sweet. I think I'll take a break for now, and then I'll come back, and then we're going to work on from messages all the way down. Okay, I'll see you on the next one. Okay, so in this video, we're going to work on the views. For example, when I click the archived, it's going to change. And also when I click on the friend request, it's going to change the data on the screen. Now let's go to the global context. Actually, we need to create a global context in the context folder. Global context.js. So in here, we're going to import React from React, and then we're going to create a global context. And then here we're going to export global provider, export const global provider, and then we're just going to return some a basic state in here. And then we want to be able to access the state in here. So we need to use the context. Export use global context, and then we need to return in here, return use context. Okay, so use global context like that. So I'm going to get rid of this, the state that we need the current view. By default, it's going to be all charts, current view. It's going to be all charts, like so, all charts. And then we need the other one that we need. It's called const show friend profile, like that. So by default, it's going to start at false because we don't want to show the friend profile on start. And then we need const. We actually need the show profile. So this is the user profile. You can name it user profile, by the way, if you want to. That's up to you. Okay, I'm going to create some functions in here. Const handle profile toggle, something like this. And then in here, it's going to take a parameter. It's called show. And then we're just going to return and then set show to whatever we pass in here. Const handle view change. It's going to also take in the view, and then we're going to set the current view to whatever view we pass in here. For example, the friend request view. And finally, const handle friend profile, like that. And then it's going to take in show, and we need to pass in the state values in here, all of them. Save. Perfect. Actually, probably we don't need the set and okay, yeah, we don't have the set. Perfect. Now we actually need to wrap our entire application with this global context. We need to go to providers. Where's providers? Okay, here it is. So let's wrap our entire application with global provider. Oops. Let's save and make sure you import global provider. It should be coming from context / global context, like that. All right. So let's try to log in. The water, this one, pass 1, 2, 3, 4, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, we've logged in. Perfect. Now let's go to page in app directory, and we need to const import current view and view. So the other properties that we want is show friend profile, and we also need the profile of the user, show profile. This is coming from global context. All right, let's console log these values. Let's see what we have. Let's check our console. All right, as you can see, we have all charts, false, false. Perfect. So we have the state. Now in here, so we have sidebar, and then we have this component, the main one. That's where we're going to display a lot of stuff in here. So flex, I'm going to create a div in here. So we have a div. We're going to have a class relative, and we want to flex 1 and border right 2, border right 2, and then border white. Border white, I'm just going to paste in that gray color for the dark mode. All right, so we have that dark color. And I'm going to have another div underneath. This one, it's going to have a width of 30%, 30%, something like that. Perfect. So let's go inside in here. So I'm going to do some conditions. If not show profile, I am going to show a component, a header component, which we need to create. So we need to go to components and create a header component in there. Okay, for this one, I'm wondering if I should create another folder for that. Actually, I'll create a folder in the components called messages, and then I'll create a header in here, copy, and I'll also create another folder. So this should be head body. So header.tsx, we're going to export functional component header, save, and then here body, we're going to do the same, export. Okay, with the body, and we also need another component. This one is called text area. Okay, let's create a new file in here. Text area.tsx, export, exo, and we probably need another component, but we're going to do that later on. Actually, not in the components, I'll create another folder. So this one is going to be called profile, and then inside profile folder, I'm going to create a new file, profile.tsx, and then we're going to export. All right, so now let's try to import header. All right, so now we have header, and we need to do the same thing. We need to import body. Okay, and I'm going to have a div in here. So this one is for the text area. So class name, absolute, and then we're going to do flex column. Actually, this one is with full, and then we're going to do px for, and then py, pb, actually pb 4, something like that, and then left 0, and then bottom 0. All right, and here we're going to show the text area. Okay, save. So as you can see here, we have the header, body, text area, like so. But we don't have anything yet because we have not implemented the click. Okay, so here is what it looks like. So we have the header, the body, and then we have the text area. All right. So now let's see what we can work on next. Let's do the profile. So after the text area, and then here we're just gonna say show profile. Show profile. If the show profile is true, we're going to display a div, and then we need to render the profile component in here. Profile component like that. The profile component is false because we don't see the profile because it's false. Okay, let's do some styles here. Class name, flex column, and we're going to items center, justify center, and then we're just gonna give the height to full. Height full, like that. Okay, so sidebar, we haven't implemented the sidebar yet. So now let's go to the sidebar and do the click. When we click, why is this background white? It's not white here. I don't know why this color is white. Let me double check. Page. I'm going to close the others. All right, so body. Okay, relative. So this should be border, by the way. Border, white. All right, so now it should look correct. Let's do the click. Let's go to the sidebar. All right, so we have the update user. I'm going to get rid of this theme. I'm going to collapse the nav buttons. Okay, so let's just import some stuff in here. Const, we need our charts. Actually, not our charts. We need show profile. We need show profile. I think it's easier if we just copy. Go to use global context. Okay, so we need the handle profile toggle. And just one moment, I'm just going to switch off something. There's a noise in the background. All right, I'm back. Okay. Friend requests. Oops, why do I have friend requests? Handle. Okay, I was importing show profile and the profile toggle. Let's save. Actually, we need the function handle view change as well, because when we click, we want to change the view. Handle view change. Okay, I'm going to change the name of this one. Profile. And the profile toggle. We have this one already. Okay, show profile. We have show profile. What we're missing is current view. Okay, perfect. I'm going to which button is it? Down here. Okay, so go to the buttons. These ones here. Okay, we need on click here. We're going to add an on click, and then we're going to take in a callback function. Okay, and then we're going to set. We need to create some state actually. So here, let's create a state. Active nav button. So here we're going to say const active nav use state. Let's do this state after the buttons. I'll cut these buttons. I'll put it at the top here. I'll collapse like so. So here we're going to select the first button. So nav buttons, we're going to select the first one, and then the ID. We're going to be using the ID to select. So the ID on initial render, the first button is an ID of 1, or whatever ID. If you're not using the index, whatever ID you're using, or you can use this slag. That's entirely up to you. Okay, we're just going to compare if this ID matches. So here we're just going to set active nav to button.id, which is going to be the index. Okay, so we're just setting that, and then we're going to do the handle view change. I can't remember the name. Handle view change. Did I import that? Handle view change. Okay, we need to import handle view change. Handle view change. And then here, if you remember, it takes in an argument. So we're going to pass in the slag of the button. And then handle profile toggle, we're just going to set that to false. All right. So let's see. Let's try to console whenever we click. Whatever button we click on, let's see what ID it has. So this one is 0, 1, 2, 1, 0. Okay. So whatever button we click on, that we're taking that ID and changing the state to whatever ID we click on. All right. So now what we're going to do here, we're going to need an index. I is going to be number. An index. Here we're going to use template literals. Okay. So we're going to check. Oops. We're going to check if active button index, active nav index, active nav, the current active nav ID, which is the index, equal to the same as the button index we click on. We're going to add a class. So the class we're going to add is called active nav axo, or you can just add the styles directly, by the way, if you want to. All right, so now we have the class active nav. We can style that. I prefer to style active classes using CSS. Active nav. Here we're going to just change the color to a purple color. So there it is. So when we click, as you can see, the color is changing. Okay, that's really good. So the next step, let's see what we should work on. Let's go back to the sidebar. Actually, now let's work on the next component, which is going to be the messages here. Let's start working from the messages and do the search here. Okay, let's collapse this for now. I'm just checking to see if we need anything in here. Okay, seems all right. I'll collapse this. Oh, I'm sorry. I'll collapse. I will also collapse this for now. We're going to set the dark and light theme later. We can actually do it now, to be honest. Let's do that. Let's do it now. The light and dark theme. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to create a function here. Const. This should be light. Oops. Light theme equal to. So this is going to be a function, and we're just going to update user. Update user. So we have this user already. We're just going to change the theme to light, and then dark theme. We're just going to change the theme to dark. Because the user update, we're updating this in the database. So we have this update user already done in the authentication section. So this update user updates the user properties. In this case, we're only going to update the theme property. Okay, so on use effect, on initial render, use effect, on initial render, I want to, so this should be user.theme. On initial render, I'm going to set a class of the current user theme. So for example, if the user is dark, if you set a dark theme, that's going to be your default theme when you log into another device or whatever. Or if it's light, on initial render of whatever device you log into, it's going to be that theme you set, because the data is saved in the database, so it's going to remember your information. So here we're just going to do document to document element, and then here we're going to do class name, and then we're just going to set that to the user theme like that. And let's go back here and let's do on click. On click, we're just gonna put the light theme when we click here, and when we click on the moon, it should be dark theme. Let's save. So let's see if it's working. Go back, click, there's an error. It prevent default is not a function. Okay, let's see where that is coming from. Okay, That's weird. Okay. Light theme. Let's take in a callback function here. Light theme, and here we're going to take in a callback function. Let's save. Let's refresh this page. Let's click update user. Okay, so it looks like update user. It takes in an event object. Okay, so it seems like we need to update the update user. Okay, update user. Update user. Update user. Checks in the event. Okay, we don't need this. Get rid of the event. So let's see. Okay, can get rid of this one. Get rid of this. All right. Let's see. Click light mode. Oh, seems like saying it's updating, but it's not updating. Let me click. Okay, let's see if the HTML file is updated. So class light. Seems like it's not changing over there. Okay. Let's go back to the sidebar. Let's try to cog user.theme theme. Go to the console. Click light. Okay, seems like it's not updating. Go back to the console. Oops. User context, update user. Okay, so here we need to actually pass in the data. This is get user, wrong function. Update user. Okay, we are passing in the data with credentials. Okay, I don't see anything wrong in here. Okay, let's cog data. Click. Okay, so dark. It's actually saying data to update is dark. I'm not sure if this is theme, if the property is theme. Let me double check. Let's go to source, models, auth, user model. It's actually theme. Yeah, it's correct. Okay, let's cog the response here. Boom. Row. Response. Okay, I think I know why it's not returning all of the properties. So what we need to do, we need to go back to the user controllers auth. Let's try to check the user controller. Okay, so let's see. Register user. Register user. So this are the properties that we have for registering the user. We actually need more properties. So here, bio, we have already bio, theme, friend, requests, last seen. Okay, so theme, friend, request, last seen. What else did we miss? Name, email, photo. Okay, I'm just checking to see if we've missed anything. So we need friends, like that. All right. All right. We'll copy this. I'm just checking to see anywhere we're using that. Okay, get rid. Do we have is verified here? Oh yeah, there it is. Okay, copy these properties. Oops. Let's see. Okay, we need to do the same here. Theme, request, last seen, like so. Okay. Looks like that's what we need to update for now. Let's see. Let's refresh this. Okay. Let's see. Data, theme, light. So let's check updates, user. Okay, so theme. User.theme. All right, so we should be getting the theme from the requested body. So now let's see. Let's try to update the theme. Okay, perfect. So now the theme is updating now because we're getting the theme from the requested body object. Okay, last seen. We don't need this last seen here. Don't need friends. All right, probably we don't need. Anyway, I'll remove stuff we don't need later. But anyways, I'll get rid of this as well. Okay, so now we can update. Okay, perfect. Now let's go back to the sidebar. I want to see why the gradient is not showing. Gradient text. If theme equal to light. Yep, then we should show gradient text. Which is not showing currently. I don't know why. Let me try to copy this gradient text. It's showing now. I don't know why it's not showing, but anyway, I'll just keep it like this instead. Okay, so we have the gradient text. Sweet. I think I'll take a break for now, and then I'll come back, and then we're going to work on from messages all the way down. Okay, I'll see you on the next one. Okay, so now let's work on the chat item. Here we're going to start from the messages all the way down, and then we're going to render the messages. Okay, so in here, after we finish this bit here, we're going to start with the messages. So this is going to be like an h2. Okay, so I'm going to give it a class name, and I'm going to give it a padding px. This is going to be, I'm going to use template literals px. We're going to give it a px of 2 or 4, px4, and then we're going to give font bold, and then text to XL, and then we're going to be using that gradient text. Okay, let's see if it's working. We need to, yeah, there it is. So the gradient text is working. Okay, so here I'm going to change this to messages like that, and I'm just going to give it a color of white when we're on the dark mode. So dark color, we're going to set that to white. So when I put dark, the color is white. When I go back to the light theme, it's this gradient text. That's what I'm looking for. Okay, so after that, we're going to have a div, and we're going to give a class name empty. We're going to set that to 2, and then we're going to have a px of 2 or 4 actually. Okay, and here I'm going to display a search input component, search input, like so. But we don't have this component yet, so we need to create this component. Okay, so let's go to the components folder. Let's create a component, search input. Okay, I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to create a new component in here, .tsx. This is going to be a client component, use client, like so. So here we should be able to import this search input. So we should be able to see search input here. Okay, so let's style the search input. Okay, so this is going to be a form, and let's give it a class name. You know what? I'll give a class name to a child element. Let's do a div in here, and then let's give it a class name of relative. All right, so we have this div, and we're going to have a span in here. So we're going to have a search icon, like so. So we should be able to see a search icon here. All right, and we're going to have the input in this div, input, and then the type is going to be text, and then we're going to give it a name of search, name, search, and then the value is going to be search, which we don't have yet. We can create here a state const search, and then search set search. It's going to be an empty string at the beginning. Make sure you import use state, and here we're just going to pass the value to search. As you can see now, we have the search, but I'm going to get rid of the styles here. I'm going to put my own styles. Okay, so I'm going to get rid of the on change as well. I'm going to put my own function in here. Search here, that's for the placeholder. And then the width, we're going to set that to full, and then PL 12, like that. And then we're going to set PR to 2, and then we're going to set PY to 0.65 rem, like that. And then we're going to set the BG to white. So let's see what we have. So there it is. All right. So this pan here, let's start with this one first. This one is going to be in position of absolute. And then the top is going to be 50%, which is 1/2. And padding left, that's 4. And then text, I'm going to give it a color, this color here. And then we're going to translate this on the Y. Translate Y. This should be minus 50% because I want it to be centered. Minus 50%. And then I'm going to set the text XL. XL. Oops. Text XL, like that. So we should be able. All right. That looks all right so far. Let's go back to the input. So on dark mode, I'm going to give it a border. So on dark mode, the background is going to be transparent. I'm also going to give it a border 2, and then border white. Also on dark mode, I'm going to change the border to that dark color. Then I'm going to give it a transition. I'm going to go to the next line here. So I'm going to give it a border, this dark color here on dark mode, and the text I'm going to change to this color, the slate 300. That's the text color when it's dark, and rounded XL, text gray. And when we focus, when we click the input, it's going to put a ring, and then the ring it's going to have a color of CCC. And then we're going to have an opacity and a transition. Okay, so I'm going to save this. Let's see. Okay, there it is. So this one, okay, it looks similar. Okay. Seems like the width for is not working as it should. That's for the search input. I'm going to inspect here. Okay, it looks like there's px4 sidebar. Okay, get rid of this. And we should also get rid of the px4 here. Because there's a p4 here. Okay. So yeah, it should resemble each other. But what I want to do, I'm actually going to give this a padding top. Okay. I'll give it empty, actually empty2, like this. It's going to have a bit of a spacing at the top here. Okay. Perfect. Now we can search. We don't have the handle change. That's why we cannot type anything. We can create a function to handle the change in the search input here. We're going to do that when we're going to set up the debounds using Lodash. We're going to do that later when we fetch the data. But I'm just going to put a temporary search in here. Const handle search. Okay. I'm going to set search to e.target.value, and then here on handle change, I'm going to set to that function. Now we can type something in the search bar. Okay, so the next is going to be all charts. So the all charts is going to be an h2. We'll close the others. Sidebar, close others. Okay, so after the search input, I'm going to check if the current view is all charts, and then we're going to display the charts if the current view is all charts. Okay, we're going to say current view equal to all charts, and then what are we going to do? And then we're going to display a div. Let's just say all charts. Okay, so if I change, as you can see, it's changing. Seems like it's not showing the text back. That's weird. Let's inspect. I'm going to refresh here. I'm going to console log current view. Okay, let's switch archives, requests, or charts, current view. Okay, seems like it's using the slug. All right, so we should be able to see that, the view changing. Nice. We're going to create a div in here. Actually, let's use this one here. Let's give it a class name. I'm going to give it an empty of 8. And we're going to create a header. So this header, we're going to name it all charts. I'm going to create a span for it. And then in here, we're going to have a chat icon. So we should be able to see a chat icon here. Perfect. Class name. So in here, we're going to have some class names. We're going to have px4. Like so. Why do you have an error? h4. Okay. Seems like so this class name should be on the h4. And then here, they should have mt8. Like so. Okay, perfect. I'm going to have a grid, display grid. And then we're going to have a grid columns. I'm going to give it 22 pixels for the icon. And then 1 FR for the remaining text. And then we're going to item center. And then we're going to set the font to bold. And then we're going to be using that gradient text. And when we change to the dark mode, we're going to change this color to white, but it's going to be slate 200. So there it is. Seems like it's not centered. Is this centered? Okay, so we need to center this icon here from the looks of it. So when we change to white. Okay. I don't know if I can see properly. It seems like this search icon, the search needs to be rounded. It's not rounded. I'm going to inspect here. Border radius. Okay. Seems like it's the parent search input. rounded, be 30 pixels. I believe this is what I used. Let me check. Rounded XL. It's XL. Rounded XL. Okay, let's refresh. It seems like it has to be here. All right. We can also reduce the shadow. Okay, where's this shadow coming from then? Okay, oh, I think I know where this shadow is coming from. So get rid of this rounded. Go back to the styles. So as you can see here, we're not targeting, we're targeting every form, but instead we need to target a specific form for these styles here. So this is for the login form and the register form. All right, so what we need to do, let's look for the login. So with auth, login form, copy, and then we need to go register. It's register. Okay, you can do for the rest of the forms. We have the forgot password, and I think that's what we need for now. So here, let's select those, register, password, and then we have login form. Make sure this is a class selector. So that shadow should disappear now. No, it hasn't disappeared. Okay. Copy that. All right. So yeah, that shadow is gone. I'm going to zoom out now. All right. So let's go back. All charts. Okay. So everything seems to be working fine now. Sidebar. Go back to all charts. Okay, so for the chat items, these chat items here, we need to fetch all of our chats, whatever chats we have active, we need to fetch all of them and then display them here. So to do that, we're going to create a context for the chat. So let's create a context here, chat context.js, just to, for us, it's going to allow us to access the chat context. So here we're going to import React. There's no auto-completion. From React, const chat context. We're going to create a new context, and then we're just going to export const. So this is going to be chat provider, and then we're going to create a function, okay, which is going to take in the children, and then here we're going to export const use chat context, and then we're going to return the use context. and then we're going to utilize the chat context. Okay, so here I'm just going to return some dummy state. I'm going to get rid of this. Okay, I'll get rid of all these values here. I'm going to save. Perfect. Let's go and wrap our entire application, which is this children, with the chat provider. Let's go to, I'm looking for the providers, components. Okay, here. So we need to wrap our application. So chat provider. Okay, so chat provider, I'm going to wrap around the children. Oops. Okay, get rid of this. Okay, we just need to import that from the chat context. Okay, so now there's no issues, seems to be working fine. Okay, so let's fetch. First off, I will close others. Let's start by fetching the user, the currently logged in user, using the ID. Remember, we created a function for us to fetch the user. If I go back to the server, we are going to see, if I go back, is it, where did I create that function? We have get user by ID. By the way, we can move this function into the auth. Okay, but yeah, we have this function get user by ID. So that's what we want to use. So get user by ID. That's what we want to fetch the user by ID first before we do anything. Const get user by ID. Actually, I'll name that get user by ID. So here we're going to be async ID, and then we're going to try catch in here. Okay, so actually I think we have installed Axios already, so we don't need to install Axios for us. It's going to allow us to fetch the data. Okay, so here I'm just going to check if we don't have the ID. We're just going to return, we're not going to execute whatever is below this code if this ID doesn't exist. Okay, we're not going to execute anything. Otherwise, if you have the ID, we're going to do const response equal to await Axios, and then this is going to be a get request, and then it's going to be API v1 slash user, and then we're going to pass in the user ID like so, and then we're just going to return response.data. Okay, axios.get, but here we need to specify the base URL or server URL. Const server URL is 5000. You can put this server URL in the environment variables, by the way. Okay, so we should be able to get the data based on the user ID. And then here we're just going to console log the error. Okay, so now we have the get user by ID. Now what we need to do is fetch all of the chats for a user, how many chats we have. Fetch user chats. Fetch chats equal to async async. So this one is not going to take any ID at all. And then here we're just going to check if not user ID. If not user ID, we're just going to return, we're not going to execute as well. So where is this user ID coming from? Well, So the currently logged in user, we want to get the currently logged in user. Okay, so up top here was a const user. The currently logged in user is going to come from the context, the user context, the user context, like so. So now we have this user, we can get the user ID equal to user.id, like so. So now we have access to the user currently logged in user ID. All right. So if we don't have this user ID, what are we going to do? We're just going to not execute, but if we do, we're going to execute the code. Const response, and then here we're going to await Axios. So this one is also a get request, and we're going to use, oops, what did I miss now? Get try catch. Okay, const response, go to await Axios.get. Okay, save a URL, and then the name of the, we're going to get the charts based on the user ID. Okay, so the currently logged in user, we want to get whatever charts this user is involved in. Okay, so here I'm going to create a state. So state, I'm just going to say state here, const charts. Okay, and then it's going to be an empty array at the beginning, and then we're going to update the charts. So here we're going to set charts to response.data. Whatever response we're getting, we're going to set that to the chart state. All right, so we have fetched charts now. Let's see. Okay, fetch charts. Oh, let's try to also fetch the messages. So if I go to messages, message controller, we have get chat messages. But if I go to the routes, we have the messages. This one is for creating a message, but this one is to get messages with this chat ID. So now we want to fetch the messages which have this chat ID. Okay. So fetch users, I'm going to say fetch messages for a chat. Okay, so here const fetch messages. This is going to be an async. It's going to take in a chat ID. So messages, if you remember, messages, get chat messages, we have limit, offset, limit number of how many messages we want to fetch. So currently we've commented this out. We don't want to implement the pagination yet. So for now, let's go to the chat context. I'm just going to put in the chat ID. And then limit, we can limit these messages to 15 by default. But otherwise, you can specify whatever value you want to limit, and then offset. I'm just going to set it to 0. All right. And we're going to run try catch in here. Try catch. And then here we're going to const response await Axios to get. We're going to get by the chat ID. Okay. And we're going to do params chat ID like this, and then we're going to do params, and then we're going to pass in the limit and the offset. Okay, and what we need to also have is the messages state, const messages. Okay, like that. And let's go back. We just need to set messages to respond to a data, and then here we're just going to show the error. Okay, so we're fetching messages for whatever chat that is active. The current, so for example, this one, we're fetching messages for this chat based on the chat ID. All right, let's save. Chat ID. All right. This is the wrong spelling for fetch. Fetch messages, fetch chats. Okay, so for now, that's what we need. Let's fetch the chats on initial render. So here, in here actually, we're going to run a use effect. Use effect. We're going to fetch chats on initial render based on the user ID. So every time the user ID changes, we're going to fetch the chats. Okay, we're going to run this function. So now let's see on initial render if we have something in the state. Let's inspect components. So what we need to look at the chat context, global user provider. I'm looking for the chat. User context provider. I don't even know where the chat context provider is. Let me double check. So this is global provider. So we have chat provider. Okay, chat provider is what we are looking for. Global. Okay. I have no idea why we don't see chat provider. Let's go back to the chat context. I'll just put some values in here. Okay, get user by ID. Fetch messages. Okay, I'll put those in here. I'll get rid of the fetch messages. We need the messages, the chats. Global. Okay, but anyways, we have the chats here, by the way. So I just click the context provider. So we have some chats here. We have 3 chats. And then there are fake participants we've done. I don't think these users exist. They're like fake users. So we're not going to be able to fetch the users. All right, so we have some chats. But for some reason, I cannot see the chat context here. It should be here somewhere. Oh, there it is. Found it. All right. So yeah, we have some chats here. What we're going to do now, we have chats. We're exporting these chats. We're going to need to access those chats within the sidebar. Okay. So within the sidebar, we have chats. We actually need a new state. Let's create a new function in the chat context. So we have the fetch messages for chat. We have fetch chats. I'm going to create a new function here. I'm going to say const fetch all messages I'm going to explain what this does in a minute. This is going to be an async. It's going to take in the chat ID. And then if not chat ID, we're going to return. And then we're going to run try catch. And then here, const response to await axios to get messages based on the chat ID. But in here, we don't want to update the state. We just want to return the actual data. So this function, this fetch messages, is going to return the data. It's not going to update a state or anything. It's going to return the actual data. All right. So now we have that. We're also going to do the same for charts. We want to return the actual chart data. So here we're going to say fetch or charts data. So each chart, so if you remember, each chart is going to have participants, messages. Okay. So we are going to use the participants ID to filter and get whatever data that user, to get a user data based on this participant ID. So each participant is an ID, and we're going to get the user information linked to this ID. So that's what we're doing in this function in here. We're going to create that function. So we're going to const get charts. Yeah, let's name it data to be descriptive. All right, so here we're going to, it's going to be an async. Okay, and it's not going to take anything, try catch. So I'm going to get an individual user data, but because this is an array. Okay, so it's an array, so we cannot directly fetch a lot of users at once without using a promise. So that's why that's what we're doing here. So yeah, I'm just going to say const updated charts. Updated charts equal to await promise dot all. Okay, so in here we're going to we have the charts already in the state. Okay, and then we're going to map each chart. Okay, so for each chart we have participants, which is an array. Okay, so here I'm just going to comment. Actually, I'll put a comment here. I'll just say the const, I'm just gonna say participants data. So whoever is a participant in this array here, we're going to fetch the data of those participants. Okay, and here we're going to await promise.o again, and then we're going to say fetch user data for each participant. And then here we're just going to say chat participants, which is an array, participants, and then we're going to actually filter first before we map. Filter, and then we're going to get participant, So we're going to check if this participant user ID, because each participant is a user ID. So we're going to check if it doesn't match the currently logged in user. Okay, so if it doesn't match the currently logged in user, we're going to map. Okay, map, and then here we're going to say const user equal to await, and then get user by ID, which is the participant, which is not the currently logged in user. And then here we're just going to return the user. Okay, so I might have missed something here. Let's see where I've missed. I don't know, somewhere it's not, yeah, it's not closing properly. Okay, perfect. So now we have the updated charts. We just need to return now. Updated. So collapse this. Then here I'm just going to return, and then here I'm going to get the previous charts. Previous charts. Okay, it's actually, let me check. We have charts. Okay, so charts, previous charts, and then participant data. Okay. I just realized that's why I couldn't get the chat. Should be in here like so. Perfect. And then we're going to update in here. We're going to update state with the new chat data, with the new data. And then we're going to set actually we need all charts state const all charts data, and then we need to set that in here, set all charts data. Okay, so get all charts data, we have that. Let's do the error message just as a console. If we do get an error, we're going to see that error in the console. Okay, let's make sure we have all charts data like so. Okay, get all charts data. When do we want to run get all charts data? Let's actually check to do that on a condition. Use effect. Oops. Use effect. So when do we want to run this use effect? Whenever the charts update, and also whenever the user updates. And then in here, we're going to say if charts and user and then we're just going to fetch all charts data. What if charts and user? Why is there a warning here? Oh, cut this. Okay, so get all charts data. Let's see what we have. We should have an issue because let's refresh. All right, so these are all the charts. Participants. Okay, updated charts. Let's COG the chat data. COG or chat data. Let's see what we have in the console. So we have 3 items, messages, nothing, participants data. It's undefined because, oh, I know what the error is. I did find the error right after I stopped the video. So remember we changed the properties for the participants here. So that's why we couldn't see any data. We need to recreate new data with these new updated fields. Let's go and let's create again here, send, and then we are going to have participants with this send ID and receive ID. And let's refresh the page. We should be able to see now we have the chat, and then we have the all chats data, and we should see participants data in here. So it's going to fetch these items here, but we're filtering before we fetch the data. We're only going to fetch the data that is not the currently logged in user. So that is the other participant. So that's why we are, if I go back to the chat context, I'm going to get rid of the console here for debugging. Okay, where are we? In here, we are filtering. We are filtering to check if the participant is not our ID, the currently logged in user. If not, we are going to fetch that user by using this function here, get user by ID, and then we're going to return that user data. All right. Now we should be able to have the participant data in the all chats. So this is an array, and all chats data is already being sent through the state here. So what we want is to have access to all chats data in the sidebar. I'm going to close others, and let's open the sidebar component. I'll get rid of these console logs here. So chats data, use user context, use global const or chats data. This is going to come from use chat context, like so. All right. Or chats data, I'm going to copy this, and then we're going to map. Since this is an array, we're going to map through everything. So we have current view, all charts. After here, I'm just going to add a div, and I'm going to give it a margin top empty. I'm going to set that to 2, or you can set to 3, whatever you want. And then here I'm going to say all charts data dot map. We're going to map through the charts data. I'm going to return a chat item, and in here we're going to return a fragment like this, and then okay, so we might need to create a type for the chat, and then in here we can say chat, and then we have the participants data, and then we're going to map, and then we're going to have a participant. It's going to be a type of user, by the way. Participant, like so. And then we're going to return return a div which is going to be a chat item. Okay, so let's create this chat item. Chat item. Let's create a new file. .tsx, use client, use client. It's going to be a functional component. Okay, so chat item, that's what we're going to return in here. All right, let's save. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a folder. So name it types in here. And then I'm going to create types.ts. I'm going to create an interface of user. And then we're going to have the bio. It's going to be type string. And then we're going to have created it. And then email string. We're going to have friend requests. It's going to be an array of strings. And then friends, an array of strings. And then it's verified. It's going to be a boolean. And then we're going to have a name. Oops. Let's start with last seen string, name string, photo string, and then we're going to have the row, which is going to be string, and then we're going to have a theme, updated it, and then ID string, like so. We have the user, and then we have the message. Okay, so message, we're going to have created it, content, string, and then we're going to have a sender, and we're going to have a receiver, and we're going to have a chat ID, and then we're going to have status, and then we're going to have updated it string, and then we're going to have ID string. Finally, we're going to have a chat interface, and then we're going to have created it string, participants string of an array of strings, and then we're going to have messages. I'm going to make this optional. Okay, so messages, and we're going to have updated it participants data, like that, and then we're going to have an ID, and we're going to export this. Okay, export. All right, perfect. And here we're going to put a type of chat, and here, so this is going to be a type of participant. Participant is a user, interface user. The type of user, like so. What is this? Does not participants data dot map. I use participant. What does it say? Participants that does not exist in type of chat. Okay, let me chat participants data. Participants data is possibly undefined. All right. So now we are going to, in here, ChatItem is going to take a key. It's going to be participant ID, and then we're going to pass in the user object. User, it's going to be the actual participant, and then we're going to also have an active. So the active, we're going to say if not show profile, if not showing the profile, and then that's when we want to have this active. All right, and then we're going to have on click later. Actually, on click, we're going to do a callback function and a profile toggle. We're going to set that to false. Okay, that's what we need for now. Let's go to the chat item and let's do structure. Okay, so we have user active on click chat ID. We actually need to include the chat ID. Chat ID, like so. Okay, so let's create an interface here. User user, make sure you import this, and then we have active, and then we have on click, it's going to return void. Chat ID, it's going to be type of string. So perfect. Now let's save. Let's see if we have there's no chat item. Okay, since we are mapping, we actually need to give this fragment a key because we're mapping here. Let's do react.fragment so we can give this a key, and then we're going to do actually it's chat.id like this. Okay, so here we have a key. We actually need to also return this, so we should be able to see chat item now. I'm going to get rid of with MT8 px4. Okay, I'll get rid of the px. Perfect. So now let's see, we have a list of items. Okay, so these items don't have a px. Okay, empty. Okay, so p4 left and right. All right, so what we're going to work on next is just working on this item here, chat item. We're going to fix the padding later on. So open up chat item. Let's do, so here we have the properties, we have the user active on click. Let's do the photo, and then we're going to get that from the user. And so we should be able to, actually we need to display the photo first for us to see it. I'm just gonna say const last message equal to how you're doing, like that. So this is just a placeholder. We're going to replace this one later on. Const is online, is user online. I'm just going to put this to true for now. To true. All right. So we have the chat item, and let's save. So let's start with the image. We're going to have a div, and we're going to have a class of relative, and we're going to do inline block. And we're going to import the image from next image, and then the source is going to be the photo, and then width and height is going to be 50, rounded full, and then we're going to aspect, it's going to be square because I want it to be rounded, and then object cover, and then we're going to put that border, the white border, and then a dark border if it's on dark mode, and then we're going to set cursor to pointer like so, and then I'm just going to scale when you hover, and I'm just going to put a transition. So I'm going to hover, and then we're going to scale 105, and then we're going to put a transition, and then I'm going to save. So let's see. So there's our image. Okay, it should be all right. So we have that. Now let's style the actual whole component. Let's go up here. Let's give this a class name. Let's do template. For this one, we're going to do px. We're going to do 4 py. We're going to set that to 3, and we're going to flex gap 2 item center. I'm just going to put a border bottom. If you remember the border we've been using since forever, and then I'm going to set the cursor to pointer, so border white, and the border bottom is 2. There it is. So we have a border bottom now, as you can see. Perfect. So we have the border bottom. Let's actually fix this. So it seems like we have, so P4. Okay, so this is affecting the rest of, where's this set? Okay, so we don't want this P4 here. Sidebar. Let's collapse P4. I'm just inspecting to see where these paddings is set. MT8. Okay, get rid of this. All right. And now I need to go back and give this a px of 4, like so. So we should have px of 4, and we need to do the same here. All right. Perfect. We probably need a hover. Do we have a hover here? No, we don't have a hover. We only have the active. Okay, so we have the active state, but we don't have the hover state. So let's go down in the chat item. I'm going to close the types. I'm going to create a div here, and I'm going to have a class name. And the position is going to be absolute, and bottom 0, and then right 0, and then we're going to give it a width. So the width, we're going to set that this to 13 pixels, and we're going to set the height to also 13 pixels, and then we're going to make sure this is rounded. Okay, so width, height 13 pixels, and we're going to set rounded to full, and let's do border white, and then we're going to have a border 2, and then we're just going to check if the user is online. Is user online? So if user is online, we're going to have this green color here, bg green 500. Else we're going to set bg red 500, like so, and let's save. So if currently the user is online, so bg green 500. So as you can see now, the user is online, but the positioning seems to be wrong. So this should be right 0. So as you can see now, there it is, the user is online. When I click, we want to make this active, but before we do that, we want to display the time here as well. But for us to display the time, we need to get the messages and stuff that was sent between the users, but we don't have any messages. But first off, let's just work on the active state first. Okay, so for the active, I'll go here. So we have the cursor to pointer. I'll just check if it's active. So if this chat is clicked, it's active. I'm going to set bg blue 100, and then else we're going to set it to actually bg 100. Else I'm just going to set to an empty one, and then on dark mode I'm going to set this to bg white, and then the opacity I'm going to put it to 5%, like that. All right, so the active, we need to do the active. How do we do the active? So sidebar active. Okay, so for the active, we need to click. Okay, so we need to click. How do we do the click? Okay, so for us to do the click, we're going to create a function called handle selected chart. Okay, so that handle selected chart is going to allow us to do that. Okay, so let's go to chat context. Okay, so in the chat context, so we want the handle selected chart, handle selected chart, okay, const handle selected chart. So the handle select chart is going to take the chart, not the chart ID, but the chart. When we click on a chart, we're going to send this the data of the chat we click on here. Okay, and let's create a state selected chat. Okay, so select a chat. On initial render, it's going to be no. Okay, and then when we click, we are going to activate. All right. So when I click whatever chat I click on, we're going to take that data and update the state. All right. Whatever we click on, we take that data and then we are going to update the state. Like so. Okay. So we're going to take that. So first off, let's see. Let's say clicked chat, clicked chat, and then we're going to say selected chat. Selected chat. So handle selected chat, we also need to pass this in here. Copy, go back. So we need to get that from here. Oops. Handle selected chat, like so. And then here, we just need to pass in the chat. Okay, save. Now it's active. It shouldn't be active. But let's see if we click. It's set to no. Click, it's no. Okay, that's weird. Let's go back to chat context. Select a chat. It's no at the beginning. Okay, I think I know why. So go back because it's no on initial render. So go back to the sidebar. Let's get the selected chat. Okay. Close, click. Nothing happens. Okay. I know why nothing happens. Leave this. Go back to ChatItem because we have not used this on click. Okay, so on click. So click. There you go. So now it's showing the clicked chat. So the click chat also has an ID. So this click chat has an ID. We're going to check if this ID matches. Okay, so we're just going to verify. So whatever chat we click on, we're just going to check if it matches the chat ID. So we're going to say end selected chat dot ID. If it matches the current chat dot ID, so whatever, if it matches, and then I want the active to be true. Oh, this is wrong. This should be here. Okay, so if selected chat, the chat I click on, it's equal, the chat ID of the chat I click on equal to the chat ID. That's when I want to do this active here. So when I refresh, nothing. When I click, As you can see now, it's active. Because we only have one chat, that's why we cannot click other chats. But we're going to do that when we create other users. Okay. So yeah, that's it. Next time we're going to send some messages, and then we're going to display last message here, and we're going to work on the message body. Okay, now we can see the chat items. We can click them, we can make them active. I'll see you on the next one. Now let's start working on the messages. So we're going to start by getting the last message the user received or the user sent, and also the date that message was sent on. Let's go to Postman. Excuse me. We're going to create a few messages. If I go back to the server, so let's see how we create a message. If we go to routes, so for us to create a message, we need to go to this route and create message. Okay. And let's create a new route for that. Why is it not opening Postman? Okay, perfect. I'm going to duplicate this. Duplicate. Create message. Perfect. This should be message. And this is a post request. And if we go in the body, for us to create a message, we're going to require a message body. Okay. And we need content. So if I go to the models, messages, message. So here we're going to need the ID of the sender. So let's copy. So the sender, let me get the ID of the currently logged in user. So I want to check the ID of this logged in user. It's actually in the user context. Let's see what this user ID is. I'm going to go all the way down. And let's see the user. It's actually user. Like this. Okay. So I'm going to copy this user ID here. So this is going to be the sender. Okay, I'm actually going to, let's see this. Okay, I'll copy this object here and go create message. So I want the currently logged in user, this one, to be the sender. And then this one is going to be the receiver, this other account. Okay, so we need that. Oops, go back. Where's the schema? So we need the sender. Okay, I'll do this. I'll put it here. So we need sender. So this is just sender. And we need receiver. Receiver. Content, which is going to be the text. Content. Hey there. It's a message. And we're going to need the ID, the chat ID. Chat ID. Okay, so let's try to get a chat ID. If you remember, we are getting, so let's click on this chat. Click. and then click chat. So we clicked on this chat. We're going to get the ID of that chat. Okay. And then we're going to send a message, this message here. So on this chat ID. So the sender is the currently logged in user. And then this is the receiver. And then this is the text and the chat ID. Let's send. I'll say hey there again. Let's send. Perfect. So now let's try to refresh. We should be able to see there should be some messages in here. When I click, let's see. So messages seems to be an empty array, but we need to fetch those messages. Okay. So participants data. So here we won't be able to see anything, but we need to fetch these messages. So we won't be able to see those messages unless if we fetch them. Okay. So let's try to fetch those messages. I will close all, close all. Okay, so let's go to sidebar, ChatItem. So we have is user online. So the user online is going to be based. It's going to be based on the messages, but I'm thinking let's chat context. I'll collapse this. End of selected chat. Okay, and I'll just do fetch on messages. Okay, so let's do fetch on messages. Or let's do with fetch messages first. Fetch const fetch. Have I done this function? Oh yeah, I've done it here already. Okay. So we have the messages. Let's see. Fetch on messages. I'll take this and I'll put it here. Okay. Sidebar, open up ChatItem. ChatItem, last seen, last message. Okay. I'm gonna do const fetch on messages equal to use chat context. Okay, so we're going to fetch all messages, and in here I'm going to create a local state. Local state const. This is going to be const messages and then set messages. So it's going to be, so this should be use state. Okay, so this is going to be an array. Okay, so now we need to fetch the messages. So we're going to be using use callback to prevent the messages from re-rendering. So here we are going to say const on messages go to use callback async. Okay, so every time the fetch messages update and also the chat ID and also set messages in here, we're going to say const response. If you remember, this fetch messages is returning the data. So const response equal to await fetch messages, and then we're going to input the chat ID. So fetch on messages, so it takes in a chat ID and it's returning the data. So here the data is going to be stored in the response variable. And then here we're just going to say if response, we're just going to set the local state to the messages. Okay. So here, I think I should make this comment more clear. I'll do a double line comment, a multi-line comment. Let's do prevent all messages from being fetched on every render, something like that. Okay. Or you can be more specific. You can say fetch only when the chat ID, and fetch all messages, set messages, changes. Okay. That's why you're using a callback only when these three changes. That's when we're going to re-render. And let's actually check if we've imported use callback. Okay, we have. Perfect. And after that, we just need to do a use effect. By the way, a use callback allows us to use this one as a function. If you use a use memo, we won't be able to use a function. So here we're just gonna do all messages, and then here we're just gonna do chat ID, and then all messages, like that. Okay, then let's try to COG the messages. Let's refresh. We should be able to see two messages here. Hey there, and then another one is saying hey there again. Okay, so now we have the messages. We have two messages between this chat here, in this chat between two users. I want to get the last message. Okay, so the last message, whether it's been received, or the last message that is sent by the user. Okay, so what we're going to do, I'm just going to say last message. I'm going to say messages, and then messages dot length -1, because arrays are 0 index based. That's why we're doing -1. Okay, so we have the last message, and yeah, that's pretty much it for the last message. So we don't need to do the online now, but let's scroll down. So here, use user online. Okay, so the user is not online. So after, I'm just going to create a div here, and then I'm going to do class flex. I'm gonna do flex1, flex, and then this should be flex. Okay, flex column, and then we're going to have two divs in here. The first one, let's style this. We're going to do flex justify between, and then we're going to do item center, and we're going to have an h4, the class name, font medium. Okay, and this one is going to be user dot name. Let's check first to see user dot name. So this user here. Okay, let's save. So here's the user. So this is the user logged in, and then this is the user we're talking to. Okay, so we are kind of showing the name of that user. Okay, so after the name, so we want to show a time. So here, so we have the name, and then we're going to show the time timestamps. Okay. So after, I'm going to display a p tag, and then we're going to have a class name, and then we're going to do text hash AAA, and then this one's going to be text SM, and here it's going to be last message dot created it, but I'm going to get rid of this. We're going to create a function to format the date. So let me save this. As you can see, the date looks kind of weird. The date looks weird, so we're going to format this to a date that is more readable. Okay, so we're going to install a package called Moment that is going to allow us to work with dates easily. npm I moment. You can go and read the documentation if you want to learn more about it. And then in the utils, I'm going to say dates.ts. Okay, so we have dates.ts. Let's run this, npm run dev. So here we're going to import moment from moment, and then we're going to do a date format for the 24-hour time, 24-hour notation. 24-hour format, and then export const. We're gonna do 24-hour format, and then it's going to take the date with the type of string, and then here we're just going to return, and then moment, and then here we're just going to pass in the date, and then the format. This is hour and then minute, for example, like 16, and then minutes, whatever you put here. So hour and minutes, and then export const. We need the 12-hour format. Actually, we don't need the 12-hour, we just need the day, month, year. This should be day, and then it's going to take the date, and then here we're just going to return moment, and then the format I want in here, you can do day, year, actually day, month, and then year. So day, month, year. You can do vice versa, whatever suits you. Okay, so now I'm going to create a function to format the messages, but actually I'm going to export const. How do I name this function? I'm just thinking of a name. Format date based on time based on time. I don't know how to name this function. And then here it's going to take in the date, the created at date. Just let's make this variable make sense actually. So created at, and then we're going to format that date. Const now, go to moment. We're going to get the now time, and then const created at moment, and then we're going to pass in the created at date, and then we're just going to check if date is from today, and then we're going to if now, and then dot is same, and then we're going to put in created at moment, day, like that, and then we're going to return the 24-hour format. Okay, but I'm just going to put a string here, today at something like this. And then we're going to say plus here. Okay, so today at whatever time you want to specify. Okay, and then I'm gonna check if the date is from yesterday, and then it's gonna say yesterday at. So it's remembering some of the code I've done off screen, and then otherwise we're just going to return. We're just gonna return. You can put like on, and then you can put the date like this. But I think I'll just leave it like this. Okay. All right. Let's go to here. And then we're just going to do format date based on time. And then we're going to format that date. Let's refresh this. Let's refresh again. Okay. So it says today at. But by the way, you can get rid of this today at, and you can just only put the date. Okay. Instead of today at. So instead of today at, you can remove this. It can only be the time of that message. All right, but I think I'll just leave it as like today at like this. All right, so let's go back to the chat item. So we have the p tag, text sm medium. So this should be medium, by the way. Text medium, yeah, should be better. Medium. For this one, let's do class name. It's going to be a flex item as well. Flex, justify between, and item center. And we're going to have a p tag. Class name, text sm, and we're going to give text hash aa, like so. Okay, so here we're going to show the message, the last send message here. If it's too long, we're just going to show the dot, last message, and then there's going to be 3 dots like this if the message is too long. Okay, so what we will do in here, I'm going to do last message to sender, and then we're just going to check if the sender equal to the currently logged in user ID. So we need to get this user ID. Const user ID equal to use global context dot user context dot user ID, like this. Okay, so we should have the currently logged in user ID like this. Actually, it's not from global context, my bad. It's from use user context, like that. And let's save. So if the sender of the message matches, if we are the sender of this message, okay, we're just going to check if we're the sender, and then I'm just going to say you, because we are the sender. Wait a minute. Okay, so here we're just going to do you like this. Okay, if so, let's see if we have that. So it says you because we're the sender of this message. You. Otherwise, actually not otherwise, but we're just going to add. Okay, so you, and then we're going to add here. We're going to add So here we're going to say last message, and then we're going to say dot content dot length is greater than 20. It's greater than 20, like this, and then last message, and then we're going to be using the substring. Okay, so last message dot content dot substring, and then we're going to select the first 20 characters, and we're going to add these dots here. Okay, last message, wait a minute, so dot content, I'll go back so I don't get confused. Last message dot content dot substring, 0, 20, and I'm just going to add plus 3 dots. So we're adding 3 dots. Otherwise, we're going to do last message dot content. We're just going to show the text. Okay, if it's less than 20 characters. All right. Okay. This is okay. So in here, we're going to also well, let me explain it this better. So in here, so if the ID, by the way, if the ID matches the country logged in user ID, if we're the sender, we're going to say you because I'm the sender of the message. If I'm receiving the message, however, I'm going to show a div here. Okay, because I'm receiving a message. Actually, before I actually show the received message, I'm going to show some read receipts here. I will do that after this div here. Okay. So we have p tag. Actually, here we're gonna do last message. It's kind of confusing because there's a lot going on. And then dot content. With content, we're also going to check if there's no messages. Okay. Dot length. I'm gonna say it's less than 25. Okay, it's less than 25, and then we're going to substring this, and then we're going to show the content. Okay, or oops, my keyboard, or we're going to show no messages. Okay, something like this. Last message, substring. Okay, so last message, content, or no messages. 25. Okay, let's go to the next line. Okay, so this should be working. Let me see if I missed anything. If I missed a colon somewhere. So last message. Length of this is greater than, less than 25. Actually greater than 25. Okay, save. All right. Let's see if we need spacing between these. Okay, don't think so. So I want to show the check marks here. So to show the check marks, p tag, I'm just going to go after the p tag here. I'm going to do last message, and then do sender, and then if the last message was sender, we go to user ID. We're going to do a div. Okay, so if it's equal to user ID, the last message dot sender matches. If we are the sender, we are going to read like that. By the way, you can go to the database and also implement a functionality to show different colors of these receipts here. Okay, and then we're going to do class name, and then we're going to give it a color text, and we're going to hash 72 and then 63 F3. Okay, now let's see the color. Okay, so for some reason I didn't close the tag here, so make sure you close it. Okay, perfect. We have the last message that works fine. We are formatting the date. It seems like we need a border on this profile image here. All right, so profile, we are missing a border. Profile border white. Actually, there's a border here. We just need to give it a border of 2. So we should see a white border. It's not highly visible, but it's there. Border 2. Yep. Nice. Okay, so now that we have the messages, we need a way to display these messages. Okay, so here is where we're going to display the messages. But you know what? I'll create a repo for this. I'm going to initialize a repo. Do we have to ignore? Okay. Seems like we do have the git ignore. Forgot password. Client, server. Okay. Initial commit. Let's make this public. All right, so we should have a repo live now. Okay, so now let's work on displaying the messages here between the users. Let's create some components. So we're going to have component code. So in the messages, we're going to have receiver component, receiver.tsx, use client, functional component, and then here we're going to have the sender. Okay, like so, and then we're going to be use client, and then this is going to be a functional component. Okay, so the body, Actually, you know what, let's start with the header, this header, and then we'll go to the body. Let's go into the header. Okay, so for the header, I'm going to get some data in here. Active chat data. Active chat data. Use chat context. Okay, so we have the chat data, and I'm going to get photo and last seen. All right. Here we're going to have class name before, specify between, flex, and I'm just going to give it that border we've been using. So border white, so border bottom 2, border white, and then the on dark mode, it's going to have this color here. Okay, seems like active chat data. Okay, what is this error? Use chat context. Okay, let's go to here. What chats? Oh, it's selected chat. Selected chat. Which component was I in? Here. It should be selected chat. Let's try that. Why is it complaining? Chat context. That's weird. Okay. Set selected chat. Okay. So ender selected. Ender selected. Actually, let's console log this. Okay, I see why. So go back to what component is that? Header. Okay, I'm going to close others so I don't get confused. Okay, this one I'm going to do or an empty object because we might have some undefined null values. Okay, so now we should be able to see the photo. So here we should be able to see something in the console and not the user state. It's undefined. Why is it undefined? Because we haven't selected any chart here. If we select the chart, why is it shouldn't be undefined? Chart context. Okay, select a chat. Let's do select. Okay. Let's do an image here, shall we? Image. Let's display that photo. By the way, it's remembering the styles we used before. Just a rounded image. Okay, so the image is empty. Okay, so click. Seems like the data is not working here. Select a chart. Okay, so by the way, for the selected chart to work, we actually need to create a new state here. So here const, let's do active chart data, something like this, and then set active chart data. It's going to be an empty object for now. And then we're going to fetch the data of the currently. So if we click on a chart, we're going to have a chart ID. We're going to fetch the data based on the item we click on. Okay. So first off, we are going to get the participants const parties. I'll say user equal to. So we have the chart, the state, chart states, and then we have participants, and then we're going to find a chart that is not the currently logged in user. Okay. So participant, we're going to get a chart that is not currently the logged in user. Okay. So we're going to return in here, return a user in the participants that is not the logged in user. All right. And you know what, I'll make this clear. I'll just say is not user, not logged in user, like so. Is not logged in user. So this is the ID of the user that is not logged in, and we want to fetch the data of that user. So when I click, we want to fetch the data of that user that is not logged in. I'll make a comment here. Find the user that is not logged in, that is not logged as the user, that is not the current user. Sometimes, you know, this auto completion is a mess. Okay, here I'm just going to say const data equal to await, and then here we're going to get user by ID, and then the ID of the user that is not currently logged in. If we fetch that data, and then we're just going to set active chat data. Okay, and then here active chat data, like so, and then we're going to go back to the header, and it should be active chat data, not this one. All right, so now let's refresh, click, and then the image appears, okay, of the current of the user we are going to chat with. The image appears here. And by the way, we're going to fix this, so this should not show unless we click on this, by the way. Okay, so we're going to fix that. You know what, let's fix that right now. So we go back to the page, and then here we're going to get const selected chart equal to use chart context selected chart. Okay, so if selected chart, if we select something, it starts as no. If we do select something, we want to also display the header if there's something selected. Otherwise, if there's no something selected, we won't show the header and also the body as well as the text area. Okay, so we won't show the text area as long as we are not the profile or whatever state is the opposite of whatever the current profile state is. And select a chart. If we select something, that's when we want to show. So we won't be able to, I'll refresh. There's nothing selected, so you won't see the body, you won't see the header. When I select now, that's when you see the header and the body. Okay, so let's go back to style this. Let's start with, okay, I'll cut this, I'll put this in a div, and we're going to class flex item center. We're going to do gap2, and then we're going to set the cursor to pointer, and we're going to do an onclick. By the way, onclick, we have the handle friend profile. Okay, handle friend profile. Actually, I think it's coming from, let's search this up. It's in the global context. Okay, const handle friend profile equal to use global context, and make sure you import that. And what we're going to do, when I click this image, we're going to say handle. We're going to set to not show friend profile. Where is it? Say show friend profile. I'll copy this. We're going to set that to the opposite. Not show friend profile. So let's try to click. Nothing happens, but the state is actually working, but we haven't set any conditions yet to display the data. Okay, perfect. So here we have rounded, it's just a rounded image. After this image, we're going to have a div, and then we're going to have a class name flex column h2. So here we're just going to show the active chat data, and then the name of the active user, and then font, we're just going to set the font to bold, and then text Excel, text Excel, and then I'm just going to give it a gray color and white color if it's dark, if the background is dark, so the text is going to be white. Let's save. So there it is. So click, it's going to be white. Click, nice, perfect. So it's going to look like something like this. Okay, and we want to show the last scene of the user. So for us, we're going to say is online. I'm just going to put a fake is online here. Const is online equal to true. Okay, So here, we're just gonna say is online, then online. Otherwise, we're just gonna show the last scene. So here, the last scene, we're going to format. Let's go back to the utils. We want to format the date. Oops, where did I do the utils? Okay, so by the way, this should be in the utils. It's not supposed to be in the types. Dates, utils. Okay, so dates, I'm going to duplicate this. Format date. I'm just going to say format date last scene. Okay, so something like this. We're going to format the last scene. Day. Today at. Okay, so something like this. Last seen yesterday. Yesterday at. And then finally, we're just gonna say last seen on. All right, so format date based on last seen. Like that. And then here, we're just going to last seen, like so. Okay, dates. So where am I importing the dates? Utils dates. I think it didn't update the import. Okay, it did, but okay. Click. Okay, so now it says online. Perfect. Now let's go back to the header. So now we're online because the online is set to true, by the way. So we can disable this. Set this to false. And it will change. As you can see now, it's changing. But if we're online, it will show that we're online. All right. I'm just going to style this text. Text. Access. Then text, I'm just going to give it a color. Like so. Okay, so online, now it's showing the small text. All right. Let's collapse this. So what I'm going to do after this, let's do a div. And let's do another div here. Let's do class name. Class name. Flex. Item center. Gap 6. Then the text, I'm going to say XL. Extra large. And then I'm going to give it this gray color. We won't be able to see anything yet. But here, we're going to have two buttons. Button number 1 and button number 2. So here, we're going to have dots. And then here, we're going to have the search icon. Search icon. Class name. P1. Class name. P1. Now let's save. As you can see now, we have these icons here. Okay, so they match. Perfect. Cursor pointer all sorted. Okay. Now let's style the body. So for the body, we're finished with the header. I'll close this header, close the dates. Okay, so now we are in page, and then let's go to body. Okay, so in here there's going to be a lot of work in the body. Let's do class name. So here I'm going to give it a class called message body, and then this is going to be relative, then flex 1, and then we're going to do p4 overflow y auto, like that. Perfect. All right, and then we're going to have a div, class name, flex, and we're going to do flex column. Let's give it a relative. All right, and we also need to extract the messages. Use chat context. So we're extracting the messages. I'm going to loop through all of the messages we have. Messages.map message. I'm going to return. Okay, so in here we are going to return. Actually, we're gonna let's check if the message.sender equal to user ID. Okay, let's do this to make it easier. Let's do message.sender equal to user ID const user ID use user context dot user ID, like so. Okay, and I'm going to do a div. All right, so we have a div, and then we're going to do another div. Okay, so if message.sender is equal to the user ID, if I'm the one who's sending the messages, I'm going to be the sender, and then if I'm not that, I'm going to be the receiver of a message. So we're going to render the components respectively. So here we're going to render the sender, and here we're going to render receiver respectively. Okay, so flex column, I'm actually going to wrap this in a div. Message to sender, wrap this in a div. All right, like so. And then this one, I'm just going to give it a key. Message dot id, and then I'm going to do class name. So this is a flex item. I am going to say self end And we're going to do margin bottom. We're going to set that to 2, like so. All right, so we have the ID, the class name. I'm just going to pass in status, message.status, and then we're going to pass in the content, message.content, and then created it, like so. Okay, and we're going to do the same thing for this one, but this one, the receiver, we're going to send in the message ID, like so. All right, so let's start with the sender. Go to the sender component. I'm going to get the user, use user context, and I'm going to get the photo from the user. Okay. Class name, MB, I'm going to set that to 2. Okay, and let's see what we have. We don't see anything yet because, let's see. Let's fix these issues first. Okay, so sender, here we are going to create a div, class name, and we're going to set the display to flex column, and we're going to set the gap to 2. Okay, so actually let's set to 3. Flex call, gap 3. Let's remove the flex column, just flex. Okay, and let's do div in here, class name, flex column, and then gap 2, and then we're going to do an image. Okay, make sure you import the image from Next.image, like so. Okay, so the width and height, I'm going to set that to 50, and then I'm going to make sure it's rounded and give that border we've been using. Okay, so we are setting a transition, cursor pointer, border white, border 2, self start, object fit to cover, aspect ratio to square, and then rounded full, because I want it to be a nice rounded circle. Excuse me. Okay. Now let's just create an interface for these props before we go any far. And then we have content string, created a string, status string. Okay, let's put this in. All right, so we should have enough. I will copy this. Let's go to receiver, interface, receiver. So we have message ID string, and we have the content, which is also a string. Okay, so we shouldn't have that warning anymore. And let's save. So in the body, let's click. We should have something, but nothing is showing. Let's inspect. Okay, message body. All right, that's odd. Messages, SCOG here, messages. Click messages in empty array. which is weird. Let's go to chat context, messages, search for set set messages. We're just going to check set messages, fetch on messages. Fetch on messages. Okay, so ChatItem body. Okay, so we are running fetch on messages here. Okay. Set messages. All right, let's go to the chat context. Messages. When I click ChatItem, let's go back. On click. Yeah, because when I click the chat ID, fetch on messages, we should get the latest messages. On messages, page. Let me look at where I'm rendering the chat item. Oh, sidebar. Okay. Oh yeah. So let's try to see. So we have the on click. End of selected chat. Chat ID. Okay. COG messages. Okay, messages. Click messages. Okay, it seems like the messages is not linked to the chat context. Okay, I'll just give me 1 minute. I'll take a break. I'll have a look. Okay, now let's start working on the messages. So we're going to start by getting the last message the user received or the user sent, and also the date that message was sent on. Let's go to Postman. Excuse me. We're going to create a few messages. If I go back to the server, so let's see how we create a message. If we go to routes, so for us to create a message, we need to go to this route and create message. Okay. And let's create a new route for that. Why is it not opening Postman? Okay, perfect. I'm going to duplicate this. Duplicate. Create message. Perfect. This should be message. And this is a post request. And if we go in the body, for us to create a message, we're going to require a message body. Okay. And we need content. So if I go to the models, messages, message. So here we're going to need the ID of the sender. So let's copy. So the sender, let me get the ID of the currently logged in user. So I want to check the ID of this logged in user. It's actually in the user context. Let's see what this user ID is. I'm going to go all the way down. And let's see the user. It's actually user like this. Okay, so I'm going to copy this user ID here. So this is going to be the sender. Okay, I'm actually going to, let's see this. Okay, I'll copy this object here and go create message. So I want the currently logged in user, this one, to be the sender. And then this one is going to be the receiver, this other account. Okay, so we need that. Oops, go back. Where's the schema? So we need the sender. Okay, I'll do this. I'll put it here. So we need sender. So this is just sender. And we need receiver. Receiver. Content, which is going to be the text. Content. Hey there. It's a message. And we're going to need the ID, the chat ID. Chat ID. Okay, so let's try to get a chat ID. If you remember, we are getting, so let's click on this chat, click, and then click chat. So we clicked on this chat. We're going to get the ID of that chat. Okay, and then we're going to send a message, this message here. So on this chat ID, so the sender is the currently logged in user, and then this is the receiver, and then this is the text and the chat ID. Let's send. I'll say hey there again. Let's send. Perfect. So now let's try to refresh. We should be able to see there should be some messages in here. When I click, let's see. So messages seems to be an empty array. But we need to fetch those messages. Okay. So participants data. So here we won't be able to see anything, but we need to fetch these messages. So we won't be able to see those messages unless if we fetch them. Okay. So let's try to fetch those messages. I'll close all, close all. Okay, so let's go to sidebar, ChatItem. So we have is user online. So the user online is going to be based. It's going to be based on the messages, but I'm thinking let's chat context. I'll collapse this and I'll select a chat. Okay, and I'll just do fetch all messages. Okay, so let's do fetch all messages. Or let's do with fetch messages first. Fetch const fetch. Have I done this function? Oh yeah, I've done it here already. Okay. So we have the messages. Let's see. Fetch all messages. I'll take this and I'll put it here. Okay. Sidebar, open up ChatItem. ChatItem, last seen, last message. Okay. I'm gonna do const fetch all messages equal to use chat context. Okay, so we're going to fetch all messages, and in here I'm going to create a local state. Local state const. This is going to be const messages and then set messages. So it's going to be, so this should be use state. Okay, so this is going to be an array. Okay, so now we need to fetch the messages. So we're going to be using use callback to prevent the messages from re-rendering. So here we are going to say const all messages go to use callback async. Okay, so every time the fetch messages update and also the chat ID and also set messages in here, we're going to say const response. If you remember, this fetch messages is returning the data. So const response equal to await fetch messages, and then we're going to input the chat ID. So fetch all messages, so it takes in a chat ID and it's returning the data. So here the data is going to be stored in the response variable. And then here we're just going to say if response, we're just going to set the local state to the messages. Okay. So here, I think I should make this comment more clear. I'll do a double line comment, a multi-line comment. Let's do prevent all messages from being fetched on every render, something like that. Okay, or you can be more specific. You can say fetch only when the chat ID, fetch only when the chat ID, and fetch all messages, set messages, changes. Okay, that's why you're using a callback only when these three changes. That's when we're going to re-render. And let's actually check if we've imported use callback. Okay, we have. Perfect. And after that, we just need to do a use effect. By the way, a use callback allows us to use this one as a function. If you use a use memo, we won't be able to use a function. So here we're just gonna do all messages, and then here we're just gonna do chat ID. chat ID, and then all messages. All messages. Like that. Okay. Then let's try to COG the messages. Let's refresh. We should be able to see two messages here. Hey there. And then another one is saying hey there again. Okay. So now we have the messages. We have two messages between this chat here, in this chat between two users. I want to get the last message. Okay, so the last message, whether it's been received or the last message that is sent by the user. Okay, so what we're going to do, I'm just going to say last message. I'm going to say messages, and then messages dot length -1, because arrays are 0 index based. That's why we're doing -1. Okay, so we have the last message, and yeah, that's pretty much it for the last message. So we don't need to do the online now, but let's scroll down. So here is user online. Okay, so the user is not online. So after, I'm just going to create a div here, and then I'm going to do class flex. I'm gonna do flex1, flex, and then this should be flex. Okay, flex column, and then we're going to have two divs in here. The first one, let's style this. We're going to do flex justify between, and then we're going to do item center, and we're going to have an h4, the class name, font medium. Okay, and this one is going to be user dot name. Let's check first to see user dot name. So this user here. Okay, let's save. Here's the user. So this is the user logged in, and then this is the user we're talking to. Okay, so we are kind of showing the name of that user. Okay, so after the name, so we want to show a time. So here, so we have the name, and then we're going to show the timestamps. Okay, so after, I'm going to display a p tag, and then we're going to have a class name, and then we're going to do text hash AAA, and then this one's going to be text SM, and here it's going to be last message dot created it, but I'm going to get rid of this. We're going to create a function to format the date. So let me save this. As you can see, the date looks kind of weird. So we're going to format this to a date that is more readable. Okay, so we're going to install a package called Moment that is going to allow us to work with dates easily. npm I moment. You can go and read the documentation if you want to learn more about it. And then in the utils, I'm going to say dates.ts. Okay, so we have dates.ts. Let's run this, npm run dev. So here we're going to import moment from moment, and then we're going to do a date format for the 24-hour time, 24-hour notation. 24-hour format, and then export const. We're gonna do 24-hour format, and then it's going to take the date with the type of string. And then here we're just going to return, and then moment, and then here we're just going to pass in the date, and then the format. This is hour and then minute. For example, like 16, and then minutes, whatever you put here. So hour and minutes. And then export const. We need the 12-hour format. Actually, we don't need the 12-hour. We just need the day. Day, month, year. This should be day. And then it's going to take the date. And then here we're just going to return moment. And then the format I want in here, you can do day, year, actually day, month, and then year. So day, month, year. You can do vice versa, whatever suits you. Okay. So now I'm going to create a function to format the messages, but actually I'm going to export const. How do I name this function? I'm just thinking of a name. Format date based on time based on time. I don't know how to name this function. And then here it's going to take in the date, the created at date. Just let's make this variable make sense actually. So created at, and then we're going to format that date. Const now, go to moment. We're going to get the now time, and then const created at moment, and then we're going to pass in the created at date, and then we're just going to check if date is from today, and then we're going to if now, and then dot is same, and then we're going to put in created at moment day, like that, and then we're going to return the 24-hour format. Okay, but I'm just going to put a string here, today at something like this, and then we're going to say plus here. Okay, so today at whatever time you want to specify. Okay, and then I'm gonna check if the date is from yesterday, and then it's gonna say yesterday at. So it's remembering some of the code I've done off screen, and then otherwise we're just going to return. Now we're just gonna return. You can put like on, and then you can put the date like this, but I think I'll just leave it like this. Okay, all right. Let's go to here, and then we're just going to do format date based on time, and then we're going to format that date. Let's refresh this. Let's refresh again. Okay, so it says today at, but by the way, you can get rid of this today at, and you can just only put the date, okay, instead of today at. So instead of to that, you can remove this. It can only be the time of that message. All right, but I think I'll just leave it as like today at like this. All right, so let's go back to the chat item. So we have the p tag, text sm medium. So this should be medium, by the way. Text medium, yeah, should be better. Medium. This one, let's do class name. It's going to be a flex item as well. Flex, justify between, and item center. And we're going to have a p tag. Class name, text sm, and we're going to give text hash aa, like so. Okay, so here we're going to show the message, the last send message here. If it's too long, we're just going to show the dot, last message, and then there's going to be 3 dots like this if the message is too long. Okay, so what we will do in here, I'm going to do last message to sender, and then we're just going to check if the sender equal to the currently logged in user ID. So we need to get this user ID. Const user ID equal to use global context dot user context dot user ID, like this. Okay, so we should have the currently logged in user ID like this. Actually, it's not from global context, my bad. It's from use user context, like that. And let's save. So if the sender of the message matches, if we are the sender of this message, okay, we're just going to check if we're the sender, and then I'm just going to say you, because we are the sender. Wait a minute. Okay, so here we're just going to do you, like this. Okay, so let's see if we have that. So it says you because we're the sender of this message, you. Otherwise, actually not otherwise, but we're just going to add. Okay, so you, and then we're going to add here. We're going to add. So here we're going to say last message, and then we're going to say dot content dot length is greater than 20. It's greater than 20, like this, and then last message, and then we're going to be using the substring. Okay, so last message dot content dot substring, and then we're going to select the first 20 characters, and we're going to add these dots here. Okay, last message, wait a minute, so dot content, I'll go back so I don't get confused. Last message dot content dot substring, 0, 20, and I'm just going to add plus 3 dots. So we're adding 3 dots. Otherwise, we're going to do last message dot content. We're just going to show the text. Okay, if it's less than 20 characters. All right. Okay. This is okay. So in here, we're going to also Wait, let me explain it this better. So in here, so if the ID, by the way, if the ID matches the country logged in user ID, if we're the sender, we're going to say you because I'm the sender of the message. If I'm receiving the message, however, if I'm receiving the message, I'm going to show a div here. Okay, because I'm receiving a message. Actually, before I actually show the received message, I'm going to show some read receipts here. I will do that after this div here. Okay. So we have p tag. Actually, here we're gonna do last message. It's kind of confusing because there's a lot going on, and then dot content. With content, we're also going to check if there's no messages. Okay, the length. I'm gonna say it's less than 25. Okay, it's less than 25, and then we're going to substring this, and then we're going to show the content. Okay, or oops, my keyboard, or we're going to show no messages. Okay, something like this. Last message, substring. Okay, so last message, content or no messages, 25. Okay, let's go to the next line. Okay, so this should be working. Let me see if I missed anything. If I missed a colon somewhere. So last message. The length of this is greater than, less than 25. Actually greater than 25. Okay, save. All right. Let's see if we need spacing between these. Okay, don't think so. So I want to show the check marks here. So to show the check marks, p tag, I'm just going to go after the p tag here. I'm going to do last message, and then do sender, and then if the last message was sender, we go to user ID. We're going to do a div. Okay, so if it's equal to user ID, the last message dot sender matches. If we're the sender, we are going to read like that. By the way, you can go to the database and also implement a functionality to show different colors of these receipts here. Okay, and then I'm going to do class name, and then we're going to give it a color text, and we're going to hash 72 and then 63 F3. Okay, now let's see the color. Okay, so for some reason I didn't close the tag here, so make sure you close it. Okay, perfect. We have the last message that works fine. We are formatting the date. It seems like we need a border on this profile image here. All right. Profile, we are missing a border. Profile border white. Actually, there's a border here. We just need to give it a border of 2. Border of 2. So we should see a white border. It's not highly visible, but it's there. Border 2. Yep. Nice. Okay, so now that we have the messages, we need a way to display these messages. Okay, so here is where we're going to display the messages. But you know what? I'll create a repo for this. I'm going to initialize a repo. Do we have to ignore? Okay. Seems like we do have the git ignore. Forgot password. Client, server. Okay. Initial commit. Let's make this public. All right, so we should have a repo live now. Okay, so now let's work on displaying the messages here between the users. Let's create some components. So we're going to have component code. So in the messages, we're going to have receiver component, receiver.tsx, this client, functional component, and then here we're going to have the sender, okay, like so, and then we're going to be use client, and then this is going to be a functional component. Okay, so the body, actually, you know, let's start with the header, this header, and then we'll go to the body. Let's go into the header. Okay, so for the header, I'm going to get some data in here. Active chat data, use chat context. Okay, so we have the chat data, and I'm going to get photo and last seen. All right. Here we're going to have class name, before, specify between, flex, and I'm just going to give it that border we've been using. So border white, so border bottom 2, border white, and then the on dark mode, it's going to have this color here. Okay, seems like active chat data. Okay, what is this error? Use chat context. Okay, let's go to here. What charts? Oh, it's selected chart. Selected chart. Which component was I in? Here. It should be selected chart. Let's try that. Why is it complaining? Chat context. That's weird. Okay. Set selected chart. Okay. So and selected. And selected. Actually, let's console log this. Okay, I see why. So go back to what component is that? Header. Okay, I'm going to close others so I don't get confused. Okay, this one I'm going to do or an empty object because we might have some undefined null values. Okay, so now we should be able to see the photo. So here we should be able to see something in the console and not the user state. It's undefined. Why is it undefined? Because we haven't selected any chart here. If we select the chart, why is it shouldn't be undefined? Chart context. Okay, select a chart. Let's do select. Okay. Let's do an image here, shall we? Image. Let's display that photo. By the way, it's remembering the styles we used before. Just a rounded image. Okay, so the image is empty. Okay, so click. Seems like the data is not working here. Select a chart. Okay, so by the way, for the selected chart to work, we actually need to create a new state here. So here const, let's do active chart data, something like this, and then set active chart data. It's going to be an empty object for now. And then we're going to fetch the data of the currently So if we click on a chat, we're going to have a chat ID. We're going to fetch the data based on the item we click on, okay? So first off, we are going to get the participants, const parties, I'll say user equal to, so we have the chat, the state, chat states, and then we have participants, and then we're going to find a chat that is not the currently logged in user, okay? So participant, we're going to get a chat that is not currently the logged in user, okay? So we're going to return in here, return a user in the participants that is not the logged in user. All right, and you know what, I'll make this clear. I'll just say is not user, not logged in user, like so. Is not logged in user. So this is the ID of the user that is not logged in, and we want to fetch the data of that user. So when I click, we want to fetch the data of that user that is not logged in. I'll make a comment here. Find the user that is not logged in, that is not logged as the user, that is not the current user. Sometimes, you know, this auto completion is a mess. Okay, here I'm just going to say const data equal to await, and then here we're going to get user by ID, and then the ID of the user that is not currently logged in. If we fetch that data, and then we're just going to set active chat data, okay, and then here active chat data, like so, and then we're going to go back to the header, and it should be active chat data, not this one. All right, so now let's refresh, click, and then the image appears, okay, of the user we are going to chat with. The image appears here. And by the way, we're going to fix this, so this should not show unless we click on this, by the way. Okay, so we're going to fix that. You know what, let's fix that right now. So we go back to the page, and then here we're going to get const selected chat equal to use chat context, selected chat. Okay, so if selected chat, if we select something, it starts as no. If we do select something, we want to also display the header if there's something selected. Otherwise, if there's no something selected, we won't show the header, and also the body, as well as the text area. Okay, so we won't show the text area as long as we are not the profile, or whatever state is the opposite of whatever the current profile state is. And select a chat, if we select something, that's when we want to show. So we won't be able to, I'll refresh, there's nothing selected, so you won't see the body, you won't see the header. When I select now, that's when you see the header and the body. Okay, so let's go back to style this. Let's start with, okay, I'll cut this, I'll put this in a div, and we're going to class flex item center. We're going to do gap 2, and then we're going to set the cursor to pointer, and we're going to do an on click. By the way, on click we have the handle friend profile. Okay, handle friend profile. Actually, I think it's coming from. Let's search this up. It's in the global context. Okay, const handle friend profile equal to use global context, and make sure you import that. And what we're going to do, when I click this image, we're going to say handle. We're going to set to not show friend profile. Where is it? Say show friend profile. I'll copy this. I'm going to set that to the opposite. Not show friend profile. So let's try to click. Nothing happens, but the state is actually working, but we haven't set any conditions yet to display the data. Okay, perfect. So here we have rounded, it's just a rounded image. After this image, we're going to have a div, and then we're going to have a class name flex column h2. So here we're just going to show the active chat data, and then the name of the active user, and then font, we're just going to set the font to bold, and then text Excel, text Excel, and then I'm just going to give it a gray color and white color if it's dark, if the background is dark, so the text is going to be white. Let's save. So there it is. So click, it's going to be white. Click, nice, perfect. So it's going to look like something like this. Okay, and we want to show the last scene of the user. So for us, we're going to say is online. I'm just going to put a fake is online here. Const is online equal to true. Okay, so here we're just going to say is online, then online. Otherwise, we're just going to show the last scene. So here, the last scene, we're going to format. Let's go back to the utils. We want to format the date. Oops, where did I do the utils? Okay, so by the way, this should be in the utils. It's not supposed to be in the types. Dates, utils. Okay, so dates, I'm going to duplicate this. Format date. I'm just going to say format date last scene. Okay, so something like this. We're going to format the last scene. Day. Today at. Okay, so something like this. Last seen yesterday at. And then finally, we're just going to say last seen on. All right, so format date based on last seen. Like that. And then here we're just going to do last seen, like so. Okay, dates. So where am I importing the dates? Utils dates. I think it didn't update the import. Okay, it did, but okay. Click. Okay, so now it says online. Perfect. Now let's go back to the header. So now we're online because the online is set to true, by the way. So we can disable this, set this to false, and it will change. As you can see now, it's changing. But if we're online, it will show that we're online. All right. I'm just going to style this text access, then text. I'm just going to give it a color. Like so. Okay, so online, now it's showing the small text. All right. Let's collapse this. So what I'm going to do after this, let's do a div. And let's do another div here. Let's do class name, flex, item center, gap 6. Then the text I'm going to say XL, extra large, and then I'm going to give it this gray color. We won't be able to see anything yet. But here, we're going to have two buttons. Button number 1 and button number 2. So here, we're going to have dots. And then here, we're going to have the search icon. Class name, P1, class name, P1. Now let's save. As you can see now, we have these icons here. Okay, so they match. Perfect. Cursor pointer all sorted. Okay. Now let's style the body. So for the body, we're finished with the header. I'll close this header, close the dates. Okay, so now we are in page, and then let's go to body. Okay, so in here there's going to be a lot of work in the body. Let's do class name. So here I'm going to give it a class called message body, and then this is going to be relative, then flex 1, and then we're going to do p4 overflow y auto, like that. Perfect. All right, and then we're going to have a div, class name, flex, and we're going to do flex column. Let's give it a relative. All right, and we also need to extract the messages. Use chat context. So we're extracting the messages. I'm going to loop through all of the messages we have. Messages map message I'm going to return. Okay, so in here we are going to return. Actually, we're gonna let's check if the message.sender equal to user ID. Okay, let's do this to make it easier. Let's do message.sender equal to user ID const user ID use user context dot user ID, like so. Okay, and I'm going to do a div. All right, so we have a div, and then we're going to do another div. Okay, so if message.sender is equal to the user ID, if I'm the one who's sending the messages, I'm going to be the sender, and then if I'm not that, I'm going to be the receiver of a message. So we're going to render the components respectively. So here we're going to render the sender, and here we're going to render receiver respectively. Okay, so flex column, I'm actually going to wrap this in a div. Message to sender wrap this in a div. All right, like so. And then this one, I'm just going to give it a key. Message dot ID, and then I'm going to do class name. So this is the flex item. I am going to say self end, and we're going to do margin bottom. We're going to set that to 2, like so. All right, so we have the ID, the class name. I'm just going to pass in status, message.status, and then we're going to pass in the content, message.content, and then created it, like so. Okay, and we're going to do the same thing for this one, but this one, the receiver, we're going to send in the message ID, like so. All right, so let's start with the sender. Go to the sender component. I'm going to get the user, use user context, and I'm going to get the photo from the user. Okay, class name MB, we're going to set that to 2. Okay, and let's see what we have. We don't see anything yet because let's see. Let's fix these issues first. Okay, so sender here we are going to create a div class name, and we're going to set the display to flex column, and we're going to set the gap to 2. Okay, so actually let's set to 3. Flex call gap 3. Let's remove the flex column, just flex. Okay, and let's do div in here, class name flex column, and then gap 2, and then we're going to do an image. Okay, make sure you import the image from Next.image, like so. Okay, so the width and height, I'm going to set that to 50, and then I'm going to make sure it's rounded and give that border we've been using. Okay, so we are setting a transition, cursor pointer, border white, border 2, self start, object fit to cover, aspect ratio to square, and then rounded full, because I want it to be a nice rounded circle. Excuse me. Okay. Now let's just create an interface for these props before we go any far. And then we have content string, created a string, status string. Okay, let's put this in. All right, so we should have enough. I will copy this. Let's go to receiver, interface, receiver. So we have message ID string, and we have the content, which is also a string. Okay, so we shouldn't have that warning anymore. And let's save. So in the body, let's click. We should have something, but nothing is showing. Let's inspect. Okay, message body. All right, that's odd. Messages, SCOG here. By the way, the messages, I'm just going to put a capital letter to see what we have. So let's refresh console. I'm going to refresh the page, clear, and then click. So messages, it's an empty array. Because the state, I think the state is empty. So if I go to use chat context, if I search for messages, okay, so we have set messages. So set messages. So here we're setting the messages to the response.data. But when I click here, we want to fetch the messages, okay? We want to run to fetch the messages when I click. So we need to go to handle. I believe, actually, we need to have a use effect. Okay, I'm just going to do a use effect here. Use effect. Okay. And, oops. Like so. So here it's going to have handle selected chat. It's actually selected chat. So every time this updates, we are going to, fetch. So we're going to say if selected chat, and then we're just going to fetch based on the selected chat.id. So now let's refresh this and let's clear. Click. As you can see now, we have two messages here, the capital letter M message. We have two messages. Here we have receiver. Okay, let's see why it's doing that. So, okay, user ID equal to sender. Let's see what this user ID is. User ID, inspect. Oh, user ID is undefined. Okay. Oh, I see why, because this is an underscore ID. All right, so now we should see the proper components, because we're the sender. It's going to be here at the right, to the right side. And the other thing as well, I'm just going to do a now check here. And actually here we're missing a key as well. So we need a key. Message.id, like so. All right, so now we have a key. We should be able to go ahead and style this as we want. Let's start with the sender component. So self end, and we're just going to set the margin bottom to 2. Let's start with the sender. Okay, so we flex gap 3 here, flex core gap 2. Actually, this should be gap 2. Okay, so for this one, let's see. So in here, we are going to have a div. Like so. Okay, so I'm just thinking what styles can we put here. So class name, let's do flex, and then we're going to do item center, and then we're going to do gap 6. Okay, perfect. In here we're just going to do an h4. So make sure you're in the sender component, and here we're just going to say u, and let's do some styles. For this one, I'm just going to give it font bold, and we're going to do text md. Text md. I don't know if text md exists. It doesn't seem to exist. Okay, let's get rid of this. So let's give it a color, and then on dark mode we're just going to give it a white color. So this is the color, text this color, and then on dark mode we're going to give it a white color, like so. So when I go to dark, this should be white. Actually, it's not white. It's white with 60% opacity. Okay, so we have u. Let's see what it looks like. Yep, perfect. And we need a p tag after the h4. There's a p tag, and then here we're just going to format date based on time, and then here we're just going to pass in the created at, like so. So let's save. As you can see now, we have the date. We just need to style this. We do class name, padding top. I'm just going to set that to 2 pixels. And the text, we're just going to set it to text access, text small, and the color of this grayish color. As you can see here, there it is, the date. And we need to show the content, which is the message. Okay, so after this div here, we are going to do p tag, and this is going to be the content, and we're going to do class name. We are going to give it a py and a max width of 360 pixels, and then we're going to set the width to full, which is 100%, and then self start, and we're going to set the px padding left and right, px to 4, and we're going to give that border rounded, and a background color of this purple. So we have rounded top right radius to 30 pixels and rounded bottom right radius to 30 pixels and rounded bottom left radius to 30 pixels. And then the border color is going to be this color, and then the background is going to be this color, and then the text is going to be white, and then we're just going to give it a small shadow like so. And then let's save. Let's see what we have. So there it is. So there's the message. Let's try to receive a message. Let's go to Postman and let's try to receive a message. So instead of this being the sender, this one, our user, let's make it a receive. Let's make sure it's the receiving end. Okay, let's just paste, and here let's change the message to "I'm good, thanks." I am good, thanks. How are you? So just like that, and then let's send. And then I'm going to send another one. Long time no see. So something like this. And let's send. So now let's refresh. We should be able to see here's the receiver component. Because it's not styled, that's why we don't see the message. We need to go back. We need to go back and work on the receiver component body, and we go to the receiver. We are going to give it MB2 margin bottom, and we're going to do a div. So here we're going to do flex, class name flex, and we're going to give it a gap of 3, and then here we're going to do an image. We need to get a few properties. Const active chat data, use chat context. So make sure you import this context like so, and then we're just going to destructure the photo and name, photo name like so. All right, and here we're just going to display the image. Hopefully it remembers the styles from the receiver. Okay, click. Okay, it remembers to make it rounded. So rounded, aspect square, object cover, self start, border white, cursor pointer, hover. It's going to scale a bit. Okay, like so. Okay, it remembers. Okay. But by the way, you can make this a bit smaller than the profile picture. It's up to you. You can make this 40, maybe. Oops, 40. Let's see how it looks. Yeah, I mean, it's up to you what you decide to do. Okay, so we have that. Now, after the image, we're going to have a div. And we're going to do class name. It's going to be a flex. And then flex column. And we're going to give it a gap 2. Okay, in there we're going to have also a div, and then we're going to do class name flex item center, and we're going to have gap 6, and let's do an h4, and here we're going to display the name, and we're just going to set font bold, make sure it's a class name, font bold, and then I'm just going to give it that white text. It's gray text, and then I'm going to give it grade 200 on dark mode. So there it is. There's our name. It's not our name, it's the receiver name. Okay. And after that, we are going to do a p tag. Format date based on time, like so. And we just need to give it some styles. Text, we're going to set to extra small, like so. And then this is the color, the gray color. And there it is, today at whatever time. Okay, perfect. And now the only thing that's left is the content. After this div, we're going to do a p tag for the content, and I'm going to repeat the same process we did last time. Max width, oops, class name, and we're going to set the max width. We'll put this to the next line. Okay, so py 0.25 rem, max width 360, width full, self start, padding left and right 4, border 2, rounded. By the way, we're just going to, you can change these values to see whatever values you like. So this is the values I have. As you can see now, we have the response. I'm good, thanks, how are you? Long time no see. And we can go back to Postman. I'll do Control Z. So life is great. Life is great. Like that. Send and refresh. As you can see now, life is great. Life is great. Perfect. So this is what we are looking for. So now we have the styles for the sender and the receiver. So now let's go ahead and style this text area here. We want to be able to input some text and send the message. Okay, so if we go to, actually, let's make a commit, fit sender and receiver components, something like that, and then let's send. All right. Message ID, we are not making use of the message ID, but we're going to make use of it later on. Not yet. Okay, let's see if we're missing anything at all. Not yet. Okay, so now let's go back to the body. So in the body, where's the input? I believe the input, we need to go to page for us to be able to see the input. Page, body, text area. Yeah, there it is. Okay, so the text area, this is going to be a lot of stuff going on in this text area. So if I go in the live version, if I start to type something here, as you can see now, there's a maximum size for this text area. It's going to stick at the top, and also the button is going to stick here at the top. And we won't be able to send anything unless if there's something in here. Unless there's something, so this will be active. If there's nothing, it won't be active. And also here it says at the top. Okay, so we're going to calculate this size of this input using a use effect. Okay, so let's do a form. Okay, so for the form, let's do class name. Let's give it a class of relative, and then we're going to give it flex, and then we're going to set items to center. Item center. I'm just double checking if I'm recording. Okay, so now let's save. Okay, we don't see anything yet, but let's keep going. Let's go and create a div in here. I'm gonna get rid of this. going to do a div. So this is going to be relative, and then we're going to give it flex 1. Okay. So this is going to be the actual text area. Let's get rid of the name and ID. All right, let's start by styling this first. Class name, text area, and then I'm going to set the width to 4, and we're going to set the px to 4, px4, and then we're going to set the border to, and then rounded, we're going to set that to 30 pixels, like what we've been doing. And I'm just going to give it, so we have on dark mode, so let's start with the border. So border to rounded 30 pixels, it's going to be 30 pixels rounded, and then the border is going to be white, and then the background color is going to be this hash F6, F5, F9, and then on dark mode, the background color is going to be this gray color, and also the text is going to be this gray white color, and the border is going to be this gray color on dark mode. I'm just going to put this on the next line. Okay, and when we focus, we're going to give it a ring. So when I click, so when I focus, there's this ring here, so that's the focus ring. Okay, and then the border is going to be transparent, and then focus ring color, it's this color here, and then the opacity, this is the opacity, and the transition, or in the duration of 300 milliseconds, and let's save. Okay, so there's this this transition, nice transition when the input is active. So that's the ring. All right, what I'm going to do after this, let's set the rows, and set rows to 1. Okay, perfect. So what I want to do, let's set this, it's already relative. Okay, text area, and let's do a button. So this is going to be type button. This is going to allow us to open the image palette. Okay, so we're going to position absolute this. So class name, we're going to set that to absolute, and we're going to set top, we're going to set it to around 22 pixels, and then right, we're going to set that to 3, and the text color, we're just going to give it AAA, like so, and then the text is going to be 2XL, and then translate Y minus 50% because I want it to be a bit centered. Perfect. So we should be able to, we don't see anything actually because we haven't added anything in the button here. I'm going to find an image and paste an image here. You can put any image you want to use. Okay, seems like the rows one, it's affecting px. Okay, it doesn't matter. Let's do actually button. I'm just thinking, type a message. Okay, so type a message. This is not a placeholder, by the way. So we're going to create a span for us to type a message. Let's do a state first, because this type a message is going to be linked. It's going to be linked to the text. Okay, it's going to be linked to whatever you type here. So if there's no message, we're going to display this. Let's create a state for us to be able to get the input message, set message, use state. It's going to be an empty string at the beginning. Okay, an empty string, and we're just going to text area value. We're just going to set that to the message. Okay, we can just say const handle on change like so with the text area, and here we're going to set message to e.target.value, and then we're just going to do the on change on the text area. Okay, so here down here we're just going to check if the message, there's something in the message, and then we're going to do something. Okay, so here we're going to say if not message. If we don't have the message, we're going to show a span tag, which is going to have text saying type a message. You can put any text you want in here. Type a message, like that. Okay, so if we go back, as you can see here, type a message. When I type a message, it disappears, but when there's no message, it comes back. Okay, so now what we need to do is to style this class name. We're going to give it text small, and then I'm going to set the cursor to pointer. So text small, position absolute, text small, top 46%, left 4, text this gray color, translate Y. We're going to center this -50 and pointer events none. So when I hover, I don't want it to record the pointer events. Okay, nice, perfect. Let me, you know what, I'll get rid of the rows one here. I'll put it back. I don't know why it's like this. Let me inspect this one. Inspect. Okay, so so it has a lot of padding. So the height is set to 45 pixels. Okay. Oh, I see. Because we're going to do the styles, some other styles with the state, and some of it is reliant on the state because this input is dynamic. Okay, so we're going to fix that in a minute. But anyway, so after the message, we need a button. So the button for us to submit. Okay, so button. So message after div. So here, let's do a button, and we're going to be using the send icon. So make sure you import this icon. Class name. In here, we are going to set a padding px to 4, and then we're going to say self start, and we're going to set the py to 2, and then we're going to set the width to 12. Oops, width 12, and then height 12, something like that. And then I'm just going to set the background color to that purple color, and I'm going to give it a small shadow. Let's save. So there it is. There's our button. Okay, so we have the send, and let's give it a type. So this is going to be submit. It's going to submit the form. Perfect. This button is going to be disabled when there's no message. No message. And I'm also going to trim empty spaces. So empty spaces don't count. Okay. message to trim, like so. If not message, okay, perfect. So this button is disabled because there's nothing. If I put spaces here, it's still disabled. But if I type something, as you can see now, it's working. Okay. Let's see what else do we need. Okay, so let's work on the height first of this input, and then we will do the emojis after. Okay. So for the height, let's create a state. Let's give this actually a ref first. So we need to give it a ref so we can manipulate it. We need to know which element we are targeting. That's why we need to give it a ref. So this element, we're targeting this element, so ref. Let's name it, oops, text area ref. You can name this whatever you want, this ref, as long as it makes sense to you. Okay. Let's use ref at the top. Okay, let's use ref like so. So make sure you import use ref at the top like so. All right, so now we have the reference. What do we want to do with this input? We want to auto resize. We want to auto resize based on how long the message is. Excuse me, I need some water. Based on how long the message is, we want to resize this input, okay? So let's create a function to resize this. Auto resize. Just going to be a function. It doesn't take any arguments at all. It doesn't take any parameters. So in here, we're going to do const text area equal to text area ref dot current. We're getting the current element, which is the text area. Then here we're just going to check if text area. If text area, we're going to do something here. Okay, we're going to style. Excuse me. We're going to check. Excuse me. Sorry. Text area dot style dot height. By default, we're just going to reset this to auto. We can name we can put a comment here. We set the height. We're just going to say text area dot style dot height. The height, and then we're going to say equal to. Let's do a template literal here. So here we're going to say text area. Oops. Text area dot scroll height, and then dot pixels, and then here we can put a comment, set the height to the scroll height. Okay, perfect. It's not doing anything yet because we're not running this function. So now let's continue. I'm going to do also a check. I'm just gonna do a check in here. I'm gonna say if text area in here, we're going to check for the scroll height. If it's greater than 350 pixels, we're going to make the height stop. Okay, if scroll height is greater than 350, so let me show you what I mean. So down here, so if the scroll height is larger than 350 pixels, we're going to make sure we have a scroll bar here, and we don't want this to grow past 350 pixels. Okay, that's what we're checking here. If it's greater than 350, we're going to do text area, and then we're going to set the style overflow Y. We're going to set that to auto, not scroll, auto. Then text area, and then here we're going to do height, we're just gonna set it to 350 pixels, like so. Else, text area .style.overflow to hidden. Okay, let's save. So auto resize, we are going to call that in the use effect. That's why we need to create a use effect in here. Use effect, make sure you import use effect and auto resize. Let's save, but it's not going to do anything yet because this is dependent on how the message is. So it's going to call this based on the, it's going to update based on the message size. Okay, and there we go. Let's refresh. Okay, so this one is going to update. As you can see, it's not going past 350 pixels, like so. All right, see, it's not going past that height. For some reason this input seems a bit smaller. Okay, seems like we don't have padding. Form. Okay, let me inspect here. Let's see why. Text area. So text area, I'm just checking to see. Okay, so you know what? Let's go to globals. We need to actually style the text area here. Text area. Text area. We are going to set the max height to 350 pixels. Overflow Y. Auto. And resize to none. All right, and let's set a bit of a transition. Actually, we don't want a transition. Let's set a scroll bar, a custom scroll bar. Okay, so custom scroll bar. Let's do text area. Text area. It's WebKit scroll bar. And then I'm just going to set the width to 5 pixels. Okay, so we don't see it yet, but we need to do the thumb, scroll bar thumb. Like so, and then let's set the border radius. Border radius to 6 pixels. Okay, and let's give it a background color to a purple color we've been using. Let's save. So there it is. This is our scroll bar. Click. Okay. Something is missing here. Padding. Okay. Text. How much padding is here? PX. PY3. Okay. Text area. PX. PY3. So it should do the trick. PY3. It does the trick. Okay. And it works. That's what we're looking for. Now let's work on this emoji palette. Okay. So for the emojis, we're going to be using a package. Now let's do a commit first. Fit text area. Text area. Okay, so the package we're going to be using, I can't remember the name of the package, but let me double check the name. So emoji picker react, that's the name of the package, this one. So let's copy emoji picker react and let's stop the project and let's install this. And now let's refresh this page. I think we need to install the types. If we go back to the text area, let's import and install the types. Okay, let's wait for it to finish. Okay, now let's import. This is a client component. Import emoji picker. It's not giving us warning to install type, so we're fine for now. All right, so we have the text area ref. So the other thing that we want, let's create another state here. Const toggle emoji and set toggle emoji like so, and it's going to be false at the beginning. Okay, and when I click, I'm going to set that to true. Let's do after const handle toggle emoji. We're just going to set it to true manually. We are going to set it to true like so. All right, you know what, let's do it at the top here. Okay, and I'll comment this auto resized the text area. Okay, and what I will do, let's start with, so we have the auto resize. On initial render, on to use effect, on initial render, why do we have an error already? I am going to set toggle emoji to false, and it's going to do that also if the selected chat changes. Use chat context. Okay, so let's say there's a list of users, if the emoji is open, when I click any of the chats, I want it to close. That's why we're setting to false whenever the selected chat changes. And also we're just going to set message to an empty string as well. Okay, perfect. Now how do we open the emojis? How do we see that palette? Let's go on the button here. Let's do on click. We're just going to handle toggle emoji. And then here at the bottom, after the button, toggle emoji. If it's true, we're just going to show emoji picker like so. Now let's save. Let's see if it's working. So now let's click. There it is, but it's affecting our text area, and also it's not closing when we click anywhere. So we want to close this whenever we click anywhere except this emoji picker. Now let's go ahead and do a class name. Let's put it into a div parent. Make sure it's a div, not sieve. A div parent, class name, absolute position, and then we're going to set right to 0. And then bottom, we're going to set that to 72 pixels. 72 pixels, and we're going to set Z to 10, like so. All right. Perfect. For some reason, it's not right 0. It should be right, not ring. Right 0. Okay, now it's on the right side. There it is. It's working fine. And the other thing, so on click, what do we want to do? I want to add that to the text area here when I click. Okay, even if I have message, when I click, I want it to be appended after whatever we have or wherever we click on. Okay, so to do that, it's going to have the on click, on emoji click custom function here, and we're going to take an emoji. You can name this whatever you want, emoji, and then in here we are just going to set message. We're going to get the previous message, whatever we have, the current, and we're going to do prev message plus emoji dot emoji. This is an object, by the way, so let's make it clear. Emoji object, like so. Okay, at least we made it clear. So prev is a type of string. Okay, so now let's see if something happens. Okay, seems like there's an error. Selected chat is not a function. Oh, this is set message, by the way. Set message. Set message. Now let's refresh this. Click the emoji. As you can see now, we can add emojis. Okay, nice. All right, nice. So the emojis are now part of the message. Okay, you can search also these emojis. So what we can do, we also want to maybe style these emojis a bit. Let's style. Actually, before we style, when we click anywhere else other than this emoji component, we want to close this. We want to change the state. Okay, so we are going to actually create a custom hook for that. So it's going to allow us to check if we click outside. So let's go to hooks. Okay, so let's create a new one. Use detect outside click. Use detect outside click. All right, so here we're just gonna do use effect, use detect outside click. So it's gonna be a function. We're gonna take in a ref. I'm just going to disable type checking here, and then we're going to say toggle element, and then we're going to use effect in here. So the dependence, the ref, and then toggle element. Those are the dependencies, and we're just going to return in here. We're going to return toggle element, and then the ref. Okay. Why do we have an error? Okay, because it's an arrow function. All right, and we're just going to export default here. So what are we going to do in this use effect? We're going to do an onClick function, const onClick. We're just going to check if the item we click on is the current element that, or if it's not, we're going to, change some state, which is this toggle element here. We're going to set that to false. Okay, so I'm just going to say if ref.current equal to not null, and then we're just gonna do end ref.current contains. We're gonna check if it contains the e.target. The target is e.target wherever we click on e.target, like so. This is an if. Okay. Expression expected not equal to no, by the way. If it's not equal to no, toggle lm, we're gonna set that to false. I'm just gonna say directly, I'm just gonna put a comment directly set to false. Okay, so what we're doing here, when we click, anywhere we click on the page, if the item we click is not null, and if it doesn't contain the this ref here, we are going to set the state to false. If it contains, if the current item we click on is this ref here dot current, we're not going to do anything. But if it's not that, we're going to toggle lm to false. We're going to set the state to false, which is going to close that. And then here we're just going to do window.add event listener. This is mouse down event, and then on click. And then here we're just going to do a cleanup. Return window.event listener. Just remove mouse down, like so. Okay. Perfect. Check if the element is clicked outside. Okay, so now we have a custom hook. Let's go back to the text area. So we actually need to set a ref. Let's do a ref here, const. What ref is this? Let's name it emoji lm ref. Okay, and we need to go back and put that a ref. Ref emoji lm ref, like so. And now let's use that custom hook. use detect outside click. So here we're just going to put those values. So the state that we want to set to false is set toggle emoji. This is the state we're setting it to false. Okay, and the element is this one here, this ref here. So if you remember, they use detect, it takes in a ref and it takes in an element. This should be a boolean. Let's see. I'll just leave it to not type checking. Anyways, let's try to open this. As you can see now, it's working when I click outside, other than this component here. Okay, it's working as expected. Okay, perfect. Let's commit this. Detect outside click. All right, let's do a quick commit. Perfect. Now we need the ability to be able to send a message. So for us to be able to send a message, let's see, where do we begin? Okay, send message. Okay, so on this form here, let's do on submit. On submit, we're going to take in an event in here. e.prevent.default. Here we need a send message. Send message. Okay. And what are we going to send? We're going to do a sender. We're going to pass in the currently logged in user. Okay, so the currently logged in user, and we're going to pass in the currently logged in sender, currently logged in user. So because to send a message, you need a sender, and we also need the receiver. So receiver is going to be the selected chat. Actually, it should be active, whatever chat we have selected. So if you remember, we'll search active chat data, this one here, use chat context. Okay, receiver active chat data, and we're going to have a content is going to be the message in the state. It's going to be a message in the state, whatever we changed. And then we need a chat ID. Chat ID is going to be the selected chat and then the ID. Okay, let's save, but we don't have this send message function here. We need to create that function for us to be able to send a message. Okay, so let's go to selected chat. So here we selected chat. Let's do send message. Can't remember if we've created this function already, but let's save. Let's see user. We don't have this user, by the way, so we need to get user const user context dot user, like so. So now we should have the user object, and the warnings should disappear. Okay, do we have send message? Nope, we don't have send message. Get or chats. Okay, handle selected. Let's do send message here. Send message. Send message. It's going to take in the data object, which is going to have ID, sender, receiver, all of that information. And then here we're just going to do a try catch. Const response. We're going to await axios.post. Okay, and here it's going to be API v1 message, like this message, and then we're going to put in the data here, and then we're going to update the state because we're going to display a list of messages. We're going to update the state, update the messages state. We also want to keep the previous messages. We're going to keep the previous messages, and then this is the prev. We're using a spread operator to make a copy, and then the response of data, the new message, like so. Okay, perfect. We might also want to update the charts. Okay, because when I send a message, I want the newly sent, if I send a message, I want that chart to be at the top. Okay, so we're going to update the charts state. Set charts prev charts. Here I want to say const updated charts. Go to prev charts, and then we're going to map. We're going to get a chart. Okay, so here we're just going to check if chat ID equal to data dot chat ID, like this. I'll get rid of this. Equal to data dot chat ID. We're just going to return in here. Return previous, and we're going to do last message. Response to data updated. We're going to update it at, it's going to be the new date to ISO string, like so. And then we're just going to return the chart. Return chart. Okay, and we also want to sort these charts. Set charts. Okay, so let's try to, I'm going to say move chart to the top of the list. I'm going to say updated charts to sort a minus a and b. It's going to take two arguments, two parameters in here, a and b. Okay, and then here we're just going to return. So here we're just going to return a new, we're going to sort based on the date, new date, and then b updated at, and minus a updated at. And then here we're just going to return the updated charts. So if you want to know how this sort works, where is it showing this? Okay, so JS, so the sort method is a method of array. So it's just going to sort the data. It's going to take two arguments. You can read more about how the sort works. Anyways, now let's do a console error here. Error in send message. There was an error sending message. Sending the message. Okay, so now let's try to send a message. Okay, let's send this message. Enter. As you can see now, there it is. There's our message. Okay, it works. We can try to log in. Never mind, I don't have any other accounts. Actually, let's do a guest. Guest local hosts 3000. Let's log in as a host. What is this? Okay. The other user is this one here. Actually, it's number 3. It's number 3. I create an account with WaterFox 3, and the password, I believe it's going to be test password, and let's log in. Perfect. So here, life is great. Okay. And here, as you can see, we are sending the message, and the receiver will see the message. Nice. Okay, send. It's updating here as well. If I go here, now we don't see the changes in real time because we're not using socket.io. But when we're using sockets, we're going to be able to see the changes in real time. Now when I refresh, as you can see now, nice. Perfect. So now we can send messages. So the next step would be, so today at, okay, so yeah, the dates are correct. All right, I think the next step, I'm just looking, let's see. It's kind of difficult to know what next step we would want to do. The next step would be, if then we can do, okay, so next step we can do some search here. We want to search and show the results of the searches and stuff. I'll see you on the next one. Okay, so now we are going to work on the search functionality. We need to go back to the server. Let's open the middleware. Actually, no. Routes. And we're going to go to user routes. I'm just going to go change after the change password. I'm just going to say search users. Okay. And this is going to be a get request, router.get. And then here it's going to be search users, like so. That's the endpoint for us to search the users. And we're going to have a middleware for protect. We need to be logged in to search and save. This should be actually search users. We don't have this function yet, but here we're going to search users, export search users, like so. And let's make sure we import that function in here, search users. So it should be imported up top here. Okay. Perfect. So we have search users. I'm going to open the function. Okay. So in here, it's going to take in a query. So we're going to send a query from the front end, and then we're going to use that query to search users matching the query that is being sent from the front end. So here we're just going to say query request dot query. So the Q is for query. Const page. So here we're going to pass int, and then here we're just going to get request dot query dot page. So for example, if you return a lot of results, okay, we're going to have a lot, let's say we have 50 users. We might want to only show a portion of a certain amount of users, like 5 users, and then we'll go to the next page. We keep going to the next page. Okay, so that's what we're doing here. And then we're going to have a limit of how many items we want to limit in the search. In this case, I'm just going to limit it to 5 users. Okay, so request the query.limit. And then the skip, we want to go to the next page, skipping. So const skip, we're going to put it to page -1 multiplied by limit, how much we have here, and then we go to the next page. Okay, we're just going to run a try catch in here. I'm just going to put a comment, search users. So this is case insensitive, by the way, just a partial search, partial match of the query. Okay, so here I'm just going to do const users. This is going to store all of the users matching whatever query we typed from the front end. Here we're just going to await user, remember the user model, and then we're going to use the find method, find user.find. Okay, so here we are just going to find based on the name. So here we're just going to do name, and then we're going to use some regex. We're going to use the query, and then options. I can't remember what this I is again. I think it's index. Let me check it again. Okay, so local expression capabilities for searching matching string in queries. Where's the more information about the I? Okay, so case insensitivity to match upper and lower cases, for example. Okay, yeah, so this is for case insensitivity. We can read more information here. All right, so we can search the users. I'm just going to select. I'm going to actually not select password. Select. I don't want to select the password, but here I want to put the limit and the skip number. Okay, let's save. Okay, now let's do the pagination info. So here count documents for pagination. I'm going to say const total users, go to await user dot count documents. We're just going to count the documents. Okay, so here we're going to do name, and then we're just going to do the regex again, and we're going to put the query. We're going to use the query to do the regex, and let's save. And then we're just going to response status 200. Actually here we're in the wrong. Okay, so down here, and then we're going to do data. So we're going to have a data response, and then we're going to set the users, and then current page, we're going to set to page, and then total pages. We're just going to get rid of the decimal places. Actually, we're going to round down. I can't remember if ceiling is running down or down, up or down. Ceiling, I think ceiling is rounding up, I believe. Yeah, so I always forget how these methods work. So I always have to Google like almost every time what each method does. So no one remembers how everything works. You have to search, do some research. Okay, so start methods, it rounds up and returns the smallest integer. Yep, so it will get rid of the decimal places and rounding up the number. Okay, so the total users divided by the limit. Okay, so we have data, current page, total pages, and then we need total results. And then we're just going to set total users. And then here, I'm just going to console an error. So console.log error searching users. And then we're just going to have an error 500 here. Okay, let's save. Let's see if this is working. Let's check the endpoint. So it's search users. Search users. Let's open up Postman. Create message. We're no longer creating a message, are we? Search users. So this is a get request. Get. Okay. So for this one, I'm thinking. Okay, search users. So we need to pass in the query in here. I believe it's like this query equal to. I'm just gonna send this. This is our query, and let's send. Okay, we do have some data. So now there's 2 items that are being returned here because we're searching based on the name. So the name, we have 2 names which have Will on them. By the way, Will, and then this is Will, and then this is Will 1. Let me try to put 1 in here. Send. We should have 1 result because the other one doesn't have 1. So as you can see, we're on page 1. Total page is 1 and total results 1. We have the information about the search results. So if I put back Will, we should be able to see the total page is going to still be 1 because we're limiting to 5. The results are 5. And then if we want to go to the next page, we go to the next page. And then the page number will change. The current page will be page number 2, depending on how many results, you want to get. Okay, so now we have the search functionality. We need to go and implement that in the front end. So here we're just going to type, and then we're just going to see some search results down here. Let's go to user context. User, where are we? I'm just looking for the folder. Okay, there it is. Context folder. All right. So search users. We have login user, delete user, search user, search users. So this is going to be search users. It's going to be an async, and it's going to take in a query. You can put queue here or just query like this. It's up to you how you name these variables. Okay, and we're just going to do try catch in here. Try catch. And the rest, we're just going to do const response. Can't even spell const response axios. So this is a get request, and then we're going to pass in the server URL in here, like so. So this is queue query. Okay, and we're not sending any data, that's why this one is empty. But we just want to do the credentials to true, sending the cookies to the server. Okay, and here I'm just going to, we're just going to display a toast here, error searching users. And in here, we're just going to set, need a state actually, which we don't have. Search results. Search results. It's going to be an empty array at the beginning. And we're going to go all the way down here. And then here we're just going to set search results like so. Now let's send the search results. Search results. Okay. Perfect. How do we know if this is working? I'm just going to put in a query here. what I will do, where can I put a query? Let's do on initial render. By the way, we don't need this use effect here. I just do an initial render. And here the query, I'm just going to set it to will. Let's save. So hopefully on initial render, we should be able to see some results in our state. We're looking for the user. Okay, this should be it. No, not this one. Oh yeah, there it is. There's our results. So we have the data here. We have 2 items. As you can see now, these are search results. So if I go back, if I am to put 1 here, the results would change. Where is it again? So as you can see now, the results, oh, we still have 2 items. I don't know why we have 2 items. Okay, now we have 1 item. Perfect. So now it's working because we didn't refresh before, but now it is working. As you can see now, it's working as it should. Okay, perfect. So what we need to also do, we need to send the search users as well. Search users like so. All right. So we need to go back to search input now. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Components, page. Where's the search again? Okay, so messages. So yeah, if the bigger the project gets, it's a bit harder to keep track of things. Messages. What component is this? This must be the sidebar. Oh, there it is. Sidebar. Okay, so we have the search input. Click. All right, so here we want to handle the search. I'm going to get search users from user context, like so. And we also want to get set search results. Yeah, we want to get it as well because we want to search in this component here, like so. Perfect. Let's go ahead and I'm just thinking where we need to do like a use effect. Let's do use effect. We're going to be using Lodash to put a delay on our search functionality, by the way. Okay. Search users. Oops. We're going to trim for the empty strings, by the way. Okay, and then we're going to set such users, such results in an empty string, empty array here, and then we're going to whatever the query we have here. We're going to send that query here every time we change the input. So when I type something in the input, it's going to fetch the users. It's going to update. So well, let's see what it looks like in the console. Let's do search like so. Okay, so this search here. Let's see what we are going to see in the console. So let's type something. As you can see now, every time I type a key, it's fetching the data, but we want to see the results. the search results. Okay, so what we can do is we can console the search. Oh, we didn't get the search results, did we? Search results, and then here we can console search results. We can even do like that, search results, and let's refresh this page. Let's try to type something here. As you can see, search results, current page 0, current page number 1, I mean total pages 0, total results 0. And then when I get rid of this, let's put something like wheel. We should be able to see total results too. Yeah, the data, total results. And if you remember, I have 1. We should be able to see results number 1. So total results number 1. I mean, we only have 1 result because that's the only item matching whatever query we type in the search input. But we don't want to keep fetching the data every time we type this input. We need to use a package called Lodash for us to put like a delay, a debounds, like a delay, like a 500 milliseconds. Every time you type a key, it's gonna wait a bit and then it will fetch the data. So we don't have to keep fetching the data on every key press. Let's Lodash debounds. Okay, so this is, you know what? I don't have time for this. We just need to install this package. npm I Lodash. Perfect. And npm run dev. I'll get rid of this console logs. And I'll get rid of this use effect. That was just to show you how the search work. And let's import Lodash. I'm really terrible at typing. There's no autocomplete. Okay, there it is now. So it seems like we need to install the types. So let's install Lodash types. Okay, we are also going to use callback for caching the results. So here I'm gonna say, I'll put a comment actually. Let's do const debounced search results, like so, or search users, search results, debounce. I can't even spell. Search users. You can name this whatever you want. Use callback. Okay, and then in here we're going to do Lodash, and then dot debounce. That's the name of the method. Debounce, and then it's going to take a parameter which is going to be search. You can name it query. So this is the delay. How much we want to delay. I'm going to put 500 milliseconds. You can put whatever timer you want. 500 milliseconds is fine. And then we're going to search users in here. We're going to call the function search users, and then we're going to pass in the search query. Use callbacks. Is this been imported? Okay, and actually we need to specify an empty dependence as well. Perfect. Let's comment this. Debounce the search function with a delay, something like that. A delay of 500 ms. Okay. Perfect. So we're using a callback because we're going to be able to use this as a function. Otherwise, if we use memo, we won't be able to use this as a function. So that's why we're going to be able to use this, and we can pass an argument into this, by the way. Okay. Now we just need to do a use effect. Okay, use effect. Actually, before we do use effect, we need to create a function. So we have handle search. I'll cut this. I'll put it down here somewhere maybe. So we have handle search. I'm going to change the implementation of this handle search. I'll get rid of search. Okay, it's the change event. So here I'll get rid of this. I'm going to say const query. I'm not sure if it's double R. I want to set that to e.target.value.trim. I'm going to get rid of the empty spaces, and then I'm going to set search to the query. And then I'm going to check if query, and then if we have the query, if there's something, if it's not empty. So here we're just going to say debounce search users, and then we're going to pass in the query, and then else we want to do debounce users to cancel, and then we're going to set the search results to an empty array. Okay, and we just need to cancel when the component unmounts. Cancel the debounce when the component unmounts. Okay, use effect here. And yeah, this is going to be debounce search users, and then we're just going to return a cleanup function, return, and then debounce search users to cancel, like so. Cancel. Now let's try to search. Okay, so we need to actually console log the results. Console search results, and let's refresh this page. We're not running the project, by the way. Oh, now it's running. And I'm going to clear this console. Clear. Okay, so we should be able to see, where is it? We don't have any results because doesn't match anything here. If I type 1, there's going to be a delay, and you're going to see results here. Okay, so our search is working. We can commit this search. And yes. Okay, so now we just need to do the front end. So like here, when I search, we want to see results here. So some results should appear on the screen. Okay, let's see. I'm going to close others. Okay. Sidebar. Okay. So we have messages. So the messages, after the messages, we have the search input, but we want to display the search results here. So we need to get search results. Search results. Search results. Where can we display search results after? So here, we're just going to check the length of the search results. By the way, the search results are in the data property. Search results to data. Okay. Dot length. Dot length. Dot length. If the length is greater than 0, well, we're just going to display a div. A div if the length is greater than 0. And let's give it a class. So the class, I'm just going to give it a margin top of 4. All right, and in here we're going to have an h4. Let's give it a class name. Let's use some template literals. So here we're going to do px4, and we're going to be using a grid display, and we're going to align items to center grid. And then the columns, the first column is going to have 22 pixels, and then the remaining space, whatever content is left, is going to fill up the remaining space. Okay, that is what is happening now. So here in the h4, I'm going to use a database icon, database, and then we're just going to say search results, like so. We should be able to see search results somewhere here, which is not showing because there's no search results. When I type this, you're going to see now search results is appearing, because if there's no results, there's not going to show anything here. By the way, you can put a message like, oh, there's no search results, if you want to show that. Okay, and with that, let's finish styling this up. I'm going to set font bold, and then I'm going to use that gradient text, and then on dark mode I'm just going to give it a slate 200 for the text, like so. So it should be gradient. So if I go back, if I type wheel, as you can see now, there's search results. There's a delay. If I type, there's a delay, and then the data pops in. So now we just need to populate that data, whatever results we're getting. We just want to populate that. We're just going to create another component, search results, which we don't have yet. Search results. Let's create that component. Okay, so we have the sidebar. I'll just do search results here. You can create this component wherever you want. Okay, so now let's render this component, search results. So you should be able to see two items when I search for wheel. Search results. There's one item because we haven't mapped our items const. Search results. Now we just need to populate these items. All right. So here we're just going to do search results. Remember, the data is in the data property, like that, and then we're going to map. Okay. So this is with the user interface, by the way. User, like so. And then we're going to return a div. Oops, return div. Oh my days. Return div. Okay. So now we have a div. In here, let's do a key. So for the key, we're going to use the user.id. User.id. Let's give it a class name. So for the class name, I'm going to set flex cursor. We're going to use the default cursor. And then I'm going to justify content. Actually, let's do justify between item center, padding around 4, border bottom 2, border, the border is going to be white. And then on dark mode, the border is going to be this gray color. When we hover, we're going to have this blue color here. And on dark, when we hover, it's going to be this color, white color with an opacity of 5%. And we're going to give it a bit of a transition. Okay, I'll cut this to the next line. Okay, something like this. So there's our result. When we hover, you see this nice blue color here. That's what we are looking for. Perfect. And we're going to have a div in here. We're going to do image. Actually, let's do a div first. Div, class name, and we're going to give it a flex, and then we're going to set the gap to 3. Then we're going to display the image. So it's going to be the same styles we've done before. And then source, it's going to be user.photo, like so. The image aspect square, rounded full, object cover, like so. Let's see what we have. So there's our results. Okay, so we have the image. The images are going to be the same because we're not using the different images at the moment. Okay, so we have the image. After that, we're going to have another div. We're going to have an h3 class name, font. We're going to set that to medium, font medium. And here we're just going to display the user name, like so. So we have the username, and we're going to have a p tag. Okay. So this p tag, we're going to do a condition. We're going to check if this user has some friends. So let me, so this user, it has a friends properties. If this user object here, it has friends properties, by the way. Okay. I think the best way for us, I'm going to wrap this user. So here we can console the user. Actually, I think that's the best idea. Let's see what we have. So where is the user? One. I don't even know what it is. I'll just say component. Okay, let's clear that. Don't see anything. Okay, so here it is. So component users. Okay, so friends, the array is empty. We don't have friends here. Friend requests, it's an empty array. Okay, so I'll get rid of this. So let's go back and let's keep doing the p tag. I'm just going to give it a text sm for text small, class name, and for friends, we're going to do friends. Oops. Friends dot length. If it's 1, we're going to display something. Okay, but what I will do to make it easier, I'll destructure here const friends, and we're also going to destructure friend requests, and then here it's easier to do the check. Okay, so here we're going to do friends to length. If it's one, if we have one friend, okay, if we have one friend, we're just going to let's do a template literal. We're going to say one friend instead of friends, okay, depending how many friends we have. So if it's one friend, we're going to do friends the length, and then here it's just going to be friend if it's one. Okay, if it's not one, so that means we have many friends, it's going to be friends.length, how many friends we have. If it's over one, if it's two friends, depending on how many friends we have, like so. Okay, so we're checking if we have one friend, it's going to be one friend, the text, many friends, two friends, however many there are. Okay, so now let's save. As you can see now, it says we have 0 friends. We don't have any friends. No one likes us. All right. So now the next step is to check if the currently logged in user is friend with the user we search. Okay, so if we search for a user, we want to, check if we are friends with them or not. Okay, so we have class name, friends. Let's do a div. Let's do a div here. Okay. Oops. Where am I deviating to? Okay, so we okay, collapse. Okay, so by the way, this is supposed to be, I'll cut this. This is supposed to be in here, by the way. So after the image, I'll put that, okay, like so. So let's see. Okay, so there it is, 0 friends. Okay, so flex gap 3, and we are going to create another div here. Okay, save. We still have 0 friends. Here it says yeah, so instead of putting it to the right side, we want to be here at the beginning. So 0 friends. Perfect. So now we just need to check if the currently logged in user is our friend. If we're gonna check if our ID exists in the friend list. So this is an array. We're just going to check if our ID, remember, to be a friend with someone, the ID must be in their friends list array. Okay, so we're just gonna check if the logged in user's ID is in here in this friend array. If it's not in the array, we're not friends. And then we're going to be able to send a friend request. Okay, so const, we're going to say is friend, and then we're going to equal friends.map. Actually, we need to do a find. Friends.find, we're going to find, so we're going to get a friend. We're going to map through the IDs in the friends array. So each ID, I'm going to return where friend, okay, equal to user, not this user by the way, but we need to get, because this user is this user I'm fetching, but I want to get the currently logged in user. So to get the currently logged in user, I'm going to say const user ID equal to user context dot user ID. So this one here. Okay, so this is the user ID of the currently logged in user, this one. So if they match here, we're returning if they match. So if they match, so here, let's console here is friend. Okay. So is friend is undefined. So this is a falsy. So this is going to evaluate to false. Okay. So which is going to show something else. If we're not friends, it's going to show a button to send a friend request, because this is a false value, it's undefined. Okay, so I'm going to get rid of this. All right. Let's scroll down. I'm going to do a check here. Is friend, okay? So I'm checking is friend. So in here, what are we going to check? If it's friend, I'm going to display a button. So this button is going to have an icon called user check if we're friends. Okay. Otherwise, we're going to have a button. I'm going to say request. Actually, I'll tweak this later. Add, I think add friend. That's the name of the icon. Okay, so make sure you're importing. So here with the add friend icon, because we're not friends, we're able to see this icon. Otherwise, if we're friends, it will show a different icon here. So I will show you what it, let's start this first and then I will explain. I'm just going to display flex and justify center. Oops. Class name, flex, and then justify center, item center. And I'm going to give it a gray background color. And width of 2.5 rem, width and height 2.5 rem. And then I'm going to set the rounded to full. I want it to be circle, rounded to full. So now let's see what we have. So there it is. There's a nice button to add the friend request. Okay, we have friend request. It's friend. So now let's type this button. Oh yes, yeah, the button is what we want to style now. Okay. Oops, seems like I put the styles on the wrong item here. I'll cut. They should be on the button, like so. I'll get rid of this. So we should see the same result, but we don't see the same result, which is weird. Class name flex 1. Let's inspect button. Okay, so the class name is not applied for some reason. Is friend user check. I don't know, maybe you might notice stuff that I didn't notice. I'll paste in the stars here as well. Okay, seems like this is showing now. Add friend. Okay, that's weird. Okay, now I know. So this is the add friend, by the way. So it's not showing this component here. It's showing here this component add friend. So this add friend is going to have a different color, a different BG color, which is going to be a purple color. So I'll get rid of this gray BG here, and we're going to replace it with this purple color. So now, perfect. So the button should look nicer now. Okay, by the way, when I click send friend request, I also want to show a pending state. So when I click, we should be able to see like, oh, you've already sent a friend request. Now it's pending. We're waiting for the user to accept. So to do that, we're going to do another condition to check if it's pending, if the request has been sent. Okay. So what we're going to do, we're going to say const request sent. Okay, we're checking if the request has been sent, the friend request. Request sent, we're going to friend requests, and then we're going to find, okay, we're going to find friend. Okay, we're going to return friend where it's equal to user ID, or my keyboard is a bit weird. It's not for programming. It's for gaming, so it doesn't have certain characters that's quite tricky to find. Oh my days. They're quite tricky to work around. Yeah, found it. Okay. Oh, here we're going to do requests. Actually, let's do. I'm just thinking. Okay, so here user ID. Okay, let's leave it like this. So we're just, if request sent, so friend requests, we're going to have an array of friend requests. Okay. And if our ID exists in the friend requests, and then we're going to, this is going to be valid to true. Let's do some state here. Let's create some state. Const requests. Okay. And then set requests to an empty object. Use state. Okay, so and here we're just going to check or or requests. This should be requests. Or requests. I'm going to check the user ID in here. No, this one, user.id. User ID. Oh, actually, it's after here. So requests, it is an any type. I'll ignore this. A TS signal. So we didn't get the warning. Perfect. We actually need to change this set request. We're going to have a function to handle sending a friend request. Okay, so for us, I don't think we have implemented the functionality to send a friend request. But first off, let's finish setting up these buttons. So here, add friend. I'm gonna check if the request is sent. Request sent. Otherwise, I'm going to have an icon called pending. And then if the request is not sent, we're going to have an add friend icon. Okay, seems to be good so far. So now we just need to work on this functionality to send a friend request. Okay, send. Do we have that functionality? Nope. Send friend request. It seems like we don't have the functionality to send a friend request, and we have to create that functionality. Let's go back to the server. This should be in user. Okay, so after the search users, let's do friend request. So this is the post request, the post, and then I'm going to do friend request and then protect. And then here we're just going to change the file here to friend request. Friend request, we need to go and create that function in the user controller. Search users. By the way, you can group these functions. You can create another file in here to make it more readable other than putting it into one file. It's up to you. You can, put them however you like. And here we're going to do friend request. Friend request export const friend request. And let's go to in here, friend request, and make sure we import the function friend request. I have auto imports. Click friend request. Okay, so in here we're just going to run try catch. Okay, so what are we going to get? If you remember from the authentication section, in this request object we're going to have a user because we have the protect middleware. This protect middleware is going to allow us to have access to the user, okay, to the currently logged in user. So we have the user object in the request object in here. So we're going to say const requesting user. Go to request.user.id. Requesting user. Okay, like that. And then we're going to get the recipient user ID, const recipient. So this recipient, we're going to send this from we're going to send this in the body, request.body. Okay, we're going to have this property here, recipient. So make sure the spelling, you remember the spelling here, recipient, like that. And then we're just going to check if the recipient exists. Okay, if not recipient, we're just going to say recipient not found, or you can just say user not found. That's entirely up to you how you choose to display the error. Okay, and we're just going to check if the requesting user, if you're the requesting a friend request, if you're already friends with the recipient, we're just going to say already friends. So the recipient is whoever you're sending the friend request to, by the way. So here we're going to say check if check if the requesting user is already friends with the recipient, like that. I'm gonna say if recipient dot friends, we're gonna check the array, by the way. So array dot includes, okay, includes, if it includes the requesting user, we're going to say already friends. Okay, so this is the message you're going to show. You can put any message you want. If already friends, it's going to say this message. Okay, and actually we also want to do another check. So if recipient, oh here, if recipient dot friends dot includes requesting user, and we're going to do another check here. We'll do end recipient dot friend requests friend requests. We're going to do the same here. Okay, so we're checking if we are already friends, or if I've already sent the friend request, or if already friends as well. I cannot friend request as well if already friends. Okay, if the friend request link contains our ID, we cannot send friend request. Or if we're already friends, or by the way, you can decide to name this differently then, because we're also checking for this, but or you can do it separately to make it, to put different errors. So you can do here, it's already sent a friend request, and then here you say friend request already sent, instead of checking only on one block here in this if statement block. You can do another one and display a different message if you want to do that. Okay, perfect. So, and we're just going to send the friend request now. Send friend request, and then we're going to say recipient dot friend requests. We're going to push the requesting user, and then we're going to save those changes, and then await recipient to save, and then we can return the results here. Friend request sent, and then here we can show an error sending friend request, like that. So this is functionality to send a friend request. Let's see if we can make it work. So we have friend request here. Yep, it's importing properly. Let's save. Let's make sure this works. Now we need to go to the context. Okay, and make sure it actually works. Context. Let's do it. I'm close down the server. User controller. I will leave the user controller open for now. So we're in the search results. Friend requests. Okay. So we have the set request. Let's go to the user context. We have set users. Okay, let's do send friend request, like that. Const send friend request. Let me double check if I'm recording. Yep, seems like it's recording. Okay, so friend request is going to be an async function. Async. So in here, we're going to send an ID. We'll send an ID. And oops. await Axios post. Okay, so the data we're going to send, it's going to be the ID. So ID, and then we're going to activate the credentials like so. Okay, so the request, it should be friend request like this. That's the endpoint, and we can do a toast, friend request sent successfully, and we can return the data here. We don't need to just do any state. We just want to say return response.data, and we can just console log the error. We probably don't need it. I mean, we might need a toast. Let's skip it. Okay, so we have sent friend request. Do you know why? So the reason we're returning this data is because we're going to be using that in here. Save, send friend request, and then we go to the search results, and we're going to destructure this function. Okay, so here I'm going to say const handle friend request. Okay, and it's going to take in the recipient, whoever is receiving a friend request, recipient ID, like so. Okay, so this is an async function, so we're returning the data. That's why we're returning the data, and we want to use the function in here. Await send friend request here, and then we're going to pass in the recipient ID, like so, and then we're going to update the local state in here. Update the local state to show the request sent, because we want to show the request in real time. That's why we have this state. And then we're going to say set requests. We're getting the previous request in here, the previous data, and we're setting the recipient ID to true. We're just changing the state. Okay, let's save. We have this handle. Copy this function. Okay, so we want to use this function when we click. Okay, is friends. So when I click this one, actually, I want to show a toast. If we're already friends, is friends, and we're going to on click. If we're already friends, I'm going to toast from React hot toast, and then dot success. I'm just going to say already friends, already a friend. Yeah, whatever you want to do. Okay. Otherwise, we're going to do a click here. On click, we're going to handle friend request, and then we're going to send in the user.id. But this is not us, the currently logged in user. It's the user we're sending friend request to. Okay. So these are the search results, right? We're mapping these search results. So each user has got this button with this function here. So whatever user I click on, we're going to send that ID. Okay. So this is the recipient that is going to receive the friend request. Okay. The recipient with this ID is going to receive a friend request from us. Now let's save. Let's see if it's working. A moment of truth. Let's click. For some reason it's saying error for sending friend request, but it's pending here. That's weird. I'm gonna refresh. I'm gonna type 1. Okay, so that means our friend request is not sending then. Okay. Boom. Friend request. Okay, let's check our error. Response 500. So that's server error. Let's check our server. Server's running. Cannot read properties. Include. Okay, wrong spelling. Okay. So this should be includes, like so. Now let's try again. Let's give it one more try. Let's refresh. Let's do 1. Oops, wrong button. 1. All right. And what are we going to do? And let's send a friend request. We have another error again. So 500. What do we have now? Cannot read properties of includes. Okay. Includes recipient. That's weird. Friend request that includes requested body. Okay, this should be recipient. Requested body. What we can do is we can console the requested body. Requested body. Let's see what we get. Boom, click again. Okay. Recipient ID. So that's what we should name. It should be just recipient. Where is it? Recipient ID. Recipient ID. Okay. So now let's refresh and let's try again. Click. Okay. Another issue. Let's refresh. Let's refresh again. Let's save and refresh. Let's save this. Refresh again. Boom. Send. Recipient. Undefined. Recipient. I think we might need to destructure this property like this. Now let's try again. Requested body. Recipient. Okay, let's try. Okay, so that's our ID. If not recipient not found. Recipient. Okay, I get it. So this should be an object here. Recipient the friends. Okay, so okay, my bad. So this recipient is not coming from the body. We need to await user dot find by ID, and then we're going to be using, let's destructure const recipient ID from the body, and let's go back and put it back to recipient ID, like so. And then we're going to destructure this property, and we're going to use the recipient ID in here. Recipient ID, we're going to find whatever ID we're sending in here. So if you remember, if we click here to send a friend request on whatever user we have in the search results, we're going to see a list of users, and each of those users is going to have a button to send a friend request. When I click on that button, we're going to send an ID. So we're going to take that ID and we're going to search the database for that user. Okay, for that user, we're sending a friend request to a recipient. That's the user we're sending a friend request to. If we do have that user, we're going to do something. If we don't have that user, we're going to see this error. If we do, we're going to check if the list of the friend requests, the friend requests of that user, if our ID exists in that array of the friends. If it doesn't, if it does exist, we're going to display this warning, or success message saying, oh, we are already friends. And we're also going to check if we are also the requesting user. And we're just going to say friend request sent if it exists in the friend request array. Otherwise, we're going to push our ID to that user's, this user we're searching here, the recipient. We're going to push our ID into their friend request list, and then we're going to save. Okay, and then we're just going to show a success message, and that's it. We should have no issues now. Let's try to refresh this data, and I'll clear the console, and let's try to search and click. As you can see, friend request sent successfully. So now I can re-click this. Okay, we're already friends, by the way. Okay, and when I refresh, it's still going to show pending. Okay, as you can see now, it's still pending because we haven't accepted this friend request. If a user accepts this friend request, we are going to see a different icon here. So let's probably work on the accepting the friend request. Okay, let's do it here. Accept friend request. Export const accept friend request. We're going to do try catch. Okay, we're going to do the same thing. So, by the way, this time the recipient, we're going to be the recipient ID. Const recipient ID, or yeah, let's do ID. We're going to be, because we're going to receive this friend request, we're going to receive a friend request and accept a friend request. If I'm logged in or another user is logged in, they're going to be the recipient of a friend request. So we're going to be able to accept a friend request. Okay, I'm going to say const requesting user ID. Okay, so whoever is sending a friend request, we're going to have access to their ID. Okay, and we're going to say find both users recipient, and then here we're going to await user dot find by ID recipient ID. Okay, so we're finding a user with our own ID. Okay, so request.user.id, and then const sender. Actually, or you can name it. No, let's name it sender, or I think I'll leave it requesting user. Okay, So requesting user, whoever has sent the friend request, requesting user, I'm gonna say if, I'm gonna check if not, I'm gonna check if not recipient, recipient, or if we don't have the requesting user, we're gonna say user not found, like that. Okay, so I'm just gonna check if the friend request already exists. Check if the friend request exists. I'm gonna say const request index with recipient dot friend requests. I'm gonna get the index of, okay, index of requesting user. I think the index of, if it doesn't exist, it returns -1. I think that's what it does. Or if it exists, it requests an, I think it returns an index of, it returns an index of that particular item. If it doesn't exist, it's -1, which is treated as a false. Returns the first index of the item which I was searching for. If it's not present, it returns -1. Yep, that's correct. Okay, so we're just checking if the index of the request of the friend request. Okay, so that's how I'm saying request index. So if it doesn't exist, we're going to have -1. So we're just going to check if request index, if it's -1, which means it doesn't exist, we're just going to say friend request not found, of like that. Otherwise, that means it exists. I'm just going to say add the sender to the recipient's friend list. Okay, so here we're just doing a check, right, to check if the recipient friend request, I mean if friend request exists, if it exists in the I mean if I receive a friend request, I'm trying to explain, if we receive a friend request, we're just checking for an ID. If it exists, we're going to do something. If it doesn't exist, we're going to do something. So if it doesn't exist, we show an error. If it exists, we're going to add to our friend list, because remember, if we send a friend request, we're not yet friends. Okay, so we need to move the status to friends. Okay, so we need to add that ID to the friend list, and then it's going to populate. Okay, recipients friend list, and remove from friend requests. Okay, so we're just going to modify the friend request array here, move that ID into friends list, and then it will update. So here, recipient, so recipient, it's us this time, it's us. The friends, whoever is logged in, we're the recipient in this function. The friends, and then we're going to push the requesting user ID. So whoever is sending us a friend request, we're going to push that ID into our friends array. And then we're going to say, so here we have requesting user, whoever is sending us friend request, requesting user, we're going to say dot friends, we're also going to push our ID. Okay, so our ID is going to be pushed into the friend who's requesting us a friend request. So we are both going to have each other's IDs so we can be friends. And then finally, we're going to do recipient. This is us dot friend request. So we're going to get rid of the friend request. we're going to splice. We're going to get rid. So we're going to do a delete. So this is a delete count 1, and then request index. We're going to remove item at this index here. So this is the item we want to remove, and the delete count, which is 1. Okay. Why do I have that friend request? Friend, this should be friend request. Friend request, like so. Okay, so item want to delete and delete count. Okay, and we just need to save here. Await. We're going to save recipient, which is us. We're going to save the modified version here. So we modified the arrays, and we're also going to save the requesting user, because we've modified these arrays, the friend lists and the friend requests. Okay, and we're just going to show a result. Friend request accepted, like so. And here we're just going to display an error. Okay, perfect. Oops, opened the wrong application. I'm just checking to see how much I've been recording. So it's been 1 hour 30 minutes non-stop. Okay, so we should have a accept friend request. Now we need to create an endpoint. An endpoint. Where can we create an endpoint? So, user routes. So we have friend request, and then we are going to have accept friend request. Accept friend request. Perfect. So in here, we are going to do router post friends. I'll just do friends and then accept friends, and then here I'll just do accept. Well, we're going to have a reject. If I have enough time to make a reject function, we'll do that later in the video. And then we're going to do accept friend request here. Okay, so that's accept. Let's try to work on the accept friend requests. User context. Search results. Okay, so friend requests, we need a component for that, because we're going to show friend requests here, by the way. Okay, so friend requests will show here. So for that, we are going to create a component. We have so many components now to manage. Okay, friend request. We need to go to page. I'll get rid of the controller, routes, and the search results. So we are done with the search results actually. Now we need to go to page and work on the friend profile. Actually, not the profile, but show friend profile, show profile, body. Okay. The friend request. Okay, so I think the friend request is in here. Messages is still in the sidebar. Messages. Open the sidebar. I'll get rid of this. Okay, so search results. I will collapse this. I will collapse the current view to all charts, and I will do another current view here. Current view equal to archived. We're not going to work on the archive functionality. I think by now you have enough knowledge to do that by yourself. And then I'm just going to do a div archives. Okay, I'll give it a class name. empty 8, so that's margin top. And here we're just going to do an h4. I'm just going to paste the styles. We've been doing the styles. h4, it's a gradient style. Okay, so here we have the gradient text, if you remember, and I'm just going to wrap this in curly braces. Okay, so we have px grid, 22 pixels for the left side, and then 1 fr the remaining space. Okay, so I want the icon, to occupy. We don't see anything yet because I need to add some text in here. We're going to have span. Oops, wrong one. We're going to have a span. So this one, we're going to have an icon called archive. I don't know if we have already imported. Oh, there it is. There's our icon. Archive. That's the icon. And we're going to have another span. So this icon is going to take 222 pixels here. That's a grid. Span. And then we're just going to say archived. Like so. Okay. So it's changing to archived. Okay. And I'm just going to add a div after the h4. Div. I will say class name empty 2. That's margin top. And we're going to have a p tag. I'm just going to give it a padding 4, py2. Okay, so px, that's 4. And then I'm just going to say no archive charts, depending on whether you have archived some charts or not. All right, so we should have archives. Okay, so there's a bit of spacing here. No archive charts. All right. I think you can mess around with the text size. That's entirely up to you. Or you can get rid of the padding if you want to. Empty. So here you can decrease this padding. So py, or you can just do p like so. Perfect. And let's do this one. You can get rid of the search results, by the way, when you navigate to these pages. Okay, so current view. Let's do requests. Current view equals to requests. Okay, so here we are going to do a div, not save, but div, and we're going to do class name mt8, and we're going to have that same h4, the header, and with an icon called group. So make sure you import this icon, and we have the friend request. As you can see now, friends requests mt8. As you can see now. Okay, it's changing, and friend requests. Okay, and now what we're going to do, let's do h4. Let's do a div mt2, friend requests dot length, if it's greater than 0. If it's greater than 0, we're going to show a component called friend requests. Otherwise, we're going to show a p tag. A p tag is going to say there are no friend requests. Oops, there are no friend requests. Class name. And then here we're just going to style this px to 4 py2 like so. Okay, and I'll go back. I'll give this back to py2, not pb. Py like so. The reason we're seeing an error here is because we don't have this component. It doesn't exist. So if I go to components, friend requests, and we're going to use client here, and we're going to export a functional component. Let's save, and we need to make sure we import this component in here. And we still have an error. Okay, let's see why. P tag here. Okay, because we're checking here, this should be a question mark. There are no friend requests. That's weird. Could have sworn we have some friend requests. Actually, we don't have a friend request. The user that has a friend request is a different user, not us. So by the way, we should be able to see a friend request. So if I do as a guest, so us, we're not going to see any friend requests. Local host 3000. So here I will log in as Walter Foxer2, it's actually number 3 at gmail.com, and then the password is test pass, and let's log in now, and let's go. As you can see now, the text changes and now it shows the list of friend requests we have. Click friend request. As you can see now, we have one friend request here. It says friend request, but this is a friend request. Okay. By the way, this circle here, for some reason, it doesn't show correctly. Can't remember what that is. It's sidebar here. Okay. Absolute top. Oh, I meant to say right here, not ring. Right 0. So it should be at the right side, like so. Perfect. So now we have the number of friend requests, and I'll keep this guest open so we can check back and forth. Okay. So now I'll keep this guest. All right, let's go back, and we need to finish styling the friend request component. Okay, so this friend request component, there's also a lot of stuff going on here, and let's do some imports. I want to say const. We are going to get user, the currently logged in user, and we need accept friend request. Accept friend request. We go to use user context. We don't have this accept friend request yet, which we need to create now. Send friend request. Friend accept friend request. Const accept friend request. Okay, so for us to be able to accept the friend request, we're going to need an ID. Okay, and we're going to do const response to await Axios the post, and this should be we're going to do credentials. Why is this saying Axios? Okay, Axios, yeah. So this endpoint is called friends/accept. Accept, like so. Okay, and we're going to put a toast, and then we're going to get user. Oops, get user, like so, and then set loading to false. I'm just gonna say refresh the user details. Like so. Accept from request. Okay, so now we have the accept function. Okay, so now we are importing accept. Okay, so in here we're going to have a list of friend requests, right? A list is not going to be one friend request. So we are going to use effect. We're going to use a promise, and I'll get rid of this. Okay, we're going to create local state. I'm going to say const excuse me, requests, and sets requests. Excuse me. So this is going to be an array of users. Okay, so user, it's going to be an array. It's going to be empty at the beginning. An array of users. Okay, now in the use effect, let's fetch const. We need to get we need to get user as well. Use chat context. User const. We have get user. Use chat context. Okay, but remember this get user, so it's coming from the chat context, the one that's getting a user by ID. Okay, this is different from the main get user function, which is getting the currently logged in user, but we're getting any user by ID. I'll put a comment here. Fetch friend requests data. Remember, the friend requests, they're just IDs. They're not like user data. So we need to fetch the data linked to those friend request IDs. Okay, so if we have a list of IDs, well, we want to fetch a list of those users. We have the get user function, which takes in an ID. So we're going to fetch a list of those users. That's why we're going to use a promise. Okay, so I'm going to say const fetch requests. It's going to be an async function. Const request data equal to await promise.all I will do friend request map. Okay, like that. What are we going to map? This friend request, we need to destructure const friend request. We're going to destructure from the user object. So each user, if we log in, we're going to have this friend request array. Okay. By now we should be able to see. Actually, let's see. Let's go to the. Yeah, this is the one. The guest. So now let's log in. Let's see our state. So the user object, as you can see, friend requests. There's an ID here. There's going to be a list of IDs if you have multiple friend requests. All right. So request data friend request.map. Okay, and here I'm just going to do an async, and we're going to do ID, which is the type of string, and we're going to return const user data to await get user by ID. Okay, so we have get user function is getting the user, and then here we're just going to return the data. So this function it's going to return all of the users we fetch, and then we're just going to put those users in the request here, which is going to be a list of users with the data of those users. Okay, so this one is going to return the data, users with data, and then we're going to set those whatever data we return in this state, and then we can map those user items. Okay, and we just need to update. Okay, so we can update state state with, maybe you can say with fetch data, and then we're going to do set requests to this data here. Okay, so after this, let's do trigger data fetching if friend requests exist. If there are friend requests, we can trigger data fetching. I'm going to say if friend requests, okay, and friend requests, the length is greater than 0. So if the friend requests are greater than 0, if we have more a lot of friends, if there's something in the friend requests list, we're going to trigger this here function. It's going to trigger every time the friend requests updates, and then the get user as well. And let's save. So we should be able to map through this request, by the way. I'm just going to do request the length. If it's greater than 0, we're just going to display a div here. Okay. We also want to sort these friends, by the way, depending on by date, depending on which one is the latest friend. Oops, what am I doing? So okay, friend request is if it's greater than 0. We actually want to sort. Let's sort before outside here instead of sorting it in here. sort by date, const sorted requests. And then yeah, we're going to request the sort. Okay, so I always get confused which one to put first, like a minus b or b minus b to sort based on the newest. So normally I just have to swap them around in here. So when I return, so normally new date created at dot get time minus new date dot created at. So normally if it doesn't sort in the way you want, you can do a minus b here. Okay, and then or b minus a. All right, now we should be able to have this sorted data, sorted requests dot map requests a user oops, I hate this. Oh my days. Now I don't know where it ends. Okay, go back. Okay. Okay, so sorted data dot map request and then here we're just going to return a div like so. Okay, so this is the list, by the way. We're going to need a key, class name, actually no key. We're going to do request dot id. So this request here, this is going to be a user object. Okay, we're going to destruct a few properties. Friends, okay, so we have the friends. We are going to show an image, a photo, rounded full, aspect square, object cover, like so. Now let's save. Our friend request. There's an error. Get user is not a function. Okay, there's an issue. Use chat context. Get user is not a function. That's weird. Get user. I don't think we're sending get user here. Do we have that function to begin with? We should have get user by ID, I'm sure. Get user ID. Oh, seems like we don't have that function for getting the user. That's really weird. Fetch or charts. Get user. Oh, it's named get user by ID. That's the name of the function. So go back. So here, this should be get user by ID. Get user by ID. Now let's save. Now let's go to friend requests. Get user is not defined. Okay, where else are we using get user? Okay, so get user by ID. Okay, so go to friend requests. Okay, as you can see now, we can see the picture. Perfect. So now the image is showing. Let's continue with the styles. So friends, with the key, let's do a class name. Flex, justify between, item center. Item center, I'm just going to set the border to white and give it a transition. We've been doing this. Transition. And I'm just going to put this into the next line. So the border is set to white. And the border is 2. Border bottom 2. And let's set the cursor to pointer. Cursor pointer. Let's save. Okay, so there it is. Nice. We have, let's keep going. Div. I'm just going to do an h3 request.name with a font of medium. There it is. Request.name. And we're going to have a p tag. P tag. I'm going to do the same thing I've done with friends to check if we're friends with the user. If you remember, in the, what's the component name again? Search results. If you remember, we have this p tag here. I'll copy this. Like that. 0 friends. Okay. Now what we want after this, nope. Okay, so we actually need to put this in a div container. We have another div here, container, class name. So this one is flex gap3, and we're going to collapse and we're going to make another div. Okay, so this div, we are going to give it a class name flex, and the gap we're going to set to 2, and we're going to do buttons to accept a friend request. It's just one button, by the way. Button accept. You can do a conditional to delay as well. I'm not delay, I mean block a user or not accept, reject a friend request. Entirely up to you. So we're going to use a check icon, check, and this button, let's do class name flex, item center, justify center. I'm going to give it a height of 2.5 and width of 2.5 rem and rounded full, the same button we've done before, like so. So we should be able to see a nice button here. Nice. So the other thing that we want is the reject friend request button. I'm going to use an icon called ban, like so. And we're going to do class name. We're going to do the same thing again, but a different color. Paste in the styles. All right. And this is the color here, so we can accept or ban the user. By the way, you can swap this around to see whatever look you want. I'll put this maybe so it's easier to see accept or ban user or reject. Okay, so using the ban icon, but this is the reject. All right, perfect. So on click, let's work on the click functionality. On click, this is going to take in a callback function, and then we're just going to say accept friend requests, and we're going to send in an object in here with the requesting user ID. Okay, and it's going to be request user and the request ID here. Now let's save. Okay, let's see. Let's try to accept. Seems like there's an error. 404 not found. Okay, so friends accept. So it seems like our endpoint is somehow wrong. Accept friend. Okay. Accept friend request. Okay, let's check. User routes. Friends accept. Okay, I'll copy this. What did I type? Okay, it's the same thing. Okay, so that's really weird. Let's try again. Let's refresh here. Click and accept. Okay. Now it's 404 not found. Okay, what method am I doing here? It should be post. Okay, it's post. Oh, this is a patch. This should be post. All right, and let's try to refresh and accept. Accept. Okay, so now you can see friend accepted. So now we've accepted, so there are no more friends here. So when I search one, I believe I'm one. We should disregard ourselves in the search results, by the way, because I think it's showing ourselves. Okay, so we're already friends, but this is our logged in user. We should disregard that. We're going to do that later, by the way, to disregard ourselves from the search results. So already friends, we cannot send a friend request to this user because we're already friends. So now let's try to open up this one. Okay, so this one has been inactive for a while, so I'll refresh this one. So if I do one, as you can see now, we are friends. Okay, perfect. The friend request is working. We can accept, send a friend request. Let's put a comment here. We're going to do fit friend request. Friend request. I can't even type. friend request, and let's save this one. And I will take a break. It's been like 2 hours. It's exactly 2 hours non-stop. So yeah, I'll take a break. I'll continue tomorrow. It's like 1:40 a.m. in the morning. So yeah, that's it. I'll see you on the next one. Okay, I'm back. So now let's not include ourselves in this search. So I don't want the currently signed in user to be included here in the search. So this is the signed in user. So we want to remove it from here. Actually, I think this is the signed in user, this one, the first one, because we are not displaying the profile information yet. So we won't be able to see which one is the currently logged in user, but this is the currently logged in user. So let's not include that. So for us to not include the currently logged in user, let's go to the server. In the server, we're going to go to user routes. We need to go to search users. So here we have the user ID, the currently logged in user. So let's copy this user ID. We're going to go into total users. So here after the total users, we're going to do ID like this. And then we're going to say not equal to. So NE stands for not equal to user ID. We're going to return the data as long as it's not equal to the currently logged in user. So this is not equal to. So let's save. And we should be able to, let's refresh here. Okay, seems like it's still showing data users. Okay, so we actually need to do it here as well. So here, not equal to user ID. All right, let's save. So now let's refresh again. Okay, so as you can see now, the currently logged in user no longer shows here. We won't be able to send a friend request to ourselves. So we can only see users which are not ourselves. Okay, so the next one, the next stage, let's display the information here. When I click on the profile, I want to see the information of the currently logged in user. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to close everything here. Let's close. Okay, so let's go to page. Page. Okay, so page, we have profile here. Okay, so show profile text area. Let's start with the profile. Okay. So in the profile, we're going to need logout const. First off, we need to get update user. Okay, this update user, it's already done in the user context. And then we need the change password because we want to be able to change the password. Change password to use user context like so. Perfect. We also need logout user. We're going to do that later, but now let's just focus on doing other things. So I'm going to do const photo equal to use user context dot user and then the photo, and we're going to get the bio, const bio. We're going to get the bio and we're going to get the name like so. Perfect. So now we have these properties. We want to do some state because we're going to change the state values. We can update the name, we can update the bio, and we can also update the photo. So that's why we're creating a state in here. So I'm going to say const local bio and then set local bio. You can do react.useState or you can import this useState like so. And then we have the bio. It's going to be the default bio. By default, we have a bio. By default, it's going to be the default bio. And then we can update this bio. We're going to do the same thing for name. And we're going to also, for passwords, we are going to have the new password and then the old password. Okay, so I'm going to do const local. This is going to be old password. It's going to be an empty string, and then local new password. Okay, like so. So because this is old password, we need to enter the old password first for us to be able to change to a new password. Okay, perfect. Let's do a change event. Okay, so const handle input. Okay, so handle input, we are going to take in the name of the input. Name of input is going to be a string, and then we're going to do another function. This is going to take in the event. I'm just going to do any, no type checking, and then we're going to switch. We're going to use a switch case. We're going to switch name depending on whatever name we pass. Name, like so. Okay, so case, if the name is equal to name, let's start with name first. Name, this is the wrong way around. Name, and then we're going to set local name to id.target.value, and then we're going to break out of this. Break, like so. Okay, and then we're going to have case bio. We're going to do the same thing. Old password, new password. Okay, perfect. And then the default, we're just going to break, like so. Okay, so depending on whatever input name we pass here, it's going to select that state and set to whatever input name we pass in as an argument. Okay, perfect. Now let's go and do the styles. So let's do class name, and let's use template literals here. Actually, it's not necessary. Let's do px to 4, and we're going to do pb8, and we're going to give it a width of 90%. With 90%. Perfect. By the way, let's click the profile. For some reason, the profile is not showing. Let's make it show first before we do anything. Okay. So show profile. Okay, so we haven't actually, we need to do an on click on this profile button. Okay, so this is in the sidebar. That's where that button, little button is. Where's the on click here? Is it this one? Button icon. Okay, I'm just looking to which it is. Let's inspect here. Okay, item center. Okay, yeah, it is this one here. So we need to do an on click here. On click, and then we're going to do a callback function, and we're going to set the handle friend profile toggle, and then we're just going to set that to true, like so. Now let's see if it's working. Let's click. As you can see now, perfect. Now it says profile. When I click, it's removing the profile. When I click here, it's showing the profile now. Perfect. Now let's go back to the profile and let's continue styling the profile. Okay, so now we have the main styles. Let's cancel this. Let's do an H3 and just say my profile, like so. And let's do a template literal class name. Oops, wrong button. I'm using a weird keyboard. So PT6, and we're going to do pb8 flex justify center text 3xl font bold, and then here we're going to do gradient text because we wanted this text to be gradient. And on dark mode, I'm just going to set the text color to white. Dark text white, like so. Oops, text white. We should, the gradient is not working as, I think we need to set this display to block. Let's do block or inline. I can't remember which one it is. Is it inline block or block? Okay, seems like it's work inline block. Okay, for some reason okay, so we should have display block somewhere. Text transparent. Oh, it's actually inline block. Okay, so this is the flex. Oh no, it's not a flex item. With 90%. And also, why is this going up all the way up here? Messages. Okay, let's go back to sidebar. PX. I don't know why this went all the way up here. Inspect. Okay, so we have PX empty. I believe it was empty for seems like it's not the correct one. I have no clue why it changed. Let's try 6. Okay, so now let's click. Let's go back to profile. So flex, justify center, item center. I think it's because I'm using flex, that's why. Okay, let's do text center instead. Text center. Oh, we cannot do text center because it's an inline block. So let's bring back the flex. You know what? I'll leave it like this as it is. Okay, so profile. And then here we're going to do flex. Flex column. And we're going to have an image first. Image. All right. And so this one is going to be 300 pixels. 300 pixels. And we're going to set aspect to square. Okay, and I'm just going to give it that border we've been using and the hover we've been using. Okay, so we have aspect square, rounded full, object cover, border 2, border white, cursor pointer, and then a bit of scale on the hover and the transformation. When we go on dark mode, I'm just going to change this color to a gray color. Let me go to the next line. And then we're going to set a duration for the transition, is in and is out. Shadow SM, select text, dark. The border color is going to be this color. So there's our image. So when I go dark, dark, as you can see now, perfect. Okay, so this is the flex. Let's give it a container div, and let's give it a class name. So this one is going to be group relative, and then self center. Okay, so the group is going to allow us to have whatever is in this div. Now we're going to have an input here. Input. Oops. Input. Okay, so we're going to have an input, and then the type is going to be file, and name. It's going to be file, and then ID file, and then let's do class name on change. This is not what I want. I'll leave this empty for now. Let's just close this file. Okay, so we have the input, and then I'm going to have span. I'm just going to say change image, like so. So we're going to click this whole div here for us to be able to change the image. All right, so here we'll change image. Let's see what we want to do now. Let's see what this looks like now. Let's try to click. Okay, we need to click this one. Click. Okay, like that. All right. So, well, what we're going to do, let's style this. We're going to put position absolute. We want this input to cover this whole div. So we're going to set absolute this input, the span. Class name absolute. So we're going to set top 0. Width and height we're going to set to full. Rounded, we're going to set rounded to full. Display flex, item center, justify center, height, width and height full. So it's going to fill the entire thing. Okay, so it's going to see change image. Okay. So what we need to do now is style the input itself, this one. Absolute. Let's do top 0, left 0, and then we're going to set width and height to full. Okay, and we're going to set opacity to 0, and we're going to set cursor to pointer, so the input will be there behind. Okay, we can click. All right, now PG black. Did I do this PG? Now change image. Okay, I don't know why this change image is not centered here as it should. Let's see why. I'll get rid of this. So this is absolute. We're setting the top to 0. Width, height full. Okay. Absolute. So make sure the spelling is correct. So there it is now. We can see hover and see the change image. Okay, when we have on the image. Okay, so that's that. Let's go back. So change image. After this, we're going to have a form. So here we want to submit, we want to change the user details. Class name MB2. We want to change the user details. So we have the label, name, and let's give the class name text LG, that's text large, and then font semi bold, and then let's do the gradient text. Let's use the template literals. So we wanted text to be gradient. And then on dark mode, I'll put the slate 200. Okay, so we don't see anything yet here because this is the label. We need to put text within the label. Here we're just gonna say full name. And we should see something here, full name, like so. Now we just need to do the input. 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 Okay, so let's add the properties for the input here. Type text, name, name, and then ID, name, and then on change, we're going to use the value, we're going to use the local name, and then on change, we're going to use the handle input, and then the name of the this input here is name. So remember, so this input function here is taking in a name. Okay, it takes in a name, the name of the input. So the name of the input is going to be name, which is going to set this local name here. Okay, so this is not the value, by the way, so we're going to set, it's going to be default value. It's going to be local name. That's the default value. Okay, and we need to do class name. We need to put our own custom styles here. I'm going to set width to full, and we're going to set padding left to 2, and we're going to give it a rounded and give it the purple background color. Okay, so let's save. Let's see what it looks like. This is what it looks like. So we have this border white. Okay, we can, edit this name. So we have the rounded MD, BG blue 100, shadow SM, border 2, border white, and on focus we're going to have this purple color here. So the ring, that's the focus ring, and we have the border transparent. Okay, perfect. And on dark mode, we're actually going to do that gray color we've been doing for the border. So when it's dark, it's hopefully it's remembering the color we've been doing here. Let's see. Okay, so this is the color we've done before. So let's go dark. Okay, perfect. You can set this to white, by the way. So dark focus ring, you can set this to white. Let's see if it looks nicer if it's white. I mean, I don't like the white one. So dark focus ring, you can get rid of this. You can get rid of this. It's still going to use the default focus ring. You don't need to specify it again on dark mode. All right, so that's the focus ring. We need the placeholder. So for the placeholder, we're just going to say full name. Actually, the placeholder is not necessary because we have the default name, our name, this send-in user. So it's going to show the default name of that user in the input box. Okay, so we have the full name. So the next section, let's duplicate this. Duplicate. So the next one is going to be bio. So bio, we are going to, let's get rid of the MB2. for bio. So we have label, bio, class name. I'll get rid of this. Okay, so for bio, HTML4, this is going to be bio. Okay. And for bio, I'm going to bio, local bio, like so. And the handle change is going to be bio. And this one is going to be a text area. Text area. Text area, we need to close it like, I think I'm going to close it like this. Yeah. And let's get rid of the type text here. And let's save. All right, let's save this. As you can see now, we have the bio. I'm a new user. We can change this bio, by the way, to whatever different bio you want. We just need to go back to the server and change this. Okay, so we cannot resize this on the x-axis. I think the majority of the styles are the same. I'll just copy this. I'll paste in the styles. Yeah, they're pretty much the same, to be honest. So we can set some default styles. In the global CSS, we can reset some styles for the text area. That's entirely up to you if you want to reset the styles for that. Okay, so you know what? I'll give it a class name. Text area. Text area. Actually, no, because that text, this one we can make it as big as we want. Let's refresh. Oops, click this one. You can make this resizable or not resizable. That's entirely up to you. Let's see. Focus. Outline 9. Here you can say resize. You can put resize none. We already have resize none, so it won't be able to be. You won't be able to resize this. Okay, so we have resize none. So we won't be able to resize. So if I remove this, you can see it's resizable. Okay. You know what? Let's leave it to. Let's make it resizable. Let's leave it like this. All right. Resizable. I'm a bit conflicted. I'll put it back. You can pick if you want to resize it or not. And then the next one. So we've changed this to bio. The next one is going to be the password, I believe. Okay. So let's do a div after this div here. Div. And let's do class name px. We're going to set that to 4. And then we're going to do flex end. Flex end. Why is it not auto-completing for flex end? Oh, it's justify end. Okay, so we have justify end. So we need a button here. Button. So this one we're going to say update profile. Update profile. Like so. And this one is going to be type. We're going to submit. Okay, we're going to update the profile when we click this button. Let's give it a class name. We're going to give it this purple color we've been using. Okay, so we have the transition, duration of 300 milliseconds, and hover, this color here, pink color. The text is white, padding 2, rounded MD and this purple background color. So we should see update profile here. Okay, so that's the button. Oh, this should be not PX, this should be PY. Okay, so we should have enough spacing here. So update profile. So when we click, we want to update our username and the bio. So before we go any further, let's do the update. We need to update the user. This form here, I'm going to get rid of, I'll leave the action empty. Actually, I'm going to do on submit, and here we're going to get the event object, and we're going to do e.prevent default, and then update user. We're going to send the name to local name, bio to local bio, because when we change the state value, it's gonna go to the local bio state. We're setting here the updated state to this local state, and then the current value in that local state, whenever we click submit, we want to send that to the server and save in the database. So now let's try to change this name here to Billy Butcher. You can put any bio you want. One of his line. Okay, and like that. And let's update profile. As you can see, user update successfully. Let's refresh. So as you can see, our name is Billy Butcher. We have saved this data in the database. Okay, if I go to guest, let's refresh this. As you can see now, it's Billy Butcher here. Okay, it is updated. It says Billy Butcher here. That's the messages we are receiving between these two users. Okay, now we can update the user. We need to do the password. We need to be able to update the password as well. Okay, so we have update profile. I will collapse this form. Okay, so what I'll do another form. So this one, we're going to update a password. We're going to be using the same function to update user, but it's going to send different properties. All right, and we're going to do a div in here. Let's do class name flex, and we're going to give it a gap 2, and let's do a div. Okay, so div, so gap 2 div, and let's do a label. Old pass. What did I name it again? So this is old password switch, old password, new password. Okay. Old password, old password. Okay, so let's see if it's remember the styles. Okay, so hopefully it's the same styles we used here. So it should use the same styles. Open profile, form, and we just need to put text in here. It should say old password. As you can see now, it says old password here. It remembered the styles for the text. And let's see if it's going to remember the input. Okay, so it remembered the input, and it also changed the name, handle input name. Remember, we're using a switch case. One of the case is old password. Okay, so there it is. Password, old password. We need to enter the old password and then the new password. Okay, and we needed to remember the new password, so it should create another div now for the new password. It's the same thing, same div, but different name of the input. Okay, so this is the new password. Let's save. It didn't close the tag, did it? It looks like it didn't close the tag. Oops. Okay, so now we've closed the tag. Okay, so we have old password, new password, and the handle change is working. So the button, it should also remember the button that we need for submit. After this, we should have a button. Okay, so it remembered the styles we done earlier. Okay, so it's the same thing we done up top, but here we're going to have the old password and the new password. So let's save. So change password, but the button placement is wrong this time. So what we're going to do, let's restyle this. We have py, p4, p4. So input. Okay. Collapse this. Collapse this. Okay. What I will do, I'll take this here, these two divs. So we have div flex gap 2. So actually I'll cut this div here and I'll put this. So this is the parent of the two input fields, the flex and gap 2, which is this one. And then after that, I'm going to display this button here, which is going to have padding y 4 and then flex justify end, and it's going to be at the end here, same as the other one. Okay, so we have this component and then this button component, which is the update password. Okay, you can say change password or update password. Update password. Okay, so I'll get rid of this on click here, we don't need it. On click, and then this type of this button, we're just going, this is going to be submit. Type submit. Submit, because this is a different form here. Okay, we're going to do the on submit here. On submit, going to take in an event callback function e.prevent default, so the form doesn't refresh. Okay, the default behavior, and then here we're just going to say change password. Change password. So remember, for us to change the password, we need a function called change password, which is coming from the user context. Okay, so change password is going to take two things. It's going to take the old password and the new password. Okay, so that's why we're going to pass in the two properties in here. So we have local old and local new password, and then we're just going to reset those inputs to empty strings. Okay, so we're preventing the default. Let's try to change the password. So click, all fields are required. Now let's enter the old password, which is, I think it's pass 1 2 3 4. I'll just put 1 2 3, the wrong password, to see if it's working. I'm gonna say the new password, test password. So click invalid password. Okay, because the old password is invalid. Let's put the correct one. Update. Seems like it's wrong. Test pass update. Okay, I don't know why it's saying all fields are required. Let's check the console. Clear. Update password. Error changing password. Okay, let's see why. Okay, bad request. That's weird. Let me check maybe if I'm using capital letters. Let me check Postman to see what the password is. Okay, so it's pass 1 2 3 4. Copy and put here. And let's do update password. What fields are required? That's weird. Let's check something on submit. Local old password. Okay, so let's check the inputs. This should work. So value. Okay, I see why it's not working, because we did not set the values of this input. We need to set the value to the state value, local old password, and here we need to set local old new password because we did not set the values. Okay, so now let's try. Let's put the password, and this one is new password code test pass and update. Invalid password. Okay, let's see why it's saying invalid. Copy again, paste, test, pass, update. This is weird. Let's refresh. Paste, test, pass, oops, test, pass, update. Okay, it's saying invalid. That's weird. On change. I'm just trying to see why do we have this issue. Local old password. For some reason. Let's try again. Still invalid. Oh, I know why. I know why it's invalid, because this is the wrong user. This is the guest, so it's not the user we are using. So we need to go back to the actual user, to the main user, which is not guest. This is the user, which we need to change the password on. So this is Billy Butcher. So let's try to change the password, not the wrong user. So here we're gonna do test, pass, and update password. As you can see, the password has changed because we're using the wrong user. That's why the password was saying invalid. Okay, we were in the guest page, which is signed in as a different user, which is this one here. Okay, I mean, now let's do a logout. We need to sign out the user, whoever is logged in. So for us to log out the user, we want to also clear all of the state input. Okay, so in the use chat context, in the chat context, we are going to use user. Actually, in the chat use user chat context. In the chat context, we're going to log out the user. Okay, so I mean, let's do the log out the user just before this use effect here. Log out user. Log out user. Okay, so this logout user is going to be in async. Okay, async. Try catch. Response equal to await axios.get server URL, and then this is logout. This is the route. Okay, logout, and we're going to clear all of the state. Clear all of the state. Okay, all of the states. Set chats, set messages, we're going to reset everything we have so far. We're going to add more state later. So all of the state later. we will do we have user, set user. We don't have user yet, but anyway, we're going to clear everything else. We're going to add more state in here to clear, and then we are going to do, actually no, this is a success. Towards the success, we can just say user, you have been logged out, like that. And then we're going to redirect to login page. We need router.push. So we need to import router. Const router, we're going to use router, which is coming from next navigation, not next router, but next navigation. Okay, and we need to go and push to login page. Logout user, router.push login page, like so. Perfect. And otherwise, we're just gonna do an error. Okay, now let's dispatch this function here. Let's get access. Let's destructure logout user. Logout user, yeah, like so. Okay, so we need a button for that, for us to be able to log out the user. So after the form, let's do a button. So collapse this. We're going to do div, and we're going to give it a padding top pt, that's pt4, and we're going to do self-center, and on click, actually this is not the button, let's do button logout. This is our button here, and let's do on click. So we're using this logout user in a callback function, and this one here is not a span. Let's just import the logout icon, and we're just gonna say logout, and let's save. So this button, there it is, logout. We just need to put the proper styles, bg red 500, and we're going to, let's do flex item center. Okay, bg red 500, and then we're going to do text to white. You can give it any color that you see fit, and let's do px. We're going to set that to 4, and then py 2, and then we're going to rounded md, and on hover we're just going to change it to a red 600 when we hover this button. Okay, so bg red 600, and the transition, we're going to transition the colors, and duration is 300 milliseconds, and it is like a ease in and ease out. So when I hover, it's going to be super red. Okay, so that's the profile. I believe we can make this a bit bigger. Text area. Does it have rows? I don't think it does. Oh, I think it does. Let's give it 3. Yeah, I think 3 is fine. So 3 for the text area. Okay, so we have full name, new password. Let's put it to red. Not red, I mean to light mode. Let's inspect. Okay, seems to be working nice. With width 90%. Flex column. So the parent is set to flex column. Wait a minute, inspect. Okay, let's try to center this maybe. I think that makes more sense to center this. If we go to page, flex, it should be justify center here. Okay, like so. It should be centered now. All right, perfect. My profile. And this is the information. We can update the profile. We can update the theme. Oh, by the way, for these icons here, I think I'll give them. Let's go to the sidebar. So here we have the top, the mid buttons, and then these buttons here. Okay. Dark theme. I think I will py1 like this. So okay. So py1, there should be a bit of space at the top. You can increase this to py2 like that. I think that this makes more sense. Let's just do p2 like so. I think this makes more sense now. I think it looks better like this. Or you can increase the width to make it look like this as well if you want to, but I think I like this version better. Interesting now. Okay, perfect. So now we can see the profile. So now we want to do the same thing. We want to show the profile here. When I click this user here, we want to see the mini profile here, and we also want to be able to close this profile when I click a button somewhere. Okay, so this is going to be in the header. Let's commit first. We're going to do fit user profile update, and yes, we're going to commit. Okay, and let's open the header. I'm just looking for the header component. Messages header. All right. So we want a click function. Handle friend profile. Let's see. Okay, not friend profile. Okay. It seems like we have the state already here. Handle profile. Okay. So let's go to page. Oh, oops, page. So page, we have show profile, and then here we're showing the profile, and then here the width 30%. We're going to have two components, either to show online friends or to show the profile of the user. Click on here because we have this state called show friend profile. If you remember the state, okay, we're going to copy show friend profile, and here we're going to conditionally display if this state is not true, we're going to show online friends. Okay, so if this state is not true, by default we will see online friends. Okay, because by default this is going to be false, by the way, and we're going to see the friends who are online. And if however this is true, we are going to show a profile of the friend. Okay, show friend profile like this, but we do not have these components. Let's create these components. I believe messages are with the body receiver. Okay, let's do in here in the main root directory for the components. Let's do online, and we're going to create a TSX file. Use client, doesn't remember. Use client, okay. And the other thing that we want a component for friend profile, like that. And let's do the same. Use client, and we're going to do functional component and export friend profile, and this is going to be the online. All right, so we should be able to see by default this is going to be false. Okay, let's see the state here. As you can see now, it's false by default because this is coming from global context. It's false. But when I click set for this one, when I click, as you can see, handle friend profile, it's toggling that state. And then when I click here, it's going to oops, not here, but here, it's going to toggle, and then you're going to see friend profile. So we also want a button to get rid of this friend profile and show the online users if you desire to do that. Okay, let's start with the friend profile. I believe it makes more sense to start with that, and then we're going to do the online one later. So here we're going to do need active chat data, and this is coming from use chat context. And const, we're going to need handle friend profile and shop friend profile, which is coming from global context. That's what we need in here. Here we're just displaying the data, and here we just need to style px 4, and then we're going to set the height to 4, and then flex column, and we're going to do justify between, like so. And let's create a div in here, class flex column, and we're going to do items center. Okay, item center, and we're going to have another div here. So this one, we're going to do class name, we're going to do px to 4, and we're going to do pt for flex column, and we're going to give it a gap 2, and we're going to give it a border top of white, and then when it's dark, we're going to give it that gray color. So here, dark, it's going to be this gray color, and the opacity is 60%. Okay, and in here we are just going to add some data. So let's do a button. So this is the state we want to be able to close and open. I mean, mainly closing the friends. So we just want to close here. Okay, so in this button, we're going to have a span, and we're going to have X mark icon called X mark, like that. So this icon is going to allow us to close this and see the online friends. Okay, so let's do that. Let's do one click, and we're going to do handle friend profile, and we're just going to say set to the opposite of show friend profile. So here when I click, it's closing that, the friend. Okay, and we're going to see the online friends. Perfect. So now let's style this class name, and we're going to give it a padding x to 4, and we're going to do self start, and we're going to give it a padding 1, and text to XL, flex, oops, flex, and we're going to do items center gap. We're going to set that to 8. Okay, and let's save. So let's click. So there's our icon here. All right. So this one is actually py, not px. Okay, like so. Looks way better now. So we have the X marker, and I need another span in here. Span. So here we're just going to say contact info, like so. Class name, text. We're gonna set that to 16 pixels, and font medium, like so. So we should see contact info. We can click and close here. All right. Let's give it a text. Okay, so let's do padding left to 1, and let's give it a gray color for the text. So this is the color, and on dark mode, the white is going to be the color, and the opacity is 65%. So that's the color for the icon. All right, so we have the contact info. Let's do the button. We've done the button already. So we have padding px4 self-start, p1 2xl, item center. Okay. Let's do an image. Let's display the image. Image, next image. Okay, so this one is going to be 200 for the width, and it's going to be rounded again. As you can see now, it's rounded. So the rounded full aspect square object cover, we've done this before. Remember the styles, border 2, and the colors white. When it's dark, it's this color. The cursor's pointer, and when I hover, it's going to scale a bit, and there's a transition here. All right, so there it is. Okay, I'm going to set this image empty margin top, empty, I think it's empty 8 for 2 RAM, empty 8, and let's do self center, like so. So there it is, it's now centered. Okay, so that's the image. I'm just going to check the live version to see how the image looks like. Okay, it looks correct. And we just want to display the information of the user, like the name and the bio after the image. We're going to do an h2 here. Active chat data dot name, and we're going to give this a gradient color, the gradient that we've been using. So let's see if it remembers the gradient color. Doesn't seem to remember. Class name, okay, it's going to be a gradient text, and we need to import this gradient text, and let's save. So there's our name, and the text is gradient. Okay, and font bold, this should be self center as well. Center text to Excel. Let's do px to 4, font bold, self center, MT. Let's set that to 2. Okay, so when it's dark mode, you can set this text to text white. Okay, like that, or you can set it to text You can set it to slate 100, I think, so it's not too bright. Okay, so that it won't be way too bright. And we just need to also show the email of the user. Okay, because we're friends, we're able to see the email of this user. I'll get rid of this span here. Okay, let's do class name, self, center. All right, so this is the email of the user. So we have the name, email. Okay. Probably we might want to show like a border bottom. Let's put a border bottom here. Border. Actually, let's add another P first here, and then we're going to put a border top. We're going to have a span. It's going to be about. Okay, and we're going to give it a class name. Like so, and we're going to do PL to 1, padding left, font medium, and we're going to set the border top to 2 and give it a white color. Okay, so border top 2, border white, self start, display flex column. When it's dark, this is the border color. We should be able to see a border somewhere. Let's save. Okay, so there's a border there. But this border should be on the parent, which is this p tag here. Okay, so this p tag, I will set margin top to 6 and py 4, and we're going to set the width to full 100%. So it's going to cover the entire width like this. So there's a border here, border white. Okay, and we're going to have the about text in here, which is going to have the padding left 1, font medium, and we can set the text to 16 pixels. So this should be gradient text. When it's dark, I will set the slate to 200, like so. All right. This py. Let's see if it's 4 is better. Okay, let's leave it at 4. About, yeah, let's leave it at 4. So we have this about text, and we need another span here, which is going to display the bio of the user. As you can see here, there's the bio. I'm a new user, like so. All right. You can increase the padding left, by the way, if you want to. So P. After that, I will go in this area here. So here we're going to have a button, and we're going to have a span, and it's going to be block. Span unfriend user, that's the name of the text. and the text is going to be 16 pixels. Unfriend user. So there's our button here. So we have border here. Okay, perfect. So this is the border top. We have unfriend user. We just need to style this button. We're going to set font medium, class name. So the text is red 500 and then the font is going to be medium, self-start, and then padding 1. Okay, and the text is going to be 2XL, and we're going to display flex and give it a gap of 8, like so. Unfriend user, and we're going to do the same thing. We're going to do the same thing with the delete user. Okay, so to delete chat, we need a span. Oops, let's do a span. Here we're gonna say we need a trash icon. So trash. Okay, another span which is gonna say delete chat or delete user. That's entirely up to you what you decide to name it. And we need to do the same thing again. We need to display flex and give it a gap. Exactly these styles here. Save. Okay, nice. This should be text. Okay, perfect. I think what we can do to make this line up, you can display this as a grid, by the way, instead of flex. So you can do grid, and then grid cos, and then we can put this to 60 pixels on FR, like this. Copy this, paste, like so. So they should look a bit equal. Now let's not do item center. Let's get rid of this item center here, like so. Let's see why it is a space to the left. Items, item start, I think. I don't know why it's still not. Let's check display, flex. Okay, let's do that. Let's do class name, and let's do flex. Class name, flex. And I think we need to reduce the width. The width here, what did we set it to? So this is 60 pixels. Let's put it to 40. 40. Let's reduce this to maybe 30. Okay. Seems like we just need to center this. Okay, flex. Item center. Item center. It should. Item center. Okay, so we need to item center the parent. Okay, self start, item center, item center. Okay, so now, yeah, it should be centered. We can delete and or delete. We can delete or unfriend user. By the way, if you want to make this functional, you're going to do this yourself. This is easy to do, so you should have the knowledge how to do it now. Okay, or if I do have some time at the end, I will make this clickable and unfriend or delete the chat. Okay, in the user section, when we created the authentication, if we're admin, we're able to delete the user. You can get rid of admin privileges to delete user. You just need to be logged in user to delete, this chat. So you can use the same idea from authentication section. All right, so yeah, now we can show the bio. You can click the profile and show the bio. So the next step would be to probably, okay, so online users. Okay, let's go back to, let me check if I'm recording what time. So 1 hour, 16 minutes, okay. So let's make a commit. Fit, this is friend profile. Okay, let's commit. Okay, perfect. Let's go back to page. Let's do a bit of styling on the online component. I'm not going to do a lot much in here. Class name. I'm just going to set the height to full, overflow to hidden, overflow hidden, and I'm going to give it padding top and bottom. I'm just going to put an H2 in here. I'm going to say online friends, class, oops, not children, but class name. And we're going to be using template literals because we're going to be using the gradient color we've been using. I'm going to give it a px of 4, text to Excel. And make sure you import the gradient text. And when it's dark, I'm going to give it a color, text to white. Like so. So here we have online friends. It's going to go white. All right, online friends. Perfect. So now let's see if we need to do anything first. So the next step would be to use socket.io to do the text. So let's first finish everything, and then the socket is going to be the last thing we're going to do. So now let's fix this messages. Okay, so the body, because we can keep sending messages, but we need to scroll to the bottom. Every new message that comes, we need to keep scrolling at the bottom to the bottom. So for now, let's keep sending messages. Okay, messages. Okay, so as you can see now, something weird is going on here. Okay, and it's not clearing the input for some reason as well. Okay, that is weird. So let's fix this. So for us to fix this, let's go to the body. Where's the body? Profile, messages body. Okay, so for us to fix this, I'm going to put a reference on this one here. So ref, I'm gonna put a ref to message body ref. Okay, and let's import ref here, message body ref. You can import use ref. Okay, so we're setting a reference. We want to scroll to the bottom of this message body. Okay, so let's go to the global CSS and style this message body. So we have this class here, message body, global CSS. Where should we style this? Because we want to give it a custom message body, we want to give it a custom scroll bar. Okay, so message body, I'm gonna set the height. I'm gonna do calculate. I'm gonna set it to 100% minus 152 pixels. Okay, so that's the height, 100%. So this 152 pixels is this space here. So I want, as you can see now, we have the scroll bar. Okay, the 250 pixels, 152 is going to account for this text area here. So we want the message to end here, just before the text area. Okay, so when I send message, okay, so I want to scroll. Every time I send a message, I want it to stay at the bottom here. Okay, every time a new message is sent. So how do we do that? So by the way, if I remove this, let me show you what I mean. If I set the height to 100%, as you can see now it's overflowing. So that's why we are using minus 152 pixels. Okay, so we want to scroll at the bottom, but first let's fix this scroll bar here. For us to fix the scroll bar, let's set overflow Y to auto, and resize. Let's set that to none, and the transition 0.3 seconds is in and is out, like so. And we're going to do dot message body. We're going to set a scroll bar to width 5 pixels, and we're going to give it the thumb. We're going to color this purple color here. Border radius 6 pixels, like so. And the track, we're going to set the border radius. Actually, the background color, let's set to this, and we're going to give it no need for a border radius for the track actually. Okay, so there it is. There's a nice scroll bar. We don't need this background. We have the scroll bar. You can put this as a gradient if you want to, by the way. So now with the scroll bar, we just need to scroll at the bottom every time we send a new message or we receive a new message. Go back. Okay, so we have this message ref. So for us, we need to use a use effect. Whenever we send a new message or receive a new message, we are going to scroll to the bottom. So let's create const scroll. It's remembering stuff I've done before. To bottom, and all right. So we're gonna give the default behavior. Default behavior. We're just gonna set it to smooth. Is this the spelling for behavior? There's no U. Seems like there's no U here. Okay, so the default behavior is going to be smooth scrolling, and then we're just going to check if message ref.current So the message ref, this one. Okay, so we're just gonna do message ref the current dot scroll to. Okay, so this scroll to, it's a built-in method. Okay, scroll to, and then we're gonna do top. So top, we're going to get the scroll height of this message element here. Okay, scroll height, and then behavior, we can pass in whatever behavior you want in here. What is it saying now? It's not assignable to scroll behavior. Type string is not one defined. Oh, behavior. So this is a string, and it's not assigned. So string, I believe. So scroll to. It shouldn't give us a warning here. Behavior. There shouldn't be a warning. Scroll behavior, undefined. Okay. Wait a minute. HTML div element. Okay, let's get rid of this. Okay, so what is this complaining about? Doesn't exist on type never. Message pod ref. Just scroll to. TypeScript always keeps complaining. I'll get rid of the type checking here. Okay, I got rid of the type checking. Okay, so we have the behavior, so we don't need to do this in here. Okay, so smooth. Now, scroll to bottom, scroll to the current scroll height, scroll to bottom on initial render or initial load. Use layout effect. Okay, so on initial load, initial page load. Okay, in here I'm gonna say scroll to bottom. I'm gonna set to auto, like so. Let's refresh here. Click, nothing happens. Okay, let's see why. Body, go back, scroll to bottom, auto. Okay, let's do a use effect here. So every time we send a message, we want to scroll to the bottom whenever a new message comes in. I say scroll to bottom. I'm gonna set that to auto. So this is it takes in the behavior. We're just gonna set it to auto here. Okay, so let's send a new message. As you can see now, it's staying at the bottom. So send another one. Okay, it's scrolling to the bottom, like so. Send to the bottom. But when I click, it should start at the bottom now. Refresh. Click. As you can see now, it's starting scrolling at the bottom to the bottom. Okay. We can type this. Say scroll to the bottom. To bottom. when a new message is sent, like that. Or you can set this to smooth, but this is not a good idea. But it's only good when you're limiting the number of messages you're fetching, because if you limit it, for example, to like 10 messages, it won't be an issue. But if you have more messages fetched at once, it's going to scroll like this, like a smooth scroll like this, which is not good if you have a lot of messages. So let's just leave it to auto. Perfect. So we have the scroll bar. Now what we want, let's see. We want to clear this input here. Okay. So whenever I send a message, this input should disappear. So it should be text area. So text area, message, set message, set message, set message empty string here. On submit, send message, set message to an empty string. Okay, send. You should refresh to an empty string now. Perfect. Perfect. Now the other thing that we want to work on, I think this should be all of it. Oops. Let me. My mouse double clicks, by the way. So that's why you see sometimes you see it put two pop-ups. My mouse just double clicks. When I click once, it's broken. Okay. We have no friend requests. So by the way, you can make these buttons usable as well. You can search messages, but I don't want to make this video very long, so it will take a lot of time to work on every functionality. All right, I'm just looking to see if we're missing anything. Okay, so I think we need, let's go to the guest. Okay, so in the guest, we should see all of these messages here. So we need this small dot, the red dot here to indicate this is a chat item. So chat item, so user online, it's going to show that green color, or otherwise it's going to show the red color. Okay. For the dot, so we have this one. Let's do a class name here. Class name, flex, and item center, justify center, and we're going to give the width and height of 4 pixels. 4 pixels, and let's give it a background of red 500 and the text access extra small, text white, save. As you can see now, we have this small little dot here. We don't need the text white, and we don't need this text access. Okay, so we should see this little red dot. That means we have received a message. The message was received, and if we go here, that means we send the message. We're the sender, and here we received a message. Okay, this is from Billy Butcher. We can change this maybe to a train. I don't know, you can name this user whatever you want, and you can update the profile. Here we're going to refresh here. You're going to see a train. Okay, so that's pretty much it. Before I go, I'll style this little. Let me inspect. Okay, so let's inspect here. We need to style this. Okay, so this one, we are going to tag it. Just inspect to see what we can target. EPR main. So the one that we want to tag is EPR main, this one, and other ones in here. Go to the global .epr main. I'm just gonna set a blur. Actually, EPR main. I will set a background, and I'm going to reset using the important tag. Reset the background to this color here, and I'll give it a border of white. We're just resetting the styles, and a shadow, box shadow. Let's refresh. As you can see, there's a nice white border here, and a shadow. Now it's floating. Okay, and we need to style the search. I'm going to target the search container and the input. So search container, we're targeting the input. I'm going to set the background color like so. Click. There's the background color of the input and the border. And I'm going to select the main and then the div in the main, the direct child, and then I'm tagging the last one. And then I'm just going to give it a scroll bar. The one scroll bar we've been using here with this background color. So it's going to be a thin width. There it is. Okay. You can probably change these colors on dark mode as well, but I think I like this one better. Okay, perfect. I will save this. Scroll bar. Actually, this is body scroll bar. I don't know what you decide to name this. Commit message. Okay. I think this is enough. The next video, I'm going to work on the sockets. We're going to be able to send messages. You're going to see the live updates whenever a new message comes in, or whenever you send a new message, you're going to see we don't need to refresh for us to see changes. When I send a message, we don't need to refresh to see the changes to the next user. Actually, before I go, let's work on changing the images. So I'm just going to put like a simple functionality to upload an image. I think I can remember the image hosting. We can use what did I use again? I'm just checking. Actually, it's got Edge Store. Edge Store. We can do a basic setup. You can go read this documentation. Oh, I'm not logged in, but anyway, if you log in, Edge Store docs, quick start. Okay, so copy your key. If you create an account on Edge Store or whatever provider you're using, you can use any provider. All right, let's go to .env. Okay, so let's create a .env file. In the main directory, client. What do I have this folder? I forgot to delete this folder. Client, and we're going to have .env. env. So make sure the .env is ignored here. Okay, .env. Now in here, make sure you copy the information you copied from Edge Store. So we have the access key and then the storage key. Okay, so we're just going to do a basic setup to upload these images. So for us to be able to upload these images, we're going to create a route, an API route. So we need an API folder here, API, and we're going to create a route, actually Edge Store folder, Edge Store, and then we're going to, this is going to be a dynamic route dot Edge Store like this, and then we're going to do route.ts like so. Okay, so make sure the spelling is correct, Edge Store. So in here, I basically copied this from the documentation from Edge Store. Okay, so we need to install this package because it's not installed in our project. Let's go to the front end. We're going to npm I. This is going to be Edge Store server and Edge Store React. Like this, Edge Store server and then Edge Store React. So yeah, read the documentation, and it's really straightforward how to set this up. Okay, so we have handler as get and handler as post. Okay, perfect. And the error disappears now. We can import the initial Edge Store, init Edge Store, create Edge Store store next handler. Okay, coming from Edge Store server adapters next app, and then the public files, Edge Store file bucket. So this is going to be public. The images are going to be public as long as you have your key here. Okay, and your app is the only thing that's going to access these images, by the way. They are public to you. So with this setup, we need to go to change image. So we've changed image here, so that's where we need to do some front-end stuff for us to change the image. Okay, so let's create const file, a state here for the files, for the image file. This is going to be file. Okay, like so, file, and this is, let's leave this empty. All right, image file. Okay, now we are going to, oops, let me get rid of this search. Let's create a function for us handling upload. Const handle upload image, like so, and it's going to be an async function. It's not going to take anything in here. It's not going to take any parameters. Okay, so the state, if we have a file in the state, if we have a file in the state, what are we going to do? We're going to do const response equal to await, and then we're going to use Edge Store. We need to import Edge Store, by the way. Let's do it up here. Edge Store like this, And then here we're going to use edge store, use the edge store hook. Okay, so let's import this hook. So let's go to lib. What's the lib folder? You should have lib. We need to create a lib folder. Lib, and then we're going to have an edge store. For this is the client one. Okay, so in this lib file, we're just going to use client. This is a client component. It's going to allow us to use the client side for this package. So I'm just going to paste in what I've got from the documentation. So we're importing edge store router, create edge store provider. Okay, and then we're just exporting this the hook, use edge store provider, and we're importing this from the app API edge store route. Okay, save, and let's go back and let's import this hook, use edge store, like so. And we go back to this one, await edge store .public files, and we're going to upload file. Okay, we're going to do some other properties as well. File. Okay, file, and we're going to do options. I'm going to set this to temporary. So I want this to be deleted after 24 hours because this is just a test. Actually, if you put temporary to true, it will delete this image you upload after 24 hours just for testing purposes. But I think we have about 2 gigabytes of free space. Okay, so I would say delete the file after 24 hours. Okay, so temporary, and we're just going to destructure the URL from the response. URL, we're destructuring this URL, and it's coming from the response. And then here we're going to update the user. So remember this update function here. Okay, and the photo, we're just going to set the URL coming from. So when we upload the image, it goes to edge store server, and it's going to generate a URL, and we're grabbing that URL, and we're updating the current URL we have on the user object. Remember, we have this update user function. We can put whatever properties we want to update. In this case, we only want to update photo using to this URL. And let's save. So this should work. And let's try to upload an image. So when do we want to upload? Well, I don't want to click anything to upload. So whenever I change the image, I want it to be automatically uploaded. We just say use effect on every time the file changes. We just want to handle upload. Okay, save. So let's try to change the image. So every time I'm just gonna search for Billy Butcher. Okay, one of my favorite characters, by the way. We can just find any image. So for example, this one, I like this one. So let's take this one, and I'm just gonna say Butch, and let's change the image to that and select. It should update the image here. It doesn't seem to have updated the image. Let's see the console. Let's refresh. Oh, because we're not running the project, by the way. npm run dev. Okay, so the project should be up and running. Let's refresh again. Perfect. So now the project is up and running. Let's open the profile. must be wrapped in edge store provider. Okay, so it seems like we're missing a provider. We need to wrap something with the provider. Seems like this is going to be in the layout. Let's check out the layout. Okay, so here we need to actually wrap this with an edge store provider, the children. Okay, so edge store provider, this one, and wrap our entire application with this provider. Save edge store provider. Seems like we have an error. Edge store provider is coming from lib. So this should be lib and then edge store, like so. Should be /lib, like this. Okay, now save. So now let's try again. Click, select the picture, and you should update, which is not working. Let's see why. Okay, let's refresh. Okay, clear. Change, open. There's no errors in the console whatsoever. Okay, let's see. Edge store provider. Okay, let's try to restart this project. All right, restarted. Okay, select the image, select. Nothing happens. Okay, let's go back to profile. So handle. Okay, oh, I know why. Because we're not setting the state, by the way. So whenever we upload this image, I forgot that we need to set the state. So whenever we upload that image, we want to set that image into that state. Okay, so whenever we update that image, it goes to the state, and we're going to do that here. Okay. So here we're going to say on change. On change, it's going to take a callback function, event, and then we're going to set file to e.target.files. So it might be undefined or no. Okay, .files, and then we're going to select the first file. Okay, e.target is possibly no. Okay, we shouldn't get this warning, but anyway, let's save. So we're selecting, so we have files, we're selecting the first item. So now let's try this. Select, saying butch. Okay, refresh. No file chosen. Okay, that's weird. So use state. Yeah, because we're setting the state to a file here. Now let's see if it's working. Let's check out the state components, profile. All right, so now the state is empty, undefined. Let's try to add a new image. Okay, so file. Okay, so now it's working. I think we needed to refresh the page. Okay, so now it's saying we have the file. We're selecting the first file, and this is the information about that file. Okay, perfect. Now the image is changing. Let's fix this logout button here. We want to give it a bit of a gap. So log out. Let's see why we have this warning again. It's possibly no. Okay, we're gonna put this to any, and it shouldn't. Okay, never mind. I'll just ignore this error, this warning. Okay, so now we should be able to update the image. Let's do logout. Let's go for logout. Flex, I'm gonna set gap to 2. Okay, so there's a bit of a gap here. You can change the text size if you want to. I think this will be it for the rest for everything else. The next time we're going to do the online friends. I think I'll do the online friends now. So this is going to be just some dummy data here to show online friends. Okay, let's go to page. Close all. And we're looking for, oops, page online. Okay, so we have online friends and we're going to have a div. So the online friends is going to be a users, an array of users. I'm gonna do const user. I'm gonna get the currently logged in user from user context. Okay, online users. So for online users, let's just create some dummy data. Const online users equal to new array. Oops. Online users. So this is just dummy data. Online users, new array. We're going to create, let's say, 5 elements, and then we're just going to fill those 5 elements with the user object, like so. So now we have 5 elements here, which have the users. It's going to mimic the online users. So we have users. So now we just need to map and display those users. After the online friends, this one, we're going to give it class name empty to 2. Oops, empty to 2, and mx to 4. And we're just going to map online users dot map. I'm going to get the user, user, and the index is going to be a number. Okay, index number. We're going to return a div, and let's give it a key. Class name, not class name, but key. So for the key, we're going to give it a key of index. Okay, or you can give it to user dot id, like so. So as you can see now, we have 5 users. So this is a placeholder, by the way, placeholder data. It's going to mimic users. So whenever we create, whenever we have new users that are online, we are going to see them here. Okay, so let's do the class name. Let's make this a template literal. Let's get rid of this index here. We don't need it. And I'm going to give it padding. I round it to 50 pixels. A border to, and I'm going to set the border to white. And we're going to display flex and give it a gap of 2. Cursor to pointer, and on dark mode, this is our background color for the border. Default background color is blue 50. flex, gap 2, item center, and the border is white. Save. So there it is. It's rounded. Okay, so we are going to have a div in here, and we're going to display the image. So make sure you import image from next image. Okay, so the width and height is 50. 50. So this one is going to be user.photo. .photo, that's the image. And I'm just going to make sure this is rounded and give it the border we've been doing before, border white, aspect to square, and rounded to full. Object cover, border 2, like that. Okay. And the duration, ease in and ease out. So there it is. Okay, we can have this image. Okay. Perfect. Now let's add the info here. So we are after the image. I'm actually going to set this position to relative, and inline block. Let's have a div here. We're going to set the position to absolute, and we're going to set the bottom to 0, right 0, width and height to 13 pixels, width and height 13 pixels, and I'm going to set the background color to green, border 2, and border white. So green 500, that's the background color, rounded full, which is a circle, border 2, and border white. So there it is, like that. That's going to be the online user. Okay, now we have that. I'm going to have another div here. It's going to fill in the remaining space, flex. We're going to set flex to 1, flex 1, and it's also going to have a display flex, and we're going to set the flex to column, flex column, and we're going to have a div in there as well. And we're going to have another div here because we're using flex. Class name, flex justify between, and item center. So in here, let's do class name, flex justify between, item center. Okay, let's open. Here we're going to have an h4, and it's going to be username, like that. We're just going to give it a font medium. That's the class name, font medium. So there it is. That's the name of the user, font medium. And we're going to have a p tag. It's going to have that gradient text, and if it's dark mode, we're going to give it a text white. And here we're just going to display a dot online. We're going to say online span, class name is going to be green, and then we're just going to put this dot here, online, like so. Perfect. So when I go to dark mode, which we don't have the color for the dark mode, the BG, we need to set that. Okay, so we're going to do that later. Okay, so case I set to pointer. Okay, so we're just going to also put a bit of a, for example, if I have let's say 10 users. Okay, as you can see now, it's overflowing here. So we're going to fix this issue. We want to have a bit of a scroll. But first off, let's fix the background. Okay, what did I say the background? So this one, so we have dark border. So dark, I'm just going to change the color. So here, if it's dark, so however, it's going to be 100. When it's dark mode, I'm going to set the background color to white. And then the opacity is 5%, and the transition, we're going to transition the colors. The duration, 300 milliseconds, and ease in and ease out. And let's see, as you can see now, the background color is white, but the opacity is 0.5. Okay, let's see if this works. Let's try this one. Blur LG SM. Actually, no, this is, I can't remember the name of the effect. Filter Tailwind CSS. Backgrounds. You know what, never mind, I'm stressing too much. I'll just leave it as is. Okay, so now we have this one, but it's overlapping here. So what we want to do, I'm going to check if the length is more than 7 items. I'm going to put like let me show you what I mean. Okay, so I'm just going to do a div here. Class name, I'm going to set the height to 300 pixels. I'm going to set the width to full, and absolute bottom 0. And we're going to set the background to gradient to top. Okay, gradient to top. So the background color is BG gradient to top from white, okay, to transparent. Okay, so it's going to start from white at the bottom to transparent at the top. Okay, and then when it's dark, it's going to start from this color here, the black color, 50% opacity, from this color, and then it's going to go to this color, and then we're going to set the pointer events to none. Okay, so as you can see now, there's a bit of a gradient here at the bottom. Okay, so let's go full screen. There's a bit of a gradient here at the bottom, and it's gonna go from dark to transparent. Okay, so what we'll do, let's try to okay, so only I want to show this effect. For example, let's say we have 5 items. Okay, I don't want that effect to show. Okay, I don't want this effect to show when we have 5 items. So we can check if we have online users, more than 7 online users. Okay, so we're just going to check if we have online users greater than 7. So I'm going to say online users is greater than 7. If it's greater than 7, that's when we want to show online users dot length is greater than 7. Now we don't see it. Okay, but let's say if I put something greater than 7, like 8 users, now you can see it. Now it appears. Okay, so that's the whole thing about that effect. Now, so the active user, we want to be able to click the active user and open the chat. Okay, for that we are going to do that later, but now we have the online friends component. When I open this chart. When I click, it's going to change. When I read, we will see online users. Okay, I'll take a break for now because I think I've been recording for over 2 hours. It's like 1:33 in the morning. I'll see you on the next one. Okay, so now let's work on instant messaging. So currently, we'd have to refresh the page for us to see the latest messages. Okay, there it is. So to do instant messaging, we're going to be using Socket.io. We need to install that on the client and on the server. Let's run npm I socket.io, and we're going to run npm start. Npm start, and on the client, we need to do the same. Npm I socket.io, and then this is going to be client like so, and we're going to run npm run dev. Okay, while we're doing that, let's import server from Socket.io. Server from Socket.io, and we're going to import create server. This is coming from the HTTP module. So let's specify this node HTTP module. Okay, create server. We're going to create a server here. Let me just double check if I'm recording. Okay, yep. Okay, so app, we're gonna say const HTTP server equal to new create HTTP server, and then we're going to utilize the app instance coming from Express. Okay, and we're going to create another instance for Socket.io, const io equal to new server, and we're going to pass in the HTTP server, and we're going to define some options. We're just going to put our cores middleware, and the origin is going to be the client URL, whatever you put on your client URL. In this case, we have localhost 3000, and we're already, instead of doing app.listen, this is HTTP server, and we're already utilizing the app in this HTTP server up here. Okay, perfect. So now here, let's do socket.io logic. So out of the box, Socket.io comes with some events. So the event that we want before we do anything is called connection. io.connection. It's on connection. So connection is the name of the event that comes out of the box with Socket.io. So make sure this says connection here. Everything we're going to do is going to be within the connection event. Okay, so whenever a user is connected, is online, this event is going to fire automatically. We don't need to emit this manually. It's going to automatically fire this whenever a new user comes online. So here we can just console log. We can say a user connected or a user is online. And whenever a user is connected, there's going to be a socket. It's going to have a unique ID. So we need to connect this server with our client. Let's go to the chat context, and we need to import IO from socket.io client. So whenever we log in or whenever we're online, we need to record that a user is connected. So on initial render, use effect. This is the wrong spelling. Use effect. Okay, so on initial render, we want to create a new socket connection. A socket connection. We're going to say const new socket. We're going to connect our server URL. Okay, so now our application should be connected. There should be a communication between the server and the client. So now let's see the console. As you can see, a user is connected and there's a unique ID. This is the socket ID. Because now we've connected the IO to the server URL, which is 5000 or whatever local host you're using. Okay, so now we have this connection, and we're going to do a few more events that comes out of the box with socket. Here we're just going to do new socket .connect. Okay, so this is not a custom event. It comes out of the box with Socket.io. We're going to do custom events later, and we have another one called disconnect. It also takes in a parameter here. It's optional, reason. Like we can give it like a reason for disconnection, and we can set socket to new socket. We need to create a state for this. Okay. Chat context. This is the wrong place where this use effect is, by the way. Cut this, should be below the state. Okay, so let's create a new state called socket const. Socket is going to be no at the beginning. Okay, no, and then we're going to have access to this socket across our application. That's why we're putting in the state. Okay, so now we're just going to do a cleanup. When when a component an amount, we're going to return new socket.disconnect, like so. Perfect. So now let's work on creating other events. So let's do another use effect. Use effect. Okay, so this is going to be dependent on the user object. Okay, so we're just going to check if user is not logged in. So we're not going to execute those events. So we're going to have events in here. So as long as the user is not logged in, we don't do anything. We're going to return. Okay, if user is not logged in, let's just say return. Okay, or actually prevent emitting the events if the user is not logged in. So emitting an event is like executing an event. Okay, we can say if the user object, not user, should be if not user, we're just going to return. So anything, so if we don't have this user, it's going to not execute anything that comes after this, as long as the user doesn't exist. But if we do have the user, let's create a custom event here. Okay, so for example, for us to create a custom event, we need to do in the connection in here. Let's do socket dot on. So our custom event, let's just say hello. So this is the name of the event. You can name this whatever you want. We can also, this callback function, we can pass in, let's say, data. Okay, or you can leave it empty, and then here we can say hello from client data, save. So how do we run this event here? So to run this event, we need to use emit. So emitting is like executing this custom event. So to emit this event, we just need to type socket, and then this is socket dot. This should be emit. So this should be hello. We're emitting. We're running the event hello, and we need to pass in the data. For example, we can pass in the user ID as the data. Let's save, and let's refresh here. As you can see, hello from client. So now we're emitting this event, and we have the data here we're sending from the client. We're communicating between the client and the server. And as you can see here, the dummy data is here. And this is the event name we're emitting, executing this event. Okay, so this is just a test of how sockets work. We create multiple events, we create custom events, and we can execute them using the emit. So we're not emitting this connection. It does that behind the scenes automatically. This package, it happens automatically, so we don't need to emit that. Okay, so we're going to emit our own custom events. So let's start with, let's go to the server. So in the server, let's start with, let's start with maybe getting online users. Okay, so for us to get online users, let's do socket.on. Let's see. Okay, so let's create an array here called users, because whenever a new user is connected, we want to add, whenever a new user is connected, we want to add that user in this array. Okay, so this is going to give us like a length of how many users are online and all of the details of those users who are online. So this array, whenever a new user is connected, we add the user, we push the user, we keep pushing the user to this array. Okay, So with the variable, let's do, instead of hello, we're going to have a custom event called add user, and it's going to take in the user ID. Okay, user ID. Let's do in here, we're going to say add user, and here we're going to pass in user ID and socket ID. Oops, socket.id. This should be add user, by the way. Add user. We don't have this function yet, so we need to create a function to add users. Okay, and let's emit all these users to the client as well. Emit the users, all the users to the client. So here we're going to do io.emit all users. Okay, let's do get users. It makes more sense. Get users, and then these are all the users that are going to be online. So let's create this add user function. Okay, so const add user. So add user, we're going to pass in a socket ID, user ID and socket ID. Okay, and here we're just going to return, oops, return, oh my days, return. And here what we're going to do, we're going to say not users, not user, dot sum user. And so we're going to look at this users, and if the user.id equal to whatever ID we pass here, and we're going to push that user into this users array. Okay, so users.push user ID and socket ID into this users array, like so. Perfect. So now we have the add user. Let's see if we need anything for now. So for now, let's just work with this. Emitting the user, add user. Okay, so user. So this socket, we have the socket ID, which we are passing here, and the user ID, we're going to pass this on the client, the user ID, and it's going to be used here. So let's go to the client. Let's go to the client. So chat context. Okay, so here, let's get rid of this. So the name of the event, is get users. Okay, let's start with add user actually. Add user. So add user. So we're sending in the user ID. Actually, what we want is the currently logged in user, user.id. Okay, user, like so. All right, so we're add user. We should have access to the user ID. We're sending in the user ID here, user ID, and each socket connection is going to have a socket ID. So we're going to execute this add user. So user ID, socket ID, and we're going to push that user in this array here. Okay, we have add user, and let's see if this works. So what we can do, we can CLG here, users, users, add user. Oh wait, add user. We are emitting this when add user. So based on the user object, let's CLG this one in here. Okay, so perfect. So here we should be able to see the users. So we have two users that are online at the moment. Okay, so the user ID of the first one is this one, and yeah, it's the same user actually. So we have one user who is online, because the other one is not online yet, so it's not connected. Let's try to connect the other user. Okay, so this is the ID of the other user. As you can see, it's different from this one. So we have another user connected. Okay, so we want to be able to have access to these users on the client. So we have get users. Listen for changes. Okay, so here we're gonna say socket get users. So it's get users, the users. We're going to have the list of the users here. Okay, so we're getting the users. So the users, as you can see, we have the user ID. We're not getting any information of those users. The only thing we're getting is the IDs, ID and the socket ID. So we want to get the information of this user, like the name, the messages, etc., the chats. So what we're going to do, I'm going to say here, fetch all online users, like so. And we're going to const get online users. This is going to be an async function here. Async function, and we're going to run try catch. Okay, so here we're gonna, because this is going to be an array of users, we're going to use a promise const users online equal to await promise.all. Okay, so here we're going to do users. We're going to map all of those users. So this should be users. Yeah, this one, users that map. Okay, each user. So for each user, we're going to do const data or user data await get user by ID. We're going to fetch each user by ID, and then we're just going to return that data of the user we fetched. Okay, now here we're just going to do, let's save, let's create a state, const online users and set online users. Okay, so here we're just going to set online users, and here failed error in getting online users. Something like that. Okay, so before we put the data in the state of the online users, okay, so I want to remove the current user. So if we're logged in, by the way, it's going to also show us if we're online. It will show us here in the display. So we don't want to show ourselves. Okay, so let me show you what I mean. So get online users. Okay, so let me do this, and then let's run this function, and let's send the online users. Online users, okay, save. And what component is the online component? So in the online component, let's try to display this. online users. Okay, I'll get rid of this. Const online users, use chat context, like so. Okay, we don't need this user anymore. Okay, so online users, let's see what we see here. Okay, so we are showing we have this online user. That's Billy Butcher. I think that's us. Okay, so we don't want to show ourselves here. So let me try to open up this one here. Let's refresh. As you can see now, it's showing 2 users who are online, but we are also included here. So we don't want to show ourselves on this online list of online users. Let's remove that before we set. So before setting the state here, let's remove ourselves. Let's create a new variable. I'm just gonna say remove the current user from the list. I'm gonna say const online. What should I name this? Online friends. Yeah, friends, because I'm not included in this list. Okay, so users online, and then we're going to run a filter, and we're going to check. So users, each user. So for each user, we're going to return, as long as each user here, the ID of this user is not equal to the user ID. This user ID is the signed in user, so we're destructuring this user ID somewhere. Here, we're creating a variable of the currently logged in user into this variable called user ID. But this user ID, it has nothing to do with logged in user. It has to do with the users array, with how many users in this array. So each user is a user ID. It doesn't have to do anything. It doesn't have anything. I mean, it doesn't have anything to do with the currently logged in user. That's what I'm trying to say. Okay. So we also need to check something. Let's put a comment here. Check if the current user is friends with the online users. Okay, because otherwise we don't want to show every user that is online here. We only want to show our friends. Okay, so I'm gonna say const is friends equal to online users, actually online friends. Oops, online friends, and here we're going to run a filter. We're going to do friend, and we're going to return user user dot friends. Okay, dot friends. Okay, so user dot friends. So this user object here is this wait a minute, where are we? User. Okay, so yeah, we have the user, this one here, this user here. Okay, so user, the currently logged in user. Okay, so we are logged in, our friends. We're going to check this array here, the friends array. If it includes okay, friend ID. Okay, so if it includes the friend ID, and we're just gonna say is friends, we're gonna return a list of friends. Okay, so now let's refresh here. We should be able to see only one user. Perfect. We won't be able to see ourselves here. So now we can see if we're online. Okay. Let's see what else we need to do. Let's send a message. Okay, so for us to be able to send a message, let's do get users. I'll collapse this. I'll say listen for new messages. Socket. Let's do an event called get message. Get message. Okay, so get message. Let's start with so get message. We're not sending any data for the get message. Actually, we're sending the data because for us to be able to send a message, we need the sender, the content, and the created it. So here, what we're going to do, let's do new state const arrived message. Okay, and here we have get message and set arrived message. Okay, so sender, let's just sender that data.send id, data.text, and then created it date.now. Okay, let's save this. Let's go to the server. Okay, so on the server, let's start with so the get message should be, so get users should be within, let's do a send message event. Send and get message. Okay, so the get message should be within the send message event. Okay, socket dot on. So the name of the event is send message. Okay, so send message. So for us to be able to send a message, we need the send ID. I will need the send ID, the text, which is the message text, the text of the message. Okay, so, and we can COG this. We can COG this. We can just say send ID. Okay. And we're going to find the receiver. Find the receiver. Okay. So the socket ID is that we're going to use the socket ID to get the receiver. And here we're going to do const user equal to get user. We don't have this get user yet, so we're gonna get the user based on this receiver ID that we're sending from the client. Okay, so let's create a get user function. I'm gonna do get user const get user. We're going to pass in the user ID, and we're going to find a list of users. Return users dot find a user which matches the ID that we pass in. Okay, perfect. We're getting the users, the user. Now we are just going to emit message to the receiver. We're going to check if the user, if we have the user, and here we're just going to do, we're just going to do io dot to, we're emitting the message. I'm going to say user dot socket ID dot emit get message, and then here we have the sender and then the text. Okay, else if else we're going to say user not found, like that. Okay, so now let's save. Okay, so get message. How do we send a message? So in the send message, okay, so here, so we have set charts and we have moved the chart to the top. Okay, so set charts, collapse this. We're gonna say emit the message to the receiver. So here we're gonna say socket dot emit send message. So here we're just gonna send the data. Well, because we're emitting, so that we're running the event send message, and now we're gonna pass in the data, the send ID, the receive ID. Okay, and we're gonna pass in send ID, receive ID, data dot content. This is the text, data dot content. Okay, so we're emitting the event send message with this data here. It's like we're running, executing the event send message like that. Okay, and we can return response.data down here. Okay, and I mean, that's what we need for now. Let's save. So what state do we created a state for this. Up, what is it? Get users. Okay, before we do anything, let's do a cleanup. Return. We're going to clean up those events. So we have get users, get message. Let's do a cleanup. Okay, so now there's a cleanup. We have the arrived message. Arrived message. Copy this. Let's see. Let's open up the body. Where's the body? So it's messages, and we'll open up the body. Let's destructure arrived message. So we have messages. So we have arrived message. Okay. So in here we have scroll to bottom messages. Scroll to bottom auto. Okay, let's do a use effect here. Based on the arrived message, use effect. If a new message arrives, we're gonna scroll to the bottom as well. I'm gonna check if arrived message and arrived message dot sender is not equal to the user ID. Okay, and then we're gonna scroll to the bottom like so. Now let's try to send a message. Let's see if it's working. Let's open up this one. Okay, let's send a message. Open up. I'll send a message off screen here. Hello. Okay, so it doesn't seem to be working. Refresh. Okay, we might be missing something. Refresh. Okay. It's not working at the moment. Let's see. Okay, so actually we need to affect the state. We need a way to change the state whenever a new message has arrived. Okay, so what we're going to do, we're going to go to chat context. Here, we're going to run another use effect. Okay, so this one is going to be based on the arrived message and select a chat ID. Select a chat.id like so. And we're going to put a comment. Check if the arrived message is from a participant in a chat. Participant in the selected chat. We're going to say if arrived message and select a chat. Okay, and just to be precise, we're going to say arrived message dot. Actually, no. Oops. We're going to say select a chat dot participants dot includes arrived message dot sender. Okay. If okay, so here we're checking if the arrived message, and if we select a chat, let's refresh here. Okay, so this is no an initial render. Okay, so if we select a chat, we're going to check if the arrived message is from this chat and stuff. Okay, and now if it's true, update the messages state, and here we're going to set messages. We're going to get the previous messages. Okay, and we're copying the previous messages and the newly arrived message, and we're updating the state of these messages. Okay, now let's save. So let's try again. So when a new message comes, let's open up. Let's send a new message. Hello. Okay, nothing happens. Okay, so I did notice an issue. This is supposed to be data.content. Okay, the text is called content, not text. Data.content. Okay, let's save. And another issue is in the send message. Send message. So for send message, let's scroll down. So for the receiver ID, it's going to be the selected. So the current active chat data.id, like so. So data.content. Now let's save. And before we do anything, let's handle a disconnect. If a user is disconnected, we need to handle that as well. So socket comes in with a pre-built disconnection event. Okay, so let's see where we can do the disconnect. Let's do it send message, and then let's do disconnect. So here we're going to do socket on disconnect. We are going to disconnect, and a user is disconnected with this socket ID. But what we're going to do, we're going to create a file to remove a user. So this is going to be an async. So we're going to remove a user here. We're going to do await, and we're going to remove user with this socket ID. Okay, and we're going to emit get users. We're going to do io.emit get users to update the data. Okay, so let's do the remove user. Get user, remove user. We can just say on disconnect. Okay, const, it's gonna take in a socket ID to remove a user. Const user equal to users dot find the user where the socket ID we pass in matches the user socket ID coming from the users. Okay, so if it matches, if user, and here we're just gonna update user last seen. So when a user disconnected, we're going to update the last seen here to the current time the user disconnects. Okay, so we're gonna say update last seen const updated user equal to await. The reason why we're using async here is because we want to use the user model. We need to import the user model. Import user from where are we? Source models, and it's in auth, I believe, and then we have the user model like that. Okay, so await user, and then here we're going to find by ID and update. Okay, so here, so this user object here, it is an ID. There's a user ID and last seen property, last seen, the current date, the new date, and it's going to be new. We're going to say new to true. Okay, and here I'm going to say users. We're going to update the users array. Users equal to users dot filter. We're going to filter the user if it's not equal to the socket ID. So we're going to filter these users, and we're going to emit the updated user to the client, and then IO emit. Let's emit user disconnect. Yeah, get users. Okay, perfect. What we need, users, we can emit user disconnected or something. Connected. Something like that. Okay, this is what we need for now. And let's save. Okay, so we have the disconnection and we have the remove user. So now let's try to refresh this one again. Okay, and I will also open up this one, and I'm going to try to send a message. Okay, the message comes in, but for some reason we cannot display the message here. I don't know why this is happening. So I did manage to find the issue. So if we go to the state, so here we are setting the arrived message. So this shouldn't be text. So because we're updating the property of content, so this should be content, and we're updating this data is coming from the server. So here the property is named text, so the event is get message. So the get message this should be data.text. Okay, and also we need to change in send message. So this one should be selected chat. Actually, this should be active chat.id, like so. So now let's refresh this. Okay, so as you can see, a train is online. Okay, so let me refresh. So let's send a message. Hello, Butch. Okay, and as you can see now, we are receiving the message. Okay, send, and we should see the message here from Butch. And send. So as you can see now, we are sending messages back and forth, and we're receiving the message live. So let me try to refresh again. So without even clicking the chat, I will send a message here. I'll just say chat not clicked. Chat not clicked. I'll send. So we should see it's updating here as well. Chat not clicked. Now if we click, we can see the latest message. Okay, so now I'm going to collapse this. So what we want to do is when I click this item here, we want to be able to open the active chat. Okay, so let's go to the online component. Online component. Okay, so now we are in the online component. So here we have online users. We need to get handle selected chat. Okay, handle selected chat. And what we want to also do before we do this, let's create a get chat function. So let's do const get chat. So here we're going to get a chat by ID. Okay, so the ID is going to be type of string. All right, so let's get all chats from the state. All chats. Okay, so we have all chats. I say const chat equal to all chats dot find. We're going to find a chat. Okay, so it's going to be a type of chat. So a chat where chat dot participants dot includes the user ID. Okay, whatever ID we pass here, we want to return a chat that includes the ID that we pass through here. Okay, perfect. And let's do an if. So if we do find the user with the ID that we pass through, what do we want to do? If chat, and then we're just gonna set the handle selected to the chat that we find that we return here. Okay, perfect. And now let's do a get chat. So when do we want to do a get chat? When I click this component here. So here we have key, user ID. I'm just gonna do on click here, and then get chat. We're gonna pass in the user ID. Okay, so now let's save. So let's click. So there's an issue. Cannot read undefined. Okay, find. So all chats, let's see if we are sending this. All chats, let's go to use context. All chats data, I believe that's the name. All chats data. All chats data. Okay, so it seems like we are actually sending all chats data. So let's go back, not to the server, but online. So online, this should be all chats data. Okay, and let's paste it here. and let's save. Now let's refresh this and let's see if we can click this online user. Click. As you can see now, the active chat. So whoever is active, we can see the chats. Now let me try to open here. So Billy Butcher is online. I can click on Billy Butcher and it's going to set that as the active chat. Okay, perfect. So now we can do that on the chat. Let me see. Let's try to display if a user is online. We need to do that in the header, I believe. So page, I'm going to look for the header component. Okay, so for the header, that's what we're going to do. Check if say a user is online. Okay, so active chat data, we have online users. Let's see if we're sending that. Yeah, we are sending online users. So online users, and we also want to get the socket. Let's make sure we're sending socket through. Socket, like so. And we also want to send set online users, like so. Perfect. Let's go back to header. So we have online socket and then set online users, like so. All right. Now we're going to check if the active chat user is online. If active chat user is online, const is online. We're going to do equal to online users dot find a user. So the user ID matches the active chat user ID. Okay, so this list of users who are online, we're going to find a user. So this user that we find here in a list of online users, if it matches the currently active chat ID, we're going to return that user. Okay, and then let's get rid of this. Okay, so we should still see online here, but let me try to get offline. I'll copy this localhost and I'll get offline. I'll go back. So you'll see now the last scene. This is not the correct date. I'm sure this is not the correct one. But this is the last scene. So we want to show the last scene whenever a user is out of online, and then we show the correct last scene. Okay. And when I come online, I'll go online. You're going to see that it's going to change again, the status. Okay, so now as you can see now, I've appeared online. So as you can see here, the user is now online. Okay, so the status is changing. Perfect. So now we can display to check if a user is online. We're going to check also if a user disconnects and stuff. Okay, so for that, we're going to create a user effect. Let's do use effect, not use effect, but use effect. We're going to create a new event here. Okay, so the event that we're going to create is going to be called user disconnected, actually. So socket dot on. So the event that we're going to create is called user disconnected. Okay, and we are going to, I'm just going to say updated user, like so. Okay, so because we're going to update the user every time we change the socket, any updates. Okay, so in here, we're gonna say update update the online users state. Okay, so set online users. We're going to get the previous previous users. We're going to be using this. The type is going to be an array of type user, like so. Okay, so in here we're going to say prev. We're going to filter. We're going to return a user whose ID is not equal to updated user dot ID. Okay, like so. So prev dot filter the user whose ID is not equal to updated user dot ID. So this says type of string. So this is a type of user. Okay, so type of iUser. Okay, perfect. So we are setting the state. Now we're gonna check if the user, if the active user updated. We're just gonna check if the user updated their last seen status. Actually, no. Well, if the user disconnects, we want to update the last seen. Okay. So if the user is disconnected, activate. I mean, if the user disconnected, update, not activate, but update their last seen status there. Okay, so here we're just gonna say if active chat data.id, active chat data id equal to updated user dot id. We're gonna say active chat data dot last seen equal to updated user dot last seen. Okay, so that's that. Now let's run a cleanup function here. We want to say return cleanup. Here we're just going to return socket.off user disconnected, and then here socket, and then we're going to pass in the active chat data and set online users. Okay, so let's go to the server and let's do the event to disconnect users. So we have, let's go to remove user first. Okay, so yeah, we have user disconnected here, by the way. So in the remove user, we've done the user disconnected already. So here we are emitting the event, we're running this, and the data of the updated user is going to be this, and here we're updating the last seen, as you can see here. Okay, so whenever a user is removed here, whenever a user is disconnected, we're updating the last seen here, and we're sending the updated user to the client. So here we're just emitting this event with this updated user information. Okay, so now let's try to refresh this. Okay, so now let me get offline. I'll get offline. Okay, so it seems like let me see. Okay, so now it's showing the correct time now since I refreshed. Let me try to go online again. Go online. Okay, so now the user is online. Let me see what time it is. Okay, or 6. Let me try to get offline again. Whoops. Okay, online users. So that's an issue there. I don't know why we have. Let me see why. Okay, so last seen it today at this time. Let me go online again. Okay, let me see the time. Still 06. I'm just waiting for it to change so we can see the latest update. Okay, so let me try to get offline again. Let's see if we have that issue. Okay, so the last scene is working. I'll get offline. Okay, so now as you can see, now it's recording the last scene correctly now. Okay, I can go online. I can go offline. Okay, and then it's saying last scene today at whatever time you are offline. Okay, perfect. I think that's it for the online logic. Now what we need to work on next, you can change this color of these buttons here. If it's dark mode, you can put like a white color. The active, I believe it's active something. Active nav. That's the class name. Active nav. Copy. You can copy this. You can say .dark .active nav. You can set the color to that. I believe .dark, by the way. Let's say to white. FF hash. For some reason it's not working. Let's put important here. Oh, let me inspect. Active nav. Okay, so dark. Okay, text. Yeah. Okay, because we're setting dark here, text to this color here. We can. Let's try this. No. You know what? That's up to you to figure this out anyway. I'll just leave it. Okay, so we pretty much have everything that we need so far. I can't think of anything that we've missed. By the way, depending on how well the video does, I will add the functionality to block a user or delete a user. So unfriend user, delete user. By now, you should have enough knowledge to do that. But if you want me to do it, if the video does well, I will do that. I will add this functionality to delete user, or maybe add some media queries to make it like a bit responsive. Okay, I mean, WhatsApp desktop is not responsive like mobile responsive. So I can, kind of get it closer to WhatsApp desktop application. But yeah, this is actually, no, I forgot one thing. So the other thing is that we want to, when I search for a user, when we send a friend request, when I accept the friend request, we want to create a new chat. Okay, so let's go to chat context and do that. Okay, so for create chat, let's go to, okay, logout user. Okay, create chat. Okay, here. So let's do a create chat here. Create a new chat. Const create chat. Okay, so create chat. It's going to be an async function. Try catch. And for us to be able to create a chat, we are going to we're going to require a send ID, and we're going to require the receive ID for us to be able to create a chat. Okay, and let's do try catch. So this is how we're going to create a chat. So we need to pass in the send ID and the receive ID. Const response equal to await axios dot post, like so. Okay, and we're going to pass in the the sender ID and the receiver ID, and we're going to update the charts here. Update the chart state. We're going to set charts. We're going to get the previous charts. Okay, we're copying. That's why we're using the spread operator, and we're adding the new charts here. And let's return the data here because we're going to be using this as a function somewhere. All right, and here we're just going to console log an error. Here we can set online users, socket no. Set charts, yeah, it's being reset. Okay, whenever we log out, log out. Is there anything that we miss? Okay, is there another thing? Seems like it's set online users. Oh, why is it repeating? Okay, perfect. Now let's do a create chat here, and let's go to friend requests. Friend requests, and we're going to get. So we have user accept friend request, get user by ID. We need create chat, like this. Okay, so we have create chat. So whenever a new friend request comes in, whenever we accept a friend request, actually we want to create chat. So we have, okay, so we have request data, blah blah. Okay, so when we're accepting a friend request, we would like to create a chat. Oops, where's the accept here? So we accept friend request, and then we're going to create chat, and then in here we're going to pass in the user ID and then the request ID, this one here. Okay, so we're going to pass in user ID and then the request ID. So this is going to be the sender ID. If you remember, we need create chat, so we need the send ID and then the receive ID. So the receiver, this one is the receiver. Okay, so if you remember, friend requests, okay, each request, the request ID, that's going to be the receiver. Okay, and then user ID is going to be user is going to be the currently logged in user. Okay, that's going to be the sender ID. Okay, perfect. So now we have create chat. So when we accept friend request, we're going to create a chat. Okay, let me see if we're missing anything in the use effect. So your friend request, get user by ID. Okay, seems to be correct. Okay, I'll leave it like this for now. Let's create a new user and let's try to send a friend request. Okay, and I'm going to do that on the guest page. So let's do localhost. I'll copy this link. Okay, maybe you might want to see what I'm doing here. Okay, let's do that. Let's sign out. Okay, let's create a new user, register here. Oh, did I mess up the register page? I don't know what I did here. Register form. Okay, I'll try to fix this. Register form. Okay, so register. auth page. Seems like this one is working fine, and then this one is not working fine. Okay, I'll go to register. Okay, so let me check out the register to see what's wrong. Register with the auth page. Let's apply to it. Auth page. Height full, width full, justify, center, everything center. So why then is it not working fine? Okay, so this should be auth form, by the way. Okay, so it seems to be working, but the image, it's not working fine. Okay, so we need that to work on this image. In global CSS, so we have auth page. So we have auth, we should have auth form, and let's set position to relative, and let's give it a box shadow. And we're going to target the image. We're going to set the position to absolute. Okay, so auth form, image, position absolute, and height 100%. Okay, so there it is. So now it should be back to normal. Okay, so now let's create a new account. Starlight. And we're going to do Starlight. Actually, I'll just do star@gmail.com just to shorten the email. Test. Okay, and let's register. Okay, never mind. Test pass. Okay, now let's log in. star@gmail.com. Test pass. Login. Okay, so we have nothing, no friends, no nothing. And what we're going to do, we're going to add a friend request to Billy Butcher. For some reason the profile is not showing. Oh, that's weird. Billy. I don't know why this profile is not loading up. Let's see. Okay, never mind. Let's inspect this, which is really weird. Anyways, it's fine. We'll fix this later. Let's add a friend request. Okay, so we've set a friend request. We won't be able to see it because we didn't implement the socket for that. Let's refresh this. Okay, so now you can see we have a new friend request. So when I accept this friend request, we want to create a chat. Okay, so accept. Okay, so as you can see, we're friends now. And if I go here, the chat is not created, by the way, for some reason. I don't know why. Let me refresh again. Okay, so there's no chat created. We want a chat to be created and to be here somewhere whenever we accept a friend request. Okay, that's weird. I don't know why it's not creating a chat. So chat context, because accept. Create chat. I'm just checking to see if we're passing in. Okay, so we have send ID, receive ID, set chats. return the data. Okay, let me console here. COG chat. Let's just say chat. Oh, let's do this. Okay, let's do an alert. Let's do an alert, and now let's try to create another user again. I'll do this off screen. Okay, now I've created another user. Okay, let me refresh. Okay, let's accept this. And why does it say I have 2 friends when I don't have 2 friends? That's weird. I have 0 friends and it says I have 2 friends. Okay, I'll just accept. Okay, I accept the test. Test is online, but it seems like the chat is not created. Okay, I'll be back. I'll see where I've made a mistake, and I'll be back and we are going to fix it. Alright, so I've managed to spot the silly mistakes that I've made. So here we're destructuring friends from user. It should be from this request here. I didn't notice that. So we do request. Now it should show the correct amount of friends this user have. And the other thing that we want, so this goes to show you that don't rely on ChatGPT. So this endpoint is wrong. I didn't check this endpoint. So this should be chats. Okay, so now let's again create another user and we should be able to create a chat. Okay, and let me open up. Let's do this on screen. Okay, oops. Big screen. All right. Where's the VS Code? I don't know why it's. I hate this when it does. I hate when it does this. Okay. All right. So yeah, now let's create another account. Log out. Register. User. Okay. This should be any email that you want. I'm just gonna say test2@gmail.com, and this should be test password test2@gmail.com, test pass. Let's log in and let's search for a user. Let's search for Starlight is fine. A-Train, we can see the image. For some reason, we're gonna see Billy Butcher. Okay, Billy Butcher, and let's send a friend request here. Perfect, and let's refresh. Now we should see, now this user has 0 friends. Now it's showing the correct amount of friends, and let's accept, and it says chat created successfully. Now we should see a chat here called user. Okay, so there's no messages between ourselves and this new user, but we can try to send each other messages. Okay, so There's an issue here. It's online. Okay, so online users might be undefined actually. So let's check it out. Is online. Is online. So it might be undefined. So we're just going to do this. Okay, when it's undefined or no. Okay, it's perfect. So the newly created chat is going to be at the top here. And let's try to send a message. I'll send a message. Hello. Okay, so you're going to see a message here. Okay, I can go offline. Let's try to go offline. Okay, online users.map. Online users.map. Where is it? Online users .map. Okay, let's find this. Online users.map. Okay, so this might be undefined. All right. So now this color here, if for online, it's going to be a different color. Is online. Okay, so is online. It's actually ChatItem that we want to change this. I'll get rid of this. So if we go to ChatItem, open up ChatItem. I'll get rid of this console here. Is online, is equal to true. So here we're, instead of doing this, setting it to true, we're going to, what are we going to do? Is online, is user online, is user online. Okay, so name last seen, we're not using these properties in here. Let's get the online users, fetch your messages, online users. Okay, online users, like so. And we're going to find some. So we're going to get the first element that matches our condition here. Okay, so for that, we're going to do online users dot find. We can use find, by the way. Find, we're going to say user. We're going to find a user where the user, this user here, I'm just going to say online user, online to make it online user, where online user dot id matches the user ID, okay, which is this user here. Okay, this user here. Now save. Okay, so now as you can see, now the user is offline, and let's change the color of is online. Okay, what's wrong with this color here? Okay, so let's comment. Let's put the correct one. So as you can see now, it's red. The user is offline. Okay, and let me go online again. So I'll copy localhost, paste. Now I'm online. As you can see now, it changed the status. The user is now online. All right. I'll say, hey there user. Send. As you can see now, the message changes. And I'm a new user. We can change the status as well. I don't know why the image is not showing. Okay, let's try to see why. Butch, actually no. So here, I'm just going to see why this image is not showing. Okay, so I managed to find the issue. It's in the profile.tsx, and here, when we handle the file upload, I forgot to put this back to false. So the file was deleted after 24 hours and it wasn't being found. That's why the image was not working properly. So I'm going to put this to false and we should re-upload the image, and I've done that already. And now everything should be working as it should. So here it is. So as you can see now, it's working. Okay, because I re-uploaded the image. All right. So now I think that's what we want, and we can send messages. But I want, when I send a message, for example, I'm in this chat, I want it to appear at the top here. So for some reason, it's not working. Let's check the chat context. Okay, so in the send message, I realized I've made a mistake here. So this should be updated at. Okay, so save now. So we should be able to send, and the last chat we updated should be appearing at the top. Okay, like that. Okay, so this user is online, as you can see. Let me open this user. Okay, and so this is the user who was online. Let me send a message. Hello. Is a message. Okay, so that's the user who's online. We can click and it will make that as an active chat. Okay, I believe that's all of the functionality. If we need any more stuff, so depending on how well the video does, I'll add more stuff. And I'm also going to add some of the stuff off screen. So I'll just make updates to the repo. I'm just going to commit this anyway. So fit. I'm just going to name it final commit. Okay, let's save this. I think that's basically it. We can search user. Okay. Test. We already one friend. Okay. We are friends with almost all of the users, but this user is not friends with all of us. So here we can search. So here we can see the friend request button. We can add a friend request. It's pending now. Okay. Perfect. I mean, that's it. If you have any questions, let me know in the comment section. You can also let me know what you want to see next. And that's it. I'll see you on the next one.